Freshmen must be 18 and successfully matched before being assigned dorms. The Empire shows no mercy to single folks. The disciplinary director patted his 68-year-old chest and scanned the field packed with 100,000 students. We've got a holdout here, 3 days into enrollment, and they haven't even logged into the pairing system. Who is it? Yongwei, get up here. 100,000 people froze. What kind of name is that? The head flipped through his notes and corrected himself. From the College of Agriculture, specializing in postnatal care for sows. Yang Ding, front and center. Hidden in the corner, I felt the weight of everyone's gaze as I trudged from my spot. It took me a full 10 minutes to reach the stage. On stage, 5,000 instructors stared me down, judging this outlier. I was the first male, post-Great Cataclysm, to openly resist marriage. Free female college students available, and yet here I was, thinking otherwise. The director bellowed, "Why haven't you matched?" Standing tall, I replied, "I'm not awakened, have no status or bright future. I can't provide for a wife or kids." The director scoffed, "You don't need prospects. The system matches you to someone in your tier, and the state takes care of the kids." I remained firm. "Director, I just want to care for sows." "That won't stop you from fathering children." The director threatened, "Either match today or go with the counselor, who's great with pigs, especially castration." Sneaking a glance at the bearded counselor twirling his knife, cold sweat dripped down my back. I really just want to stay single. But fine, you can't fight the system. "Director, I'll log into the pairing system today." The director beamed, "Good. Let's do it now, in front of 100,000 witnesses. And if you can't produce kids, we'll call you young impotent. Mockery will follow you everywhere." The single women's eyes sparkled below. Among the 30,340 freshmen at school, the College of Agriculture, my department, had the most students. 6,852 males, 15,988 females, leaving 9,136 folks in the pairing pool. I was merely one insignificant mote among the masses. The system launched. Facial recognition complete. Yang Ding, age 18, no family, no talents. College of Agriculture, sow care specialty. Pairing successful. On the screen appeared a stunning woman, clad in black leather, armed with a 7-foot spear, radiating pure dominance. Yi Ro, a genius martial artist and combat instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. The crowd erupted. This must be a glitch. The system's buggy. The director squinted at the screen, read it aloud. Yi Ro, 18, genius warrior. Marriage registration complete. Proceed to dorm assignment. Yi Ro snapped out of her confusion, glanced at the screen, and roared. "Who the hell is Yang Ding? What's this nonsense?" Shrugging, the director replied, "I don't know either." Furious, she smashed her chair against the screen, directly over my name, before leaping away and vanishing. Trembling, I asked, "Director, she's not really my type. Any chance you can rematch me with someone normal? Once marriage registration is complete, there's no unbinding. Follow the counselor if you've complaints. He'll handle you." Bitterness engulfed me. Even lying flat wasn't allowed. Principal's office. Yi Ro burst in, indignant. Per the Young Talents program rules, students can choose marriage starting at 15. Why was I paired? The principal sighed. A hunting squad was ambushed. We lost 5 warriors. All genius martial artists are required to marry and procreate to ensure gene continuity. Yi Ro's eyes flared. "What about my sister?" "She's safe," the principal assured her. "Then why pair me with some ordinary sow caretaker?" Yi Ro snarled. "This was an adjustment pairing. His inferior genes won't affect you." The principal replied flatly. Yi Ro gritted her teeth. "Fine. 3 kids, then I'm filing for divorce. The kids will be mine. Additionally, I want him transferred into the Martial Arts Academy. I'll infuse him with true energy and buy resources for training." The principal hesitated. "If he passes the monthly exams." "Deal." Yi Ro snapped. The disciplinary director quietly asked the principal later, "After having 3 kids, can she really divorce him?" The principal chuckled. "By the time that happens, I'll be retired." Outside the instructors' dorms, I lay on the ground in a defeated sprawl, ignored by all. Thrilled as others might be over landing a top-tier beauty, I just wanted to stay idle. Yi Ro eventually appeared, examining me closely. Not ugly, just smelly. She nudged me awake. "You know the marriage system scans our faces at home, right?" "I know, but you didn't come here earlier, so I waited," I replied. She silently blinked at me. "This guy's brain doesn't function," she thought. We took the elevator up to the 198th floor. All apartments on this floor are compact. At 3 kids, you upgrade to bigger housing. At 5, yet another, bigger, move, Yi Ro explained. I grumbled. Meanwhile, I've been sleeping in classrooms for 3 days. All because I didn't match. Yi Ro deadpanned. "I don't mind you, and you're judging me?" At our door, cheerful decorations awaited. Flowers, candles, congratulatory cards. The fingerprint scanner opened to a warm welcome. Welcome home, new owner. Inside was a cozy two-bedroom apartment with stunning night views and an unmistakable sense of femininity. While arranging flowers, Yi Ro remarked calmly, "This was my sister's place. You'll live here now. You shower first. I'll tidy up," she added. "I'll reheat dinner." I shot back. Surprised, she asked, "Men do house chores?" "Where I'm from, I handle it all," I replied confidently. She handed me an apron, secretly sizing me up. "Cleaned up, he's passable, not terrible," she mused. "Stop calling me Instructor Yi Ro. Just, Yi Ro is fine," she said. "Oh, and skip the husband-wife titles. No need for that." "Got it," I nodded. "Save the chatter. We'll talk more at dinner." After her shower, Yi Ro emerged in a cropped tank top and shorts. Her snowy skin and fiery figure stunned me into silence. Shyly, she explained, "Didn't prep for a wedding outfit. This is just my usual training gear. Don't mind it." "Not at all," I stammered, still awestruck. At the table, under the glow of traditional cross-cupped wine, her face flushed. "Once I've had 3 kids, I'll file for divorce through the principal. We can move on with our separate lives. I plan to join my sister in the Northern Wall to serve as a soldier. And I'll help you with true energy, purchase training resources, and get you into the martial arts academy. With effort and the right resources, you could find a better wife down the line." After her speech, Yi Ro waited anxiously for my response. I calmly set down my glass. "I don't mind skipping the academy, but what about the kids?" "They'd go to the Empire's childcare, under my guardianship," she replied. "Dumping newborns elsewhere? They won't even know they're yours." "I hadn't considered that," she admitted. At just 18, she had no idea what motherhood entailed, nor did she embody the image of a housewife. But whatever. For us, everyone's just a reproductive tool for the Empire. "Do as you say." "You agreed?" I nodded. "Yeah, nothing to lose." Excited, Yi Ro opened up the newlywed handbook, looking serious as she studied it. "What's next?" "It says don't drink too much alcohol. A little tipsy is best. Too much affects the husband's energy and the kid's health. Mr. Yang, after dinner and brushing our teeth, shall we try kissing? I've never kissed before, have you?" Before she finished, I leaned in and kissed her. It was sudden. Yi Ro froze. Her body stiffened, and her eyes popped wide open. Wasn't brushing our teeth part of the plan? Not necessary. A young lady's mouth has a sweet taste. Not done yet. I scooped her up and headed toward the bedroom. This girl's actions after signing the contract were faster than I expected. Yi Ro quickly stopped me. "Wait. Bring the handbook. I'll guide you. You're a first-timer too. How do you know this stuff?" "Men are naturally good at it." 15 minutes later, the bedroom door opened. Yi Ro, wrapped in a blanket, pushed me out while repeatedly apologizing. "Sorry, I got too nervous. If forced, my self-defense reflexes might activate. I don't want to hurt you. Let's try again tomorrow night." "It's fine. Rest early." It's no big deal for her to stop midway, but for me, it was pretty rough. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Images of countless women started flashing in my mind. That's when the system activated. Ding. You've married a martial wife. Polygamy Fortunate Life System activated. For every wife you marry, you can copy her skills and cultivation level. The level of love she has for you determines the copying speed. Martial aptitude unlocked. Details available in the wife management panel. Fully awake now, I was floored. A beautiful wife and a system? I clicked on the main wife profile. Yi Ro. Cultivation, mid-level 5th rank martial artist, soul-breaking spear art, stage 4. Close combat bonus, plus 30%. Affinity level, 1%. Copy progress, 1%. I was stunned. So, marrying girls from special academies can grant me new abilities too? Correct. And I don't have to train anymore? As wives cultivate, you replicate their progress. Your own training becomes an extra boost. If I divorce, do I lose the abilities? No. Abilities already obtained are retained. They also stack. Though I didn't notice a major change yet, I could hardly wait to explore more with Yi Ro. Rare beauties like her are unheard of in my past life. Graceful, stunning, yet without an ounce of vanity. Like a character out of a sci-fi movie. First day of marriage. I'd say everything seems pretty normal. At just 1% progress, unlocking martial cultivation barely scratches the surface. Suddenly, the system updated. Affinity level, 1.3%. Copy progress, 1.3%. Lying awake herself, Yi Ro replayed moments from earlier in her mind, unexpectedly finding them wonderful. Her days had always been filled with training her energy and spear techniques. She never imagined how beautiful intimacy could be. His touch was so practiced. Did he secretly prepare for this? Ugh, if I can be fearless on the battlefield, why am I so timid here? It has to work tomorrow. I need to have kids soon and fulfill my destiny as a great warrior. At 5 the next morning, I got out of bed. To my surprise, Yiro was already busy in the kitchen. Mr. Yang, breakfast is on the table. I prepped something for you to take on the go too. Did you eat? I'm eating now, and I've already ground some Peiyuan pills for you. Curious, I peeked into the kitchen. Yiro was nibbling on a steamed bun, with a pressure cooker blasting away at 2,500 degrees. You're refining pills using a pressure cooker? It's fast. Since you lack the martial aptitude to generate inner energy, you'll need to take Peiyuan pills daily. How's this going to fit into the budget? My salary is over 80K a month. Food and housing are covered too. And my sister saved 6 million for me already. When we divorce, I'll give you my salary card to manage. I'll earn even more on the front lines. Just save some for the kids. Wow, she's really forthcoming. I didn't dare pry too deeply after that. For context, my starting salary post-graduation was just $3,500 a month, $5,000 with overtime. She earns over 10 times that. Right then and there, a decision solidified within me. I have to get into the martial arts academy. With a once-in-a-lifetime wife like her, I can't afford to mess this up. I'm off, honey. Though I've always been indifferent towards women, Yiro completely reshaped my perspective. Got it, she replied. Yiro paused for a split second and exclaimed, "Wait, what did you just call me?" But by then, I was already at the elevator. We lived on the 198th floor. Normally, the elevator suffices. But during the morning rush, only 2 elevators go above the 180th floor. If you miss them, you wait. It took a solid 40 minutes to get downstairs. The security guard at the lobby casually barked, "Watch out for falling debris, especially you newbies." When he glanced at me, he raised an eyebrow. Even the lobby guard seemed envious of Yiro marrying me. Before I could even digest his muttered warning, the outdoor scene rendered me speechless. Up on the training grounds, people were raining down like dumplings. A certain instructor had perched atop an iron cauldron, landing gracefully as if he'd mastered metal manipulation abilities. Phew, this area isn't safe to stand on. Barely avoiding an airborne slab of rock, Yiro swooped in out of nowhere, catching it single-handedly and tossing it aside with a fierce force. "Coach Zhu, could you not drop massive stones carelessly? You almost crushed my husband." Coach Zhu, now sitting on the ground after slipping, hurriedly apologized. "This morning's fog reduces visibility. Forgot your husband isn't an ability user. Then be more careful and move slower." With a mischievous grin, Coach Zhu lightly gestured, sending the stone flying to a corner to be used as training gear. He and the other instructors made a beeline for the training grounds. Tardiness meant pay deductions. Yiro's really protective of him. Once a woman's gone through the wedding, her heart belongs to her man. Yiro handed me a slightly burnt medicinal pill. "It's a little overcooked, but it'll still work. Go ahead and take it. Tonight, I'll help you channel energy directly." "Can eating it raw even work?" Before I finished speaking, a petite woman appeared ghost-like out of nowhere. "Doing that would slow your wife's cultivation. Still want to?" "Sister Jing, I'm a prodigy. It'll be fine." So, the Yi family's eldest daughter finally became a wife today. "Take Yang Ding with you. He's running late. The instructor's area doesn't allow students on board. Let's go." Shooting me a dismissive glance, Fang Jing barely acknowledged me. Still, out of respect for Yiro, she stayed polite. Grabbing Yiro's hand, the two vanished together. By the time I reached the training grounds, morning exercises had already started. Scenic Dragon Empire's 9th routine, jumping movements. 10,000 students jumped in unison, a magnificent sight. All eyes were on the front 2 rows of the Martial Arts Academy seniors. The 4th years, powerful 5th-rank cultivators, effortlessly leaped over 100 meters. The freshmen revealed a stark contrast. Some could jump over 10 meters, others, just newly awakened, barely a few meters more than normal humans. Meanwhile, the Ability Academy focused on controlling objects, with students practicing their mental strength. Daunting Philippe, no vigorous exercise. At the Agriculture and Industry College, the bald-headed ones get winded after just a couple of bounces. The chubby guy with glasses was beyond exhausted, panting like his life depended on it, while gaping at me, an average guy somehow leaping over 2 meters high. "How are you jumping so high?" he gasped. "Am I really?" I replied absent-mindedly while staring off at the sky. This wasn't just for some wife-subsidized free ride through life. No more coasting along. I had to give it my all too, and I had to look the part. I focused hard on my jumping. With each controlled move, I began to actually feel something, my energy flowing inside me. Was this true energy? Was I learning how to harness it? Not just the height. "You have amazing stamina too," the chubby guy marveled with wide eyes. "I'm your high school classmate, remember?" he added, then deadpanned. "I work in pig care." He went on, almost bitterly. "My wife and I just moved in together, but after only 4 nights. Man, I'm already done for." I glanced around, noticing how drained everyone else looked, barely able to stand, while I still felt fine. It had to be the cultivation pills I secretly took. My body thrummed with renewed energy. Hu Feng, in your state, you'd better start training with me. I scolded, watching him gasp for air. But instead, he shot back. And keep up with Instructor Yi? You kidding me? I'd blow out my kidney in under a week. Yesterday, Hu Feng envied me. Today, he'd given up and just started respecting me. He even started reconsidering his life values. Maybe marrying someone less pretty pays off. 10 times in the bedroom is enough. If it's 20, I'd start feeling bad about myself anyway. For the average guy, health came first if you wanted to last in this world. As fog dissolved, Instructor Yi stepped up to lead the morning routine. She donned a sleek, black compression-fit outfit to demonstrate spear techniques. She was graceful, powerful, effortless, moving like a dragon weaving through water, leaping like a swallow dipping into a lake. Her flawless, curvaceous body in perfect sync with her moves left 30,000 guys gawking, open-mouthed. How many among them could even dream of the privileged position I was in? Married to this goddess? I heard Hu Feng swallow audibly beside me. If I had a wife like that, I wouldn't mind losing a few years off my life. My wife's a goddess. Your wife says so. He grumbled as if that ruined our brotherhood code. But I didn't lose focus, unlike the rest of these slack-jawed pigs. Because when training was over, I'd go home and play however I wanted with her. During practice, I even mimicked Instructor Ye's spear stances using my fingers. The system built into my mind copied every move. Somehow, some stances felt like they had always been there deep inside me. Affection progress, 1.3%. Cultivation progress, 1.35%. While she and I weren't more in love after today's training session, my cultivation had advanced again. Walking off the training field, I felt refreshed, already calculating in my head the path ahead. With my relentless effort and my wife's extraordinary abilities, reaching 6th stage, or even higher, was no longer just a pipe dream for me. Hu Feng, as usual, cut me down muttering. Why so serious? Not like you're cut out to be a real fighter anyway. What? Gonna use all that fighting knowledge to care for pigs? I shrugged. 1 month. That's all I'll be sticking around for. He snorted. Oh? Feel entitled much, just 'cause you bagged yourself some crazy high-achieving wife. He wasn't wrong about our bleak jobs here at this so-called college. We were all stuck working pig farms upon graduation. 3,000 pens raising over 10,000 pigs. Sometimes you couldn't even distinguish where your classroom ended and a pigsty began. Still, I wasn't resigning myself to fate. This very month, my wife was adamant I study up for the Academy's upcoming martial arts tests. Passing meant escaping this pig life altogether. But you can't awaken, Hu Feng scoffed. You'd get creamed by any random awakened out there. Just stay put. Yet I was brimming with confidence. She's giving me pills and infusing energy into me. I'll pass. Hu Feng stopped cold, confused, shocked. Enhancing pills weren't cheap. Yet here was Instructor Yi, a certified powerhouse, turning her focus on someone like me, a non-awakened nobody? After, like, 1 day into marriage. Pudra flies straight into that kind of jackpot. You're not happy for me. I teased Hu Feng. He grimaced bitterly. I mean, I want to be, but damn, this stings. Classes rushed through theoretical material. Today, though, time to dirty our hands in the pig pens. Delivery duty. Piglet season had officially begun. In one session, I delivered 20+ squealing piglets, every inch of me smelling like. Our bearded instructor stormed up holding a wooden ruler, shrieking at us like the pigs probably found it funny. Your only purpose in life is this. Caring for these. No whining, no shortcuts. Other students flinched under his wrath. When Hu Feng tried so much as twisting his back to relax, crack, the ruler hit him clean across the back. Fuming, clutching his ringing ear, Hu Feng could barely resist growling back at our tormentor. You billion-pound slob, the bearded man spat unrelentingly. But as the instructor turned toward slamming down on me, I caught the swipe midair like it wasn't even worth blinking over. Oh, quick hands. But he still chuckled, secretly holding back his full power. Wait, aren't you that martial instructor Ye's husband or something? Yeah, Yang Ding, I admitted weakly. Oh, fine. You go sit back quietly, he muttered, almost pretending like that'd solve every previous beating. Even so, moments like these reminded me how dire things were. Even when paired to a goddess wife, the harshness of reality here, being seen as literal pawn trash without status, gnawed deeply. While the rest slumped whining around nearby piglets drenched, shoveling manure teamwork. Confidence reassured my clearer battle path rebellious. Qualifications didn't change. But my son awakened. He patted my shoulder, saying, You're garbage, but with Instructor Yi backing you, we'll agree not to mess with each other. Xiangbin suddenly roared. Lunchtime is over. Everyone up. Back in class, the counselor was bullying Hu Feng again. Xiangbin grabbed Hu Feng by the collar, saying, Lazy and fat. Even a sow wouldn't want you. Then he kicked over Hu Feng's lunchbox. Luo Hohat scolded Hu Feng. Can't you just behave? Hu Feng looked wronged. The counselor always targets me. I picked up the lunchbox, cleaned it, and handed it back to Hu Feng. At dusk, I bought chicken blood, pork stomach, cucumbers, and bean sprouts, planning to make some Mao Shui Wang. I'd heard Yi Ro loves spicy food. Tonight, I was determined to win over my wife. When Yi Ro and Fang Jing came back, the house was filled with the aroma of food. Fang Jing was stunned. A man who can cook. Yi Ro was drooling as she stared at the Mao Shui Wang in the pot. You grew up in an orphanage, and yet you know how to cook. It's just a stew, nothing technical. My best friend's husband died in battle, so I brought her here. Is there enough for 3? There's plenty in the pot, I said, then asked, is she staying over tonight? Yi Ro replied straightforwardly, she'll sleep in my room. I'll take yours, guaranteeing you can finally exercise your husbandly rights. I smiled contentedly. That's more like it. Yi Ro busied herself with the laundry while Fang Jing sat numbly on the couch. I carried out the giant pot of Mao Shui Wang and called out, Officer Fang, dinner's ready. Fang Jing couldn't hold back her tears. It's so nice to have a man in the house. My honeymoon wasn't even over before my husband went to the front lines, and Yi Ro handed her a piece of pig's blood. Sister Jing, try this. It's amazing. Fang Jing took a bite of pork liver. This tastes so good. Xiao Ro, you're so lucky. Yi Ro, despite her tears from the spiciness, exclaimed, this is incredible. Affection level, plus 1.5%. Cultivation progress, plus 1.6%. Fang Jing nodded emphatically. Finding an ordinary guy is the way to go. At least you won't end up a widow. After dinner, the 3 of us went to the maternal and child care hospital. Nearby skyscrapers housed over 200,000 babies. As a top instructor, Fang Jing's daughter was under special protection. Since Yi Ro and I weren't biological parents to this child, we were stopped at the entrance. Yi Ro said, the basic enforcement team members are usually at the 1st or 2nd refinement level. Once you reach that point, you could work here too. More convenient to look after kids. Then we'd have to have 10 children to make it worthwhile. Yi Ro looked puzzled. Do you just like kids, or the process of making them? Both. She urged, help Sister Jing. She needs 2 more kids to qualify for deployment to the Northern Front. I said, what do you take me for? Relax, she doesn't even see you that way. After Fang Jing visited her child, her mood was down again. At midnight, Yi Ro quietly opened the door and slipped into my room. Mr. Yang, I'm going to shower. Don't go anywhere. I carried her into the bathroom. Who says you can't shower twice? Don't wake Sister Jing. This time, Yi Ro was calmer, and any initial discomfort was minor. Affection level, plus 1.7%. Cultivation progress, plus 1.8%. Affection level, plus 2.3%. Cultivation progress, plus 2.4%. After 6/4 of an hour, I carried Yi Ro to bed. You're stronger than I imagined. And you're tastier than I imagined. Affection level, plus 3.4%. Cultivation progress, plus 3.5%. Ding. Congratulations on reaching 1st refinement, body tempering complete, punch strength, 800 pounds. Few freshmen could achieve this. Yi Ro gently placed her hand on my stomach to transfer some essence energy for recovery. You get me pregnant, I'll give you energy. Fair trade. She left for her room, but as she lay on the bed, Fang Jing kicked her onto the floor. You reek of men. Go cuddle with your husband properly. Make sure to give it your all tonight so I can rest easy. But consider his mortal body. He's just an ordinary guy. Left with no choice, Yi Ro showered and slipped into my arms. It was her first time sleeping in the same bed with a man. She was so anxious she didn't sleep a wink all night. At 5:30 a.m., Yi Ro got up to prepare pills for cultivation. Fang Jing hadn't slept either. Yangding is lucky to have found you. Even temporary couples are still couples. If I head to the Northern Front someday, I know he'll take care of the children. I was the last to wake up. Honey, making pills again? Breakfast is warmed up. Go wash up. As I brushed my teeth, I checked the system. Affection level, plus 3.8%. Cultivation progress, plus 3.9%. Just sleeping next to my wife boosted my cultivation significantly. How ridiculous. I gripped my porcelain cup tightly. It cracked with a loud snap. But my skin remained unhurt. Looks like I'd officially broken through to 1st refinement. I needed to learn how to keep my abilities a secret. During the morning exercises, I toned it down, only jumping a meter high. When Hu Feng panted for air, I pretended to do the same. Feeling his mood improve, Hu Feng teased me. Your wife's too beautiful. Guess your body couldn't keep up? Nonsense. With a wife like her, I'd manage 10 rounds, easy. Luo Hohat frowned. Stop lying. Yi Ro looks like the kind of woman who wouldn't go easy on anyone. You think everyone's like you? If Hu Feng didn't fulfill his duties last night, I might have gone to demand he make up for it. I immediately shut up and faded into the background. In class, the topic was still the dull care of sows. Xiang Bin, as if possessed by a demon, stormed across the room with a ruler in hand. These sows can produce up to 200 offspring in their lifetimes, more than your wives ever will. His gaze locked onto Hu Feng, who trembled fearfully. When injecting glucose, Hu Feng's needle slipped, causing the sow to let out a tragic squeal. "You fat idiot, get out here!" Xiang Bin roared. Hu Feng broke into a sweat. "Counselor, one more chance, please." Xiang Bin smirked. "Fine. One more shot, and if you mess up, prepare to be beaten." Hu Feng, with a shaking hand, tried again. The sow shrieked once more in pain. Xiang Bin stormed over, grabbed Hu Feng's hair, and beat him until the ruler snapped in half. With Xiang Bin's cultivation at mid-first refinement, his punch easily carried 1,200 pounds of force. No one dared intervene. As he walked past me, his eyes held disdain. All because I married Yi Ro, a senior martial instructor, while his son married an average martial artist. He took out his anger on students, knowing no one would dare challenge him. "I heard Instructor Yi helped you get into this martial academy. Stop hanging around with these losers. My son, Xiang Tianyu, has a bright future. Follow him, and you'll stay safe." I looked at Hu Feng, covered in pig feces, his eyes bloodshot and teary. I walked away. Avoiding his gaze, I loudly said, "Yes, Instructor Xiang, I'll keep my distance from Hu Feng." Hu Feng felt a chill down his spine. After Xiang Bin left, Luo Hohat pulled Hu Feng to his feet. "Did you hear that? Your own brother just drew a line between you two." Hu Feng didn't quite get it. I was intentionally avoiding suspicion. If I didn't what? Get beaten alongside you. Why does a pig like you even bother surviving so long? Hu Feng shouted. "If you've got guts, go die then. Who are you yelling at?" He hobbled back into the pigsty and continued his work. I switched workstations, deliberately maintaining my distance. During lunchtime, I secretly practiced my cultivation. Affection meter increased by plus 0.2%, a small but satisfying progress, like receiving interest. Affection meter, 4%. Cultivation progress, 4.1%. I extended a finger, gathering true chi, and jabbed at the wall. It caused no pain at all. My wife's technique is so sharp. Her piercing power is stronger than even the instructor's. To fight back, I needed to crush opponents with raw power. I continued jabbing the wall, forming a considerable pit to cover any evidence. Attacking an instructor was punishable by death. I had to keep things quiet. In the afternoon after school, I ignored Hu Feng. I left the elevator without even greeting him. Yang Ding's all about living off a woman now. Too good for his brothers. He's just scared of getting beaten. My sharp hearing caught all their idle remarks. But with my departure nearing, I didn't bother to respond. What mattered the most was backing Hu Feng up. With his strong pride, and now a child on the way, the daily beatings were wearing him down. At home, Yiro was already in the kitchen. "Why are you home so early, honey? No classes in the afternoon. Are you hungry?" "Yeah, didn't have much for lunch." "Was Xiang Bin giving you trouble?" "Not because of me specifically. He just finds others to pick on if I'm not around." I smiled wryly. Yiro sighed. "That guy loves beating students. His aunt's a disciplinary director, so no one steps in to stop him. She warned me. He's at the first grade intermediate stage. Don't clash with him directly. If you get hurt, I swear I'll end him." I looked at her seriously and said, "Thank you, honey, for pulling me out of the mud. I'll give my all in cultivation. I will pass the monthly assessment." Affection meter, 4.5%. Cultivation progress, 4.7%. Yiro was both moved and shy. "Don't be so dramatic. What if I actually fall for you? Then, I'd have to head to the front lines all lovesick. My body's mutated. Maybe I have combat potential. I'll bring our kid to find you one day." She smiled. "Keep at it, Mr. Yang." After my shower, I watched Yiro busy in the kitchen. A white tank top, pink apron, and short curly hair slightly tucked behind her ear. It was a lovely sight. I hugged her from behind, grasping her slender waist, and kissed her ear softly. She shivered but didn't move away. "Jingjia thinks you're reliable, not the type to leave me widowed. And I don't plan on becoming a widower. I was even considering introducing you to her. Help her out before we divorce." "I don't want a divorce." Yiro paused momentarily. "Empire law allows 2 wives, you know." After dinner, Yiro poured me some red wine. "Work on cultivating first. The monthly exam is coming up. There's still time. Let's walk a bit to help with digestion, then I'll practice." She sighed. "Is cultivation that simple to you? If I don't pass, I'll just go raise pigs. You've already done so much for me." Shaking her head, she said, "Fine, you're an adult. You've got to stand on your own now." In the elevator, the instructors and their spouses came and went. "Yi instructor, going for a walk?" "Taking my husband to the maternity hospital to set up a room." "Getting ready to become a mom already, huh?" "We're married. Just following the timeline." Everyone seemed envious of me. "Taking the chance?" I held her hand. Yi Ro tried to resist slightly, but I intertwined our fingers tightly. Affection meter, 4.9%. Cultivation progress, 5.1%. Let go. Everyone's staring. You're my wife. If I don't hold your hand, what's the point? I held on tighter. Her small, soft hands made it hard to let go. Resigned, Yi Ro said. Fine, but I've been thinking about giving you a weapon. At the mall entrance, Yi Ro tried to pull her hand away. I simply wrapped my arm around her waist, proudly striding through the crowd. Aren't you afraid of people mocking you for living off your wife? They laugh at me for eating soft rice. I laugh at them for not even having soft rice to eat. She chuckled. Your skin is really thick. Yi Ro was instantly the center of attention wherever she went. Mr. Yang, look at their eyes. They'd rip you apart if they could. Who dares touch me? My wife would take them out first. We headed to the weapons section. You've just awakened. A sword or blade paired with a shield is a good start. I shook my head. My eyes locked onto the centerpiece, the Iron Blood Spear. You want to use a spear too? If my wife uses a spear, so will I. The Iron Blood Spear cost 5 million. Honey, that's so expensive. You can get a loan, but with interest, you'd be paying 6 or 7 million. Never mind then. If I can't afford it, I won't buy it. Yi Ro let out a breath of relief. Just then, Xiangbin approached with his son, Xiang Tianyu, laughing loudly. Instructor Yi is so generous. Supporting someone unawakened. Do you think he can even wield that? Xiang Tianyu stared at Yi Ro with fiery eyes. Yang Ding, you're quite addicted to living off your wife, aren't you? I faced him head on, completely unflinching. How's that any of your business? It's between my wife and me. Xiangbin forced a smile because of Yi Ro's presence. Xiang Tianyu smirked. For the monthly assessment, I'd like to challenge you in close combat. Matches are assigned by the instructors. Yi Ro pulled me away, but Xiang Tianyu persisted. The exams encourage open challenges. If you refuse, you'll lose by default. I turned to glare coldly at him. Go ahead and send a formal challenge. We'll see. Yi Ro hurriedly dragged me away. He was first-grade foundational before enrolling. You're no match for him. Just concede. It'll only affect your class placement. Understand? All right, I'll listen to you, honey. I had already made up my mind not to reveal my strength. My true goal was to take down the counselor, to pave the way for Hu Feng. We picked a sword technique manual, 9 forms of the sword. Honey, I'll train with a sword. Are you sure? Then get a shield to go with it. All right. Yi Ro planned to buy a high-quality sword and shield set, but I asked for just the sword. An Yujin shield has a durability equivalent to 7th grade enhancement. A 20,000 shield paired with a 30,000 sword. That's 50,000. No worries. It'll last you a lifetime. No, just the sword. Training with the sword was just a smokescreen. I'd be directly replicating my wife's spear techniques. The Yujin sword, 30,000. Yi Ro reluctantly swiped her card. I left proudly, shield on my back, sword in hand, and my wife holding my right hand. At home, Yi Ro removed her shirt, remaining in just a white tank top. Channel your chi first, then go to sleep. I took off my t-shirt. You don't have to strip for this, you know. I do. Otherwise, the chi won't transfer. Just as she prepared to channel chi, I suddenly kissed her. So impatient. The chi isn't even transferred yet. And a shower hasn't happened either. We'll do it after. Together. Call me hubby. Hubby. Affection meter, 5%. Cultivation progress, 5.2%. Affection meter, 6.1%. Cultivation progress, 6.3%. Ding. Congratulations. You've reached the intermediate first grade. Punching strength, 1,200 pounds. Soul-severing spear technique unlocked, level 2. The next morning, Yi Ro woke up in my arms. The narrow sofa forced us to sleep on top of each other. Why do you keep squirming? You're interrupting my cultivation of true chi. No worries, I'll make up for it. With a flurry of punches and kicks. Go practice already. We're going to be late for training. Yi Ro quickly washed up and went to refine a chi-building pill. Mr. Yang, heat up breakfast for me. Call me husband, and I'll do it. Husband, 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 husband. Is that enough? On the training field, 3 weapons worth over 100,000 yuan each gleamed under the sunlight. Hu Feng was clutching his aching waist, clearly not in the mood to care. Luo Hohot sneered. Guess Top Dog doesn't care much about us meal delivery guys anymore. I shot back. As long as I care about my wife, what's it to you? In the classroom, Xiang Bin had been waiting early on. Last night, I had clashed with his son. Today, he was planning to go after Hu Feng. It's the end of the month pig-raising peak. If you kill a piglet, you get beaten for it. 4 hours, no moving around at all. Hu Feng's forehead was dripping sweat. Carrying this waist injury for so long was torture. I didn't expect that even after severing ties, this damn instructor would still be on our backs. Beating him wouldn't solve it. He needed to be finished off for good. Yang Ding, what are you thinking about? Xiangbin interrupted my thoughts coldly. Reporting to instructor. I'm not thinking about anything. End-of-month exams in Martial Arts Academy are coming up. Go train. Leave the dirty tasks to someone else. Thank you, instructor, I replied mockingly. Opening my copy of 9 sword forms, I started practicing basic sword moves, deliberately appearing weak. It wasn't long before I was gasping for breath. Xiangbin sneered confidently. Getting tired so easily just from swinging a sword? It can't be helped. My true chi reserves are limited. It's exhausting to even practice for a short while. Without awakening, you're just a waste. Even if Instructor Yi transfers chi to you, you can't hold it. Feigning defeat, I timidly asked, could you ask your son to withdraw his challenge? I really don't want to compete with him. Xiangbin smirked darkly. Who told you to provoke him? He's got an 80 Caddy meteoric iron battle axe. You've bitten off more than you can chew. My eyes lit up. That must have been expensive. $500,000 in loans. That axe outweighs your sword tenfold. Suddenly, a system notice popped up. Affection stat plus 5%, cultivation plus 5%. Breakthrough achieved. First grade upper level. Fist strength, 1,600 pounds. Soul-severing spear technique, level 2, unlocked. A surge of chi flooded my body. I felt so light, as if I was floating. Damn, why am I progressing this fast? Did Yi Ro just have some sort of awakening moment? It was barely 7:30 a.m., and all I wanted was to rush home after school. Meanwhile, Yi Ro had just finished her close combat class and anxiously went to find her best friend, Fong Jing. Fong Jing was mid-lecture on portable pocket dimensions when Yi Ro knocked and called out, Instructor Fong, it's an emergency. Fong Jing paused and stepped outside with her. What's wrong? I think I might be pregnant. Yi Ro trembled with worry. During class, I felt my body invaded by something strange. I almost lost control. It was terrifying. Fong Jing was stunned. You've only been married 3 or 4 days. Yangding, huh, impressive. It's normal for strong chi martial artists to conceive quickly. Can you still train though? Fong Jing reassured her. For someone of your level, pregnancy won't stop you from fighting or teaching normally. Yi Ro still panicked. Should I tell Yangding? There's no point telling him now. Wait until tonight. He caused this bloated feeling. I can't deal with it alone, she said, nearly in tears. It's normal to feel overwhelmed the first time. Wait a few days, then visit the maternal health clinic. Still brimful of true chi, I stared at my system interface, baffled. In just moments, I was already on the brink of entering 2nd grade lower level, with fist strength doubling to 3,200 pounds. Returning to the classroom, I found Xiangbin tormenting Hu Feng again. Hu Feng was on his knees, pleading, please stop. I'm about to collapse. Xiangbin prodded his face aggressively. I'm punishing you because you're Yangding's friend. Think cutting ties with him will get rid of me. You'll kneel until class ends. No lunch for you. After Xiangbin left, I secretly handed Hu Feng a chi-building pill. Take this. Without hesitation, Hu Feng trusted me completely. By lunchtime, I was eager to find Yi Ro, but the cafeteria entrance was jam-packed. Martial Arts Academy had posted a notice. Late awakeners could register for the end-of-month exam. Are the academy rules changing? They don't want to miss out on potential prodigies. The minimum threshold is 500 pounds of fist strength. I felt like this rule had been tailored just for me. Yi Ro stormed in, instantly drawing all 5,000 male students' gazes. I waved her over smugly. She plopped down angrily. You look like you're enjoying your meal too much. I've got a problem. What happened? I'm carrying your child. I couldn't help but grin ear to ear, brimming with pride. So soon. Yi Ro's eyes reddened. You don't believe me? Think I'm lying to trap you. I quickly clarified. 5-star martial artists have shorter pregnancy timelines. It's perfectly normal. Realizing she might have overreacted, Yi Ro began to cry softly. I held her close. Don't be scared. I'll go with you to the maternal clinic this weekend. Affection stat plus 0.4%. Cultivation plus 0.4%. What used to increase slowly was now skyrocketing with simple gestures like a hug. Holding hands, we left the cafeteria. I was beaming with confidence. For the first time ever, Yi Ro began to look at me like a real man. Husband, do you want a boy or a girl? She asked shyly. Either way is good. We can come up with names slowly. Then what's on your mind? I mean, this is pretty fast. Can we still, do it while you're pregnant? Yi Ro blushed, then hit me lightly. All you ever think about is that. But you're so gorgeous and irresistible. I have to ask a doctor. Then you go ask. I'm not doing it, she shot back. When I dropped Yi Ro off at the Martial Arts Academy gates, the security guard stopped me. Without awakening, your husband can't enter. My wife's pregnant. Can I escort her to her office? Annoyed, I shouted. Let it be known. My name is Yangding, not Yang Impotent. Yi Ro glared at me. Why show off now? What if I wasn't really pregnant? We'd be humiliated. Not pregnant. Even better. gives me more reason to keep trying. The guard's gaze turned complicated. Yiro pulled me aside. You'll have access next month. Get back to class for now. Back in the classroom, Xiang Bin eyed me suspiciously. Here to register for the exam? He probed. My wife already signed me up, I replied smugly. So what's the big deal then? I puffed out my chest. The deal is simple. I'm married to Martial Arts Academy's close combat instructor Yiro, a mid-level grade 5 martial artist. And she's pregnant. Patting my chest, I added, she's mine. The class stared, dumbfounded. Congratulations. Xiang Bin's face darkened. Get to work, all of you. I purposely gloated. Instructor Xiang, you haven't congratulated me yet. He growled. Save the celebrations for later. Focus on the exam instead. My son's fist strength is over 1,000 pounds. You'd better watch yourself. Feigning politeness, I replied. Thanks for the warning, instructor. Time to train now. He probably thought I was sucking up. But in reality, I was setting the stage, laying the groundwork for removing him permanently. What's going on? If I end up crippled, I'll just find someone else. Hu Feng didn't respond, only swallowing a strengthening pill. His back felt slightly better afterward. Xiang Bin kept a sharp eye on my progress. Weren't you practicing the 9-sword techniques? I need to hit 500 pounds of punching power for the martial arts qualification exam, so I'm focusing on my fists first. What's your current tested max? 400 pounds. Xiang Bin sneered. His son was already hitting over 1,000 pounds, more than enough to crush me. But what they didn't know was that I wasn't looking to compete with strength alone. My game was control. Figuring out how to hide punches with 1,600 pounds of force, only showing 500 during the test. That was the real challenge. The news of Yiro's pregnancy set the whole academy ablaze by afternoon. Male students, blinded by jealousy, were practically biting their nails. The privileged heirs had all been vying for Yiro's attention, only for the marriage system to set her up with, well, me. Xiang Tianyu glanced at his less-than-attractive wife. What was Instructor Yi thinking? That guy had the nerve to strut into the gatehouse this afternoon, squawking like a monkey. Don't worry, come the monthly exam, I'll beat him so bad his own parents won't recognize him. And aren't you worried Instructor Yi will retaliate? A public spar? What can she do to me? My aunt's the discipline director. After school, I waited early at the gates of the Martial Arts Academy. Look, it's the king of freeloaders, someone mocked. I cupped my fist, grinning. Thanks for the praise, senior. Is my wife done for the day? You're a disgrace to men. Don't be jealous, senior brother. My wife's madly in love with me. Hold me back. I'm going to destroy this loser. If you touch a single hair on his head, Instructor Yi will break your hands personally. Life in the Martial Arts Academy wasn't going to be easy. The girls hated me for stealing the spotlight. The guys envied me for marrying the most beautiful woman in the martial arts program. Luckily, my abilities were already at second-year university level, so honestly, I wasn't that concerned. Yiro, looking preoccupied, broke into a bright smile as soon as she spotted me. She jogged over and threw herself into my arms. Husband, what brings you here? I came to pick you up, of course. It's not like I get lost on my way home. You're pregnant. Your husband needs to take care of you. Yiro was deeply touched. With the tiny life growing inside her, only her husband felt truly close. Affection level plus 0.2%. Power level plus 0.2%. Pregnant women are more emotional, and a man's care gets magnified. Husband, the monthly exam is around the corner. You're not even halfway to 500 pounds of force. Tonight, let's train on the rooftop together. Of course, but we're not sleeping together tonight. I'll need to transfer you more vital energy. Can you be gentle, though? Our baby's safety comes first. You'll have to endure 15 days. Wasn't it 3 days? I make the rules after the monthly exam. You're too cruel, wife. With your beauty, who could possibly endure that? Listen, the baby has me. You focus on your skills. That night, I headed straight to the rooftop to train. The martial techniques instructor was chewing out her son. Not even 500 pounds? Are you planning to play in the mud your whole life? The son sighed. Am I supposed to hit 600 pounds overnight? Yiro overheard and looked nervous. Her husband works in admissions. This isn't just a rumor. I decided to test my punching power, 365 pounds with one hit. With Yiro transferring more vital energy to me, I peaked at 408 pounds. I continued practicing finger spear techniques, managing to pierce through concrete with a finger. My strength had surpassed the upper limits of the first grade and was racing into the lower levels of second grade. That's when the martial techniques instructor's son, Mao Jian, caught me. Only 380 pounds. Planning to break through in 3 years. What if I awaken? Your talent's weak. What if my wife transfers me more vital energy? Yiro's vital energy is strong. That's definitely a possibility. We fooled around a bit and actually became friends. Later that night, Yiro chatted about pregnancy with her best friend, reminding her not to let me get distracted. I made a bold declaration to pass the monthly exam as soon as possible. Yiro kept transferring vital energy to me, allowing my power to steadily improve. Holding my wife while trying to keep my composure, I nonetheless endured a sleepless night. The next morning, Yiro woke me up, touching her belly. Mr. Yang, I'm sure now, I'm pregnant. The signs are becoming clearer. I was surprised. That fast. My pregnancy cycle is short, only 5 or 6 months. Smiling, I said, thank you for your hard work, wife. I'll go make breakfast. Yiro was already up earlier than me, using a pressure cooker to refine strengthening pills. After eating, I strapped on my black gold sword and headed downstairs. The elevator stopped on the 120th floor where Mao Jian and his parents entered. Mom, this is my friend Yang Ding. His wife's instructor Yi. Mao Jian's mom barely nodded. Noted. I headed straight to the training field to relay the news to Hu Feng. You need to find an excuse to take leave, I told him. Hu Feng frowned deeply. The advisor won't approve it. Tell them your wife's feeling unwell from the pregnancy and needs a checkup. My wife wouldn't dare lie like that. It'd expose you. I'd never throw you under the bus. Just then, Xiang Bin and his son arrived. Hu Feng's eyes turned icy in an instant. What's on your mind? I asked him. Nothing. The advisor's coming. Leave it alone. Hu Feng returned to his seat, while Luo Hohat pushed him. What were you two talking about? About how much I want you to drop dead. If you don't tell me, I'll report you to the advisor. If you stab me in the back, I'll throw you off the building tonight. After morning exercises, back in class meant enduring another rant from the advisor. Xiang Bin shouted angrily. There have been too many leave requests lately. Anyone else tries, and I'll shove the request form up there. After the morning meeting, Xiang Bin called me over. Instructor, you didn't suggest you take leave? No. I told her I'd finish this last watch duty honorably. If you do need leave, I'll approve it retroactively to yesterday. Thank you, advisor. Don't thank me. Thank the system glitch. You're no better than trash, relying on dumb luck. I smirked. Let's not forget that the Empire's queen is a time manipulator with foresight abilities. Xiang Bin sneered. Don't get cocky without awakening. You're not worthy of Instructor Yi. Tell me, advisor, if you made some sort of deal with my wife, why shouldn't I be cocky? Xiang Bin's face twitched with rage. Get past my son first. After school, Yiro came to see me with suggestions for taking leave. I shook my head. Luck's on my side. Besides, we've got 50,000 staff members and the guards looking out for you. Yiro nodded, planning to take me for a pregnancy checkup tomorrow before treating Fong Dalong to a meal. Fong Dalong was the younger brother of Fong Jing, a member of the enforcement squad. At dinner, Mao Jian knocked on the door. Yiro snapped. Who's there? We're eating. Mao Jian awkwardly replied. Instructor Yi. I was just here to ask Yang Ding to train. I recognized him. It's fine. This is that guy I met last night. His mom works with you. Yiro ordered. Go train by yourself. My husband will come down after dinner. And never knock on our door during mealtime. It disrupts our couple's bonding time. Mao Jian scurried away nervously. I couldn't help but ask. Wife, why so fierce? Yiro replied. Didn't want you getting annoyed. Disturbance. Big sister used to live here and constantly complained about being harassed by her admirers. I laughed. My wife is becoming more and more precious. I'll work my way up to 450 pounds, and tomorrow I'll go to the prenatal checkup with you. Yiro didn't discourage me. Instead, she infused me with true energy and encouraged me to improve. On the rooftop, Mao Jian was getting scolded by his mother again. You can't even pass 460 pounds. If you don't reach 500 by tonight, don't even think about sleeping. Can I spar with a friend? He asked. His mom sneered. He's barely over 300 pounds in punching power, and you're not talented, plus you're lazy. What's the point? I got offended. Who says I'm not? She pointed at the force meter. Try throwing a punch. I delivered a punch, for 152 pounds. She was shocked. Did you awaken? Doesn't feel like it. Maybe it's because my wife's energy is pure. She doesn't yell at me. She encourages me by having children. Mao Jian turned to me for help. Mom, can I train with him? Fine. Learn from him about energy flow. Yiro is an expert at it. After his mom left, Mao Jian got livelier. I had a plan in mind. I'd spar with him a few times. He'd been training for 2 years in the half-step explosion punch style. Heavy punches, less focus on true energy, a style suited for those with less natural talent. You've got decent strength, but what about close combat? I asked. My bro spars with me every day. He's more experienced in fighting. Well, if you can beat me, I'll teach you my wife's exclusive energy techniques, I teased. Mao Jian's eyes lit up. Really? He quickly delivered a series of 3 half-step explosion punches, but I neatly dodged them. You're not fighting fairly. That was a sneak attack, he protested. I grinned. That's footwork. Yiro's fighting style emphasizes footwork with energy bursts enhancing agility. In our first sparring session, I successfully avoided his continuous strikes and countered with a precise sword swing move to incapacitate him. Mao Jian complained, "Using a sword against punches isn't fair. In sparring, actions speak louder than words," I quipped. Mao Jian launched another barrage of punches. I countered with a two-finger technique, dispersing his punches and tapping his chest with pinpoint accuracy. Just like that, Mao Jian collapsed to his knees, pale-faced. What technique was that? My body's reinforced. It's the swing sword technique from Sword Skill 9. Not convinced, Mao Jian retorted. How can a nobody beat me with some regular technique? I said matter-of-factly. You're underestimating me, just like your mom does. Mao Jian nodded in manic agreement. Yeah, my mom's influence is huge. We clashed intensely again, and yet again, I effortlessly countered him. After a final touch to his chest, Mao Jian was utterly defeated. Affection level, 12%. Cultivation progress, 12.6%. I've trained for 2 years and still can't beat you. Want to try again? No way. It's too demoralizing. Don't give up. I'll teach you some cheat techniques to help pass your monthly evaluations. Mao Jian was ecstatic. Bro. I explained the true energy pulse technique of the soul-shattering spear in detail. But won't my weak physical defense be a problem? He hesitated. I laughed. That's for you to figure out. Now, excuse me, I need to head home to my wife. We have a prenatal checkup tomorrow. Mao Jian looked off into the distance. Instructor Yi is so beautiful. She must have high standards, huh? She only has endless love, no demands. I replied sincerely. That can't be true. Back at home, Yuro had just finished her bath and was in her pajamas, brewing vitality pills in the kitchen. I hugged her from behind and kissed her delicate neck. Ah, here you go again. Did you hit the 450-pound goal? She asked playfully. I surpassed it, 452 pounds, I announced. Hubby, you're amazing. Yiro cheered like an excited young wife, giving me a kiss in return. You flatter me too much. You're at middle-tier 5th grade with over 3 million pounds of punching power. That's 7,000 times more than me. I joked. That's different. As long as you're working hard, you'll always be my excellent husband. Praise is nice, affection is lovely, but to share a bed, I still need to pass the monthly exam. The next day, Saturday, Fong Jing arrived early to accompany her child for a prenatal checkup as well. Watching me help Yiro pack, she couldn't help but feel envious. When I got pregnant, my husband was on the front lines. All the checkups, the birth, I had to deal with it alone. It was miserable, she shared. Most awakened individuals want to head to the northern front to gain access to high-grade resources, I replied. But honestly, family and children should come first, she sighed. Hearing this, Yiro fell silent, growing even more unwilling to let me go. Compared to men who abandon their kids and run off, I seemed like husband of the year material. Outside the maternal child hospital, Feng Dalong, clad in law enforcement gear and carrying a large blade, stood guard. The enforcement squad didn't use guns anymore. Ammo is useless against beasts. Feng Dalong cheerfully greeted Feng Jing and Yi Ro, but deliberately ignored me. He had secretly admired the Yi sisters for years, but lacked the confidence to pursue them due to his poor aptitude. Now he was astounded that a seemingly useless, livestock-raising guy like me had married such a stunning beauty, and even got her pregnant. Life can be mysterious. Dalong, this is my husband, Yang Ding, Yi Ro introduced. Nice to meet you. Your name suits you, he said dryly. You're not bad yourself, I replied evenly. Sensing her brother's conflicted feelings, Feng Jing quickly changed the subject. You two go for the checkup. I'll take my brother to entertain the kids. Let's catch up later. After Yi Ro's examination, we discussed the results with the doctor. Congratulations, Instructor Yi, you're pregnant, and everything's normal. The baby is expected in 5 months, the doctor informed us. Anything I should be mindful of regarding diet or daily life? Yi Ro asked. With your true energy nourishing the pregnancy, diet is secondary. However, due to the rapid fetal growth, it's best to avoid intimate activities during the pregnancy. You mean the whole term? She pressed. Yes, the doctor confirmed. Yi Ro looked at me apprehensively. I was just as anxious but suppressed my reaction. Sensing her distress, I reassured her calmly. Let's follow the doctor's orders. Yi Ro glared at me in frustration. Are you seriously okay with 5 months? She asked. It's all for the baby, I reiterated. You didn't used to be like this. Don't worry, it's just 5 months. Ugh, I don't want to talk to you about this anymore. Just don't blame me later, she huffed before walking away. I caught up with her and teased. We agreed not to, didn't we? Holding hands won't affect the pregnancy. I'll ask the doctor again, she shot back. It's not a big deal to me. I'm more worried about you, I said. Well, that's settled then. I secretly planned to let her stew for a while and revisit the matter after the monthly exam. 9th floor, visiting Feng Jing's young daughter. The little girl, not yet 2, had just started speaking. Seeing me, she stretched out her small hands and called out, "Daddy, Daddy." Fong Jing hurriedly corrected her. "Don't say that. This is Uncle Yang." "Daddy, Daddy," the child persisted. Fong Dalong, visibly jealous, complained, "Sis, why won't your daughter call me Dad? She's scared of you in your uniform." "Uncle Yang has a kind face," Fong Jing explained. Yi Ro picked up the child. "Calling him Dad isn't wrong. Uncle Yang is her godfather." The child snuggled into my arms. Fong Jing chuckled. "Seems like you've got a knack for kids, Yang Ding. Looks like I'll feel confident giving him 3 of my own now," Yi Ro added, watching me settle the child. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Ro tugged Fong Jing aside and whispered, "Did you know, during your pregnancy? First 3 months and last 3 months were off limits," Fong Jing said. "My pregnancy is only 5 months. Doctor said no the entire time," Yi Ro confided. The doctor's advice. Most people speak offhandedly. Only when you ask proactively will they show responsibility. Since Yang Ding didn't bring it up, I can't start the conversation either. Fong Jing glanced at me. "No way. You're so beautiful." How could he hold himself back? He was impatient a few days ago, but I stopped him. His unusual calm today. Could he be thinking of getting a second wife? With a wife as amazing as you, who'd go for a farm girl? Yi Ro doesn't oppose the idea of a second wife. But of course, she'd need to approve since she's the one funding everything. Fong Dalong noticed me playing with the baby and asked, "Have you picked a name yet?" "Yang Ding Tian it is." "Wait, the baby's taking your last name. Would you prefer the baby to take yours?" Awkward. Fong Dalong quickly shifted the conversation. "Yi Ro invited me to dinner yesterday. Was she trying to get me to look out for you?" "Probably. My wife loves me so much that she doesn't want me getting into trouble. I didn't want him snooping around because the matter of getting rid of Xiang Bin could absolutely not leak out. What's the point? The farm situation is dire." "How bad?" "Holes everywhere on the ground. Mutant beasts hiding underground, coming out at night to steal meat, even eating humans. Out of tens of thousands of workers, the odds of me getting eaten are slim. Suit yourself, but your fate is on you." I continued playing with the baby. "Say daddy, baby, daddy." Fong Dalong snatched the baby. "Her dad's my brother-in-law, not you." The baby started wailing, and Fong Jing angrily smacked her brother, shoving the baby back into my arms. Fong Dalong stormed off in a huff. Since he left, the 3 of us casually had a meal and parted ways. After Fong Jing left with the baby, Yi Ro probed, "Yang Ding, are you not interested in me anymore?" "I'm just following the doctor's orders. Make sure you stick to it." Annoyed, Yi Ro donned a camisole and a mini skirt, revealing her sleek legs, and even spritzed on perfume. "Dressing like this for lunch, isn't it kind of over the top? You said you've got self-control, so what are you even afraid of?" Yi Ro gave a sly smile and slipped back into bed. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to stay focused, and leaned back to sleep. Half an hour later, Yi Ro nudged me impatiently. "You won't even hold me anymore? If I hug you, things could spiral out of control. I thought you said you could resist?" "Following doctor's orders, maintaining a safe distance." "Fine, you win." Soon, Yi Ro, hormonally stressed from pregnancy, drifted off. In this state, even the fierce, tiger mom-to-be lay docile as a kitten. By the afternoon, I was gone. At the bedside was a glass of water and a note that read, "Wifey, I went to the rooftop to train. Avoiding physical intimacy really boosts punching power." Frustrated, Yi Ro crumpled the note into the trash. "Your increased power comes from channeling my energy, not keeping your hands off me. If avoiding women boosted cultivation, then bachelors would all be grandmasters." That evening, I suggested we sleep in separate rooms, sticking to the doctor's advice. For the rest of the weekend, we acted like polite acquaintances. On Monday morning, I made breakfast for my wife. Leaning against the doorframe, Yi Ro brushed her teeth, her baby bump just slightly visible now. "Yang Ding, you did well this weekend. Keep keeping your distance. It's just a few days until the entrance exams. I'll be focusing solely on my training." Yi Ro smirked coldly. "With the rate I'm getting pregnant here, carrying 3 might take you the better part of 15 months altogether. Plenty of time for you to endure. But let me tell you, if you can't stick it out, the Northland Wall is calling, and you'll never touch me again in this lifetime." Feeling secretly proud, I noticed how her pregnancy hormones amplified her emotions, giving me the upper hand. To avoid startling the baby by taking the stairs, Yi Ro decided to take the elevator down. She was a prestigious advanced trainer, rare to see in an elevator even once in a year. Naturally, everyone was curious. Women who'd been through multiple pregnancies took one look and could tell. Little Ye's going to be a mom soon. But she only got married a matter of days ago, hasn't even been a full month. She has high cultivation, the pregnancy progresses fast. Might deliver within 5 to 6 months. If grandmasters can have babies every month, wouldn't they? But there aren't many grandmasters, so the logistics don't add up. Why have so many kids across centuries? Holding Yi-Ro's hand, I smiled awkwardly as passersby gossiped. The fact that Yi-Ro, a gifted genius and hero of the Yi family line, had been paired with an ordinary person caused a stir all across Jiangling City. Now, her pregnancy compounded the buzz, and not even trying to stay low-key helped us avoid public attention. Even Mao Jian's mom advised her son to stay away from me, out of worry he'd get bullied if he entered the martial academy. The entrance exams at Jiangling University came as planned. What would have been a normal ranking test now extended into a massive recruitment opportunity for society at large. Even Zhou Ruoxi, the city's chief overseer and daughter of the city lord, made a point to attend. In the early morning, Yi-Ro prepared me breakfast. I heard you need to temporarily push your punching power to 600 pounds for today. Take some essence-strengthening pills for good measure. Director Zhou herself is here. It's a huge chance to get recruited into the public safety squad. Zhou Ruoxi, 25 years old, an S-ranked water elemental, and overseer of Jiangling City's 10,000-member enforcement team, carried the ultimate authority. Yi-Ro frowned. Do you think she might take an interest in me instead of focusing on the exam itself? There are tens of thousands of examinees. Why would she single you out? I chuckled. Focus on your punches and techniques. If you lose in close combat, you'll still get placed with regular classes. It's not a big deal. On exam day, the field was crowded with countless candidates. Yi-Ro kissed me lightly before heading to the combat evaluation area as a judge. As principal and dean accompanied Zhou Ruoxi to her seat, her icy gaze landed squarely on Yi-Ro. So, the guy you kissed just now, he's your husband. Confused, Yi-Ro raised an eyebrow. How's married life with an ordinary guy? It's great. He knows how to take good care of me. Zhou Ruoxi appeared surprised. The famed Yi family prodigy, a descendant of heroes, was content with such a humble lifestyle? You're hoping he'll get into the public safety academy? Yes, that's the plan. You ought to know, without talent, sending him there is basically suicide. I could arrange a clerical position for him if you'd like. My husband says he wants to make it on his own. Only those with skill have the right to say such things. Yi-Ro didn't respond and instead opened her tablet to start scoring the candidates' performances. The speakers blared out the exam rules. Mao Jian was desperate to break his 555-pound punching record. I, on the other hand, calmly landed a solid 602 pounds. During technique evaluation, I showcased my 9 forms of the blade, using a $30,000 black gold dagger, barely scraping a passing score of 60 from the jealous seniors grading me. Zhou Ruoxi glanced at my score with mild interest. Hitting 600 pounds isn't easy for an ordinary individual. Smiling, the dean remarked, well, it helps that coach he has been channeling him energy. Alarmed, Yi-Ro rushed to explain. No, he relies mainly on his own ability. Zhou Ruoxi scoffed. Cheating or not doesn't bother me. It's the fact that he might not survive long in the public safety squad I'd be worried about. Just as Yi-Ro's concern deepened, the broadcast announced. Yang Ding accepts the challenge from student 1444, Xiang Tianyu. The dean grinned mischievously. Xiang Tianyu's my nephew. Zhou Ruoxi scoffed even more. A martial arts student with awakened talents challenging a supplemental recruit? This is laughable. Under the searing gaze of the crowd, I stepped into the arena and made it clear. Coach, I forfeit. The audience was in uproar. Zhou Ruoxi turned to Yi-Ro. With calm indifference, Yi-Ro replied. Unfair matches don't count as real fights anyway. Meanwhile, Xiang Tianyu, smug in his apparent victory, failed to pick up on Yi-Ro's dark, authoritative demeanor. The close-quarter combat performance, which should have scored highly, was given a 0 by Yi-Ro. The Xiang father and son were stunned, fearing they'd be assigned to the lower-ranked Class C. Xiang Tianyu angrily accused Yi-Ro of favoritism, while Xiang Bin prepared to file a complaint. Zhou Ruoxi glanced at the scene and calmly left. Ordinary people are all the same in the end. Xiang Tianyu's an idiot. Class C will be perfect for them to tear each other apart in peace. The Zhou family understood. This queen wasn't just grading students. She was suppressing regional military factions. When the admission list is announced, the new school system will also be published. Anyone quitting school will immediately be treated as a deserter. The headmaster nodded. Understood. Zhou Ruoxi boarded an armed drone. The headmaster watched her leave, whispering, she's a real she-devil. After lunch, however, the classroom turned into a scene of violence. Xiang Bin was furiously beating Hu Feng, snapping a ruler before switching to smashing chairs. Hu Feng screamed in agony, begging for mercy. With a chilling expression, Xiang Bin then picked up a heavy brick from the floor. I dashed forward, gripping the brick tightly. Counselor, you'll kill someone. Get lost. Xiang Bin barked harshly, but he couldn't jerk the brick free. Killing a civilian. Do you want the law enforcement squad coming after you? Nobody cares about trash like you people. If that fat pig dies here, it's your own fault. Resentment boiled inside me as I thought about having to head to the breeding farm tomorrow. I swallowed it down. Counselor, I owe all I have today to your care. Let's not get angry, okay? Go back and ask your wife, idiot. Xiangbin yelled as he shoved me aside. Counselor, I'll come by later tonight with some fruit to apologize. I called out, my face quickly hardening after. As I passed Hufeng, I tossed him a Yuandan healing pill. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the pain to survive. Heartbroken and hopeless, he looked like he might jump from the rooftop to end it all. Back at the dorm, Yiro leapt into my arms with excitement. Honey, congratulations. You're definitely going to make the cut. My combat techniques didn't score well. It doesn't matter. You've already hit over 600 pounds of force. That's practically equivalent to an awakened martial artist. Yi Ro's gaze softened, filled with affection, though it was clear her patience had worn thin. Well, it's about time you kept your promise. Not now. Pregnant women could get hurt. No worries. I swept her off her feet, holding her tightly as I kissed her deeply. Could you be gentle later? She murmured. Of course, my wife and child deserve only the utmost gentleness. The stove. Yiro cried out. I carried her to turn it off before heading into the bedroom. Affection level, plus 3%. Cultivation progress, plus 3%. 2 moments later, Yiro was resting quietly in my arms. Be careful at the breeding farm tomorrow. Once this 5-day shift is over, things will be easier once you're transferred into the Martial Academy. Are there wraith attacks at the farm? I asked. Yiro nodded. Wraiths are subterranean beastmen. They walk upright like humans and have hardened claws. They're not very strong in combat, but are highly intelligent, often attacking in organized groups. You'll know they're nearby when you smell an overwhelming earthy stench. Your Wujin sword can handle them easily. Beyond the northern wall lies endless danger. Should it fall, we're looking at a catastrophe of thousands of beasts heading south, and humanity might be doomed. I asked, in the future, could we move our whole family to Northern City? That's too dangerous. You'll fight in the north, and I'll protect the kids. Division of labor, Yi Ro replied firmly. She added, be wary of Xiangbin. He's ruthless and cunning. He might set you up somehow. It's no big deal, I reassured her. After dinner, I'll go sort things out with him. No need to be scared. I've got your back. After dinner, I carried 2 baskets of fruit and made my way to the instructor's quarters. I waited outside for a full hour to show my sincerity. Xiangbin lived in a luxury apartment on the 20th floor of a high-rise, occupying 2,000 square feet of space. When he opened the door, he stared at me, stunned. Where's your wife? She's at home resting, pregnant. Not coming? That's no sign of sincerity. Your life depends on yourself from now on. He slammed the door shut. I left the fruit by the door and walked away slowly. My role in this little performance was complete. The next morning, I carried 10 Yuandan pills and my Wujin sword, lining up on the stadium grounds. 500 trucks designed to transport pigs filled the entire field, prepared to hold 15,000 students. These trucks can hold at most 30 pigs. How much better are we than the pigs? Someone grumbled. Yang Ding lucked out with the right wife. He's off to the Martial Academy soon, another said. I closed my eyes, enduring the stench. Hufeng looked pained and couldn't hold on, so I secretly passed him a Yuandan pill for relief. The trucks left the city gates, driving through massive ruins. Jiangling, the city just outside the northern wall, had dwindled to 1/3 of its size. Despite this, its population poured in, growing dense, with skyscrapers soaring to over 200 floors tall. I'm Captain Zhao Hu of the 22nd Law Enforcement Unit, here to ensure safety. Break the rules, and you'll bear the consequences, a loud voice barked. As we traveled, holes lined the roadside, increasing worryingly in size as we continued. Everyone was on edge. The breeding farms were stationed outside the city to avoid spreading diseases. They contained 250-story buildings, linking everything from chicken coops to pig pens to slaughterhouses. Students were assigned to specific buildings, 750 people per structure. I ended up being assigned to Building 9. Xiangbin appeared, shouting orders. For the next 5 days, you'll be living with the sow and piglets. Neglect anything that leads to their death, and I'll teach you regret with this ruler of mine. I noticed that his ruler was different. Crafted with a leather sheath and wooden grip, it looked more like a sword. Hufeng was forcibly assigned to my group. Looking pale and utterly defeated, he didn't dare utter a word. I could tell Xiangbin was scheming against someone, likely me. After checking his watch, Xiangbin added, it's currently 10 a.m. You'll work 24-hour shifts and sleep at the pigpen doors. You're restricted to 30 minutes of bathroom breaks per day. Go over, and you'll handle your business in the pigpen. With that, he vanished into a rest area to take a well-deserved nap. By the time night fell, exhaustion blanketed the farm. Towards 10 p.m., one law enforcement squad member, Feng Dalong, decided to check on Building 9, where I was. When he arrived, he was shocked. The entire building was on the brink of collapse. Inside, voices screamed for help while pigs below wailed in terror. SHD. The foundation's been hollowed out, he exclaimed. Before he could act, a thunderous rumble echoed. Building 9, standing 180 meters tall, sank catastrophically into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Sirens blared as more than 100 law enforcement officers rushed to the scene. Captain Zhao, who was among them, frozen with horror at the sight. Contact headquarters immediately. We need all Class A Earthen-type ability users mobilized, he ordered. Should we go in to save people? Fong Delong asked. Zhao, who shook his head. The number of wraiths it took to dig a pit of this scale must be massive. Rushing in would just mean throwing our lives away. But there are over 1,000 students in there, protested Fong. Priorities first, stay alive. We'll figure out the rest. Underground, Building 9's emergency locks activated and backup power kicked in. But the shattered windows left everyone vulnerable. The shrieks of beasts echoed, inching closer. Still half asleep, Xiangbin stumbled out of bed. He watched panicked students scrambling and stared in utter disbelief. Outside the window, all I could see was a dirt wall. Where am I? Counselor, we're underground. The emergency line from a local breeding farm dialed Jiangling University. Yi Ro, panicked and impatient, grabbed the Soul Seeker gun, donned a black leather jacket, and, ignoring the weight of her pregnant belly, dashed forward with all her strength, leaping directly into the sky, soaring 1,000 meters high. Inside Building 9 underground, I led Hu Feng and the other students up from the 7th floor to the 17th floor. It took us a full hour. Pigs scattered, fleeing in all directions, their squeals deafening in the darkness. Crunching sounds mixed with shattered squeals. Our feet inadvertently stomped on piglets. Their cries, blended with the shrieks of their mothers, filled the air. The entire scene was chaos, pure terror. The city-raised students were already panicked, jumping at the shadows like frightened birds. I remained the only one determined, focused on the mission. Has anyone seen the counselor recently? I asked calmly. He fell asleep earlier, reacting more slowly than we did. He might be behind us, one student replied. We need to wait for him, I suggested. Hu Feng, struggling to catch his breath, retorted, why wait for him? If anyone deserves to die, it's him. I countered with a level-headed reply. The counselor is still alive, and he is mid-grade, 1 strength armed. There's no way he'd die easily. Luo Ho Hot, pale-faced, said, trembling. Everyone, listen carefully. The screams from the pigs below, mixed with sharp laughter. That sound, it's not human or animal. A faint, earthy stench drifted up to my nose. Instantly, I grew on edge. The wraiths, they're chasing us. Wraiths? Someone muttered. I haven't seen them in person, but the description, both the scent and sound, matches what my wife warned me about. Shit, are we about to die? We won't make it, run. At that moment, the emergency fire door on the 17th floor was kicked open. Xiangbin stumbled in, panting heavily, gripping a narrow 3-foot sword. What do you all think you're doing, panicking like this? Useless. All of you are useless, he barked with authority. Counselor, can't we just keep running upstairs? Surely the enforcement patrol will rescue us, a student asked, voice faltering. Xiangbin sneered. Don't pin your fragile hopes on them. They won't come for us. The gate downstairs collapsed 200 meters deep, and the emergency lights are nearing failure. So, what now? Another asked, visibly shaken. Xiangbin remained composed, believing in his combat skills and considering using the students as potential bait. Yang Ding, Hu Feng, you two follow me to hold the rear. Everyone else, run upstairs as fast as you can. I can't. My back's still hurting from earlier. I won't volunteer to stay, complained Hu Feng, exhausted. Xiangbin smirked, an icy gleam in his eyes as he swung his sword threateningly. How dare you talk back to me? Meanwhile, the sinister, chilling laughter from outside grew increasingly closer, the door shuddering violently with relentless pounding. Wait, I interrupted. Counselor, I'll stay behind with you. I've got some chi, a sword, and decent speed. I can handle it. Xiangbin nodded in approval. Fine, but follow my lead. If anyone drags us down, I'll shove them to the wraiths myself. With that, the students scattered, their hurried footsteps echoing into the distance as they fled. Let's hold the fire escape together and buy them at least 2 more minutes. Xiangbin barked orders. The smashing against the door grew louder. Moments later, we bolted for the staircase, climbing fast and locking the fire doors behind us on each floor as we ascended. Exactly what level are you at? Xiangbin huffed, trailing a few steps behind. I haven't reached grade 1 yet, I replied honestly. But my wife's true chi is strong. Just temporarily borrowing her power physically drains me faster. How come you're not out of breath already? Xiangbin questioned. I'm younger than you, I retorted plainly. By the 24th floor, sweat drenched our faces. Hold on. Stop, Xiangbin yelled, sword raised. I turned my head slightly, confused. What's the matter? You're a young punk. You don't understand respect for your elders. From now on, you lock the doors. I'll lead the way, he hollered dramatically. I agreed hesitantly. Sure thing. Anxiously gripping his sword, Xiangbin's real plan was to eliminate me early on, ridding himself of potential threats. What he hadn't calculated was my sharp wit. I intentionally left the door unlocked, burst through, and rushed ahead. Caught off guard, Xiangbin misstepped, slipping and tumbling down to the 23rd floor with a heavy crash. At the rooftop above waited several pale wraiths, glowing green eyes piercing the dark. They lunged, shrieking. Xiangbin swung wildly at them, slashing too. I paused for brief observation, noting finer details I hadn't seen before. Triangular green eyes, chipped fangs, translucent white bodies, razor-sharp claws dripping with disgusting, viscous fluid. Are you just going to stand there like an idiot? Help me out, damn it. Xiangbin roared in distress. Counselor, I'm not a fighter. I hesitated, mostly to confirm his injuries were fatal rather than assist recklessly. Dark silhouettes emerged en masse, wraith numbers rapidly increasing. Blood oozed from Xiangbin's legs as each dragged, clawed strike took its toll. I raised my voice loud enough for both wraiths and Xiangbin to hear. Throw me the black gold sword before you lose it. Hurry. Right as Xiangbin flung the blade, a sinister grin spread across my face. I turned swiftly, my fingertips glowing faint gold chi before expertly aiming precise strikes at his vital organs, his heart, liver, spleen, before stabbing his throat as he staggered. Wayang Ding you. Blood poured freely alongside his muffled cries. For good measure, I finished him off with my newly inherited weapon, kicking his broken body straight toward the encircling horde of wraiths waiting eagerly to devour him flesh and bone. By the 38th floor, I reunited with the group of students. Looking at me with hope-filled desperation, one asked cautiously, where's the counselor exactly? He noticed I was slowing him down, shouted he'll hold off anything chasing, staying behind to lock doors himself. I lied convincingly. Feigning exhaustion, slumping theatrically on the stairs, I added, he really does have our safety in mind, you know. We owe it to him to survive and write something commendable about his heroic commitment when this ordeal's done. Most nodded sincerely. Yes, I'll draft the first essay, 800 words minimum. Only Hu Feng silently bore doubt in his gaze. Heart-pounding excitement. A girl cried silently in the corner, and the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. My energy was almost completely drained, so I sat on the floor and hastily swallowed a vitality pill. The workshop supervisor handed me a cigarette. Brother, if you can make it through this, I swear I'll write a commendation letter for you. I lit the cigarette to relax. I'm holding on to survival. The law enforcement team doesn't have the guts to venture in here, but my wife? She might just show up. Your wife? If she comes in here, isn't that just sending herself to her death? Death? Nonsense. My wife's a close combat instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. Killing these creatures is easier for her than chopping vegetables. Meanwhile, the law enforcement team was locked in indecision. Captain Zhao, who furrowed his brows deeply. The higher-ups said we should decide this ourselves. A subordinate anxiously responded. Boss, the governor just doesn't want to risk a rescue mission. At that moment, Yiro arrived like a gust of wind, accurately pinpointing the floor I was on. He's on the 7th floor? Who the hell made that decision? She roared in fury. Feng Dalong, standing nervously at her side, watched as Yiro insisted on charging into the enemy's stronghold despite the objections of many. I'll go down and lead the charge. Law enforcement will cover me and rescue the students, she declared resolutely. Zhao Hu eventually agreed, dispatching 3 units to follow her lead. In the toolshed, the undead monsters had already surrounded us. Their sharp claws scratched relentlessly at the wall, which trembled and threatened to collapse. Over 200 people huddled in the corner, paralyzed with fear, some so terrified they wet themselves. Everyone's hopes were pinned squarely on me. What do we do? The wall's gonna give way any moment. I drew my obsidian sword and approached the shaking wall. What do we do? We fight back, of course. You think just sitting here and waiting for death is a better option. But we haven't awakened any powers. How are we supposed to fight them? Grab a shovel, a stick, anything you can find. You can kill them. But if you don't, you're as good as dead. Suddenly, a blood-red claw pierced through the wall, lunging straight for my back. I spun around and slashed with my sword, severing the claw, before thrusting it directly into the creature's skull. The monster let out a pained screech, and I casually picked up the slimy, dismembered arm. That's all you've got? Pregnant students to the back. The rest of you, follow me forward. Hu Feng nodded, grabbing an iron rod and standing up. You're right. If we're going to die, we might as well die fighting. 100 male students picked up makeshift weapons like knives and poles, standing resolutely behind me. The wall shook violently, signaling its imminent collapse. I let out a ferocious battle cry. Charge! Summoning all my remaining energy, I smashed through the wall, sending it crumbling outward. The undead scattered, startled by the sudden break. I took advantage of the chaos to kill 5 of them, while Hu Feng impaled another with his iron rod. A female student was caught by a sharp claw, dragged screaming into the ghastly horde. Yang Ding, save me, she cried out in despair. I swung my sword with my left hand and gripped her arm with my right, but all I managed to grab was half of her pale, severed limb. The gruesome screams of agony that followed chilled everyone to the bone. Hu Feng turned back in horror. Oh no, there are too many of them. I glanced back at the pig pen, where countless pale claws emerged like a relentless tide. There must be thousands of them, I murmured. We're doomed. Boom. Suddenly, part of the ceiling on the 40th floor collapsed, crushing more than 10 of the monsters. Yiro appeared, stepping over the debris. Her spear swept through the air, decapitating dozens of undead. Hubby, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Everyone hit the floor, she shouted. While still cutting down monsters, I yelled back. That's my wife. Everyone get down. Then I hit the floor immediately. The others quickly followed suit. Yiro gripped the end of her spear, spinning herself in a 360-degree arc. The spear's energy rippled outward, and the heads of the monsters nearby flew clean off. I rubbed my head, looking on in awe. Turns out my wife is not only great at close combat, she can release spear energy too. She hopped gracefully over the fallen corpses, cheerfully asking, Hubby, are you hurt? I scrambled to my feet. I'm fine. What about you? You're not overexerting yourself, are you? I've got spiritual energy protecting me. These monsters can't even scare the baby in my belly. Let's go. There are a ton of undead below us. Are there any survivors down there? No, most of them have already been eaten. Yiro tilted her head, listening. There are at least 10,000 undead on their way up. I'll hold them off here. You take everyone to the top floor as fast as you can. I looked at her with determination. We're on the 40th floor now. Hold out for 20 minutes. If you can't, retreat. Your life and the baby's life are what matters most to me. Affection level plus 1%, 16%. Cultivation progress plus 1%, 16.6%. She leapt into my arms and kissed me fiercely. Got it. 20 minutes is enough. Now go. I led the students in a desperate climb to safety. Check every tool shed along the way. Only those with strength left should do this. Make sure there are no more survivors. Won't there be monsters hiding in there? My wife already searched every corner herself. If she says there's nothing, there's nothing. Yang Ding, what's your deal, man? Why does Instructor Yi care about you so much? Luck, I guess, I replied with a bitter smile. Marrying someone like Instructor Yi? Dude, you must have your ancestors to thank. I checked my watch, my expression sharpening. Stop rambling and move. Don't waste the precious time my wife bought us. Just as we reached the 42nd floor, chaotic footsteps echoed through the stairwell. The law enforcement team, led by Zhao Hu, had arrived. Only 200 survivors, he asked, his face pale. Yeah, everyone else in the building gone. Below, it's entirely overrun with at least 10,000 undead. Zhao Hu's face turned ashen. He whispered, we're doomed. Back on the 40th floor, Yiro's spear danced furiously, slaying more than 300 undead. Corpses piled up, clogging the breach in the wall. She glanced at her watch. Time to fall back. As we emerged onto the rooftop, Yiro burst out from below, covered in dust and blood. Zhao Hu greeted her immediately. Instructor Yi, have the creatures followed you? No, she replied coldly. They retreated downward instead. Those things, their intelligence is terrifying. She scanned the faces of the survivors. Where's Xiangbin? The one who assigned my husband to the damned 7th floor? I need to have words with him. No one answered. Forget it. With so many students dead, what's a few instructors in the mix? Zhao Hu quickly sealed off the rooftop door and established sentries. The creatures feared daylight. As long as we lasted until morning, we'd be safe. Just then, 10 unmanned transport drones descended toward us. A sharp-dressed woman stepped off. It was Zhou Ruoshi, the governor of Jiangling City and an expert in earth-based cultivation. She wore a professional suit, a crisp white shirt paired with gray pinstripe trousers and high heels, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Zhao Hu immediately snapped to attention and shouted, leading the law enforcement team in a salute. Welcome, Governor. Zhou Ruoshi caught sight of Yiro. What are you doing here? Yiro replied coldly. Saving my husband. You came all the way from Jiangling University? 30 kilometers, piece of cake. Zhou Ruoshi frowned disapprovingly. You risked running straight through the blockade? Committed, aren't you? Yiro, unimpressed, sheathed her weapon. Zhou Ruoshi turned toward me, secretly wondering why this guy had such a pull on women. I glanced back at her for the first time, a direct look. She exuded a domineering aura, but her face held a natural gentleness and grace. Zhao Hu swallowed nervously. Reporting, Governor. The enforcement team suffered minimal losses, but over 500 people under Building 9 didn't survive. More than 10,000 specters were present. Zhou Ruoxi glared. Over 500 lives. Kochi stated it herself. She personally eliminated more than 1,000 specters. Zhou Ruoxi turned to Zhao Hu. Captain, what exactly were you and your team doing? Zhao Hu stammered nervously. Yi Rou interjected. Governor, Captain Zhao and his men acted quickly. They managed to hold off the specters and save the students and staff. Zhou Ruoxi delivered her verdict coldly. With over 500 deaths, this can't be explained to the Empire. Zhao Hu, you're demoted to lieutenant, and your bonus forfeited. Zhao Hu's face turned ashen, yet he could only accept silently. Zhou Ruoxi addressed 5 S-rank geomancers. Raise the building immediately. There might still be survivors. The 5 ascended atop the ruins. Stationed themselves at the structure's corners, while one positioned within the center. Together, they crouched down and pressed their hands into the earth. Suddenly, the 50-story building seemed to be pulled upward by invisible hands, hoisted from the depths of the earth. Tens of thousands of tons of concrete and steel lifted by just 5 individuals. Watching the scene unfold, Hu Feng fully grasped his ordinariness. Without powers, he felt as helpless as livestock awaiting slaughter. I stood silently next to my wife, my head tilted upward, watching intently as the building slowly emerged from the ground. The sheer power left me speechless. Zhou Ruoxi approached with a smirk. So, what do you think? I maintained my calm. This is insane. Do you believe you're worthy of your wife? She far surpasses these 5. I stood tall. Governor, with all due respect, yes. I am worthy. Yi Rou fought off a chuckle, while Zhou Ruoxi fell momentarily silent. The building ascended to the 35th floor. Several specters shattered windows and jumped out. Yi Rou swung her firearm, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Zhou Ruoxi raised a hand, extracting moisture from the specters' forms and reducing them to dehydrated corpses that fell lifelessly to the ground. Holy crap, I blurted. The bystanders, mostly farm-style ability users, witnessed high-tier elemental powers for the first time and couldn't contain their astonishment. Seeking safety, I exaggerated my nervousness, hiding behind my wife. With my wife to protect me, I fear nothing. Zhou Ruoxi ignored me, turning her sharp gaze back to the building. Slow down. The 5 geomancers steadied the building as the earth beneath it gave way to reveal a pit over 200 meters deep. Zhou Ruoxi placed her hands on the ground, freezing extracted water into an icy foundation capable of supporting the massive structure above. For the first time, I began to understand how the kilometer-long northern wall had been constructed in this land. The 5 geomancers began guiding the soil back into place, slowly stabilizing the building's descent. Watching in awe, I couldn't help but envy their incredible powers. Inwardly, I thought, maybe I should try to marry a few more strong women like her. I stole a glance at Zhou Ruoxi. Thank you, all of you. Zhao Hu, take your team and search for survivors or any remaining specters. Prioritize capturing them alive. Understood. Hu Feng nudged me. Do you think Instructor Xiang could have made it? Not a chance. His powers were too weak. Hu Feng found a strange comfort in my answer. Zhou Ruoxi joined those investigating the upper floors, but Yi Rou hurried to her with a request. Governor, my husband's in shock. He needs a few days of rest. May I take him home? Zhou Ruoxi sneered. Is your husband pregnant? He's not an ordinary man. Just surviving is proof of his worth. Zhou Ruoxi side-eyed her. Granted, you can take the Imperial drone back to campus. Thank you, Governor. Throughout the night, the search team discovered over 20 live specters, though many enforcement officers perished in the process. Feng Dalong handed over a slender blade to Zhou Ruoxi. This was Instructor Xiang Bin's. He didn't make it. The news shocked students. I remained calm, while Hu Feng's dejected expression seemed to brighten. For him, some humiliation had been lifted. By morning, Zhou Ruoxi allocated an additional 1,000 enforcers for the complete eradication of specters in the vicinity. Yi Rou, take your husband with me. Yi Rou gestured for me to follow, and together, we boarded the luxurious Imperial drone with her. Zhou Ruoxi reclined lazily on an upholstered seat. Xiaolong, drop Instructor Yi off at Jiangling University, Building 3. Understood, madam. I wrapped my arms around Yi Rou, peppering her face with kisses. Honey, you're pregnant and probably exhausted. Lean on me and rest. Yi Rou nodded with a slight stretch, nestling into my chest and quickly drifting off. Zhou Ruoxi, though pretending to close her eyes, kept glancing over. Watching Yi Rou rest peacefully in my embrace sparked a wave of complicated feelings, disgust mixed with a tinge of bitter envy. The 30-kilometer journey passed in an instant. A robotic voice roused us. Instructor Yi, we've reached Building 3. Yi Rou stirred with a yawn, mumbling. Just when I was having such a sweet sleep. Hey, Honey, I had a dream. About what? About our son. He was born a handsome martial arts prodigy. Zhou Ruoshi waved us off impatiently. Go chat at home. As we exited, Yiro stretched and teased. Your arms are too comfy. I slept like a log. Zhou Ruoshi muttered irritably. Yiro, one more smug comment, and I'll throw you both out midair. Okay, we're leaving. Once off the drone, Zhou Ruoshi remained awake for most of the night, curled helplessly on a couch. Her stoic and cold demeanor acted as both armor and a veil, masking her natural allure. Without her title and family background, Zhou Ruoshi could have easily been one of Jiangling City's top beauties. Staring at the fading city lights, she sighed over what it meant to be a protector, lonely and untouched by joys promised to ordinary folks. Was Yiro the wiser one? In this harsh reality, survival often felt like an uphill battle. Should one like her give up the weight of her title to chase passion and love as Yiro had done? Or continue the relentless climb, selling oneself to power and family responsibilities? Meanwhile, Yiro held my hand, chattering away as we walked home. Her radiant smile filled our dimly lit path. Honey, you must be tired. Go shower. I'll heat up dinner. Rest for a few days, okay? After that, let's shop for baby clothes. I'd really like to bring the baby home soon, so you'll need some crash course training in childcare to help me out. I cut her off mid-sentence, enveloping her in a deep kiss that left her breathless. Sweetheart, stop worrying too much. You're overworking yourself and starving me. Yiro feigned protest, but her actions contradicted her words. Plus 0.5 relationship progress, plus 0.5 cultivation points for both. I only let her go when her cheeks turned pink from lack of air. With a wife like you, I swear I'll never be a freeloader. One day, you and our child will be my pride. Yiro softened. Then, don't stop. Unless you're really hungry, she teased with a wink. I am hungry, so for now, I'll eat you instead. Ignoring dinner, I carried her to the bedroom. An afternoon nap was rudely interrupted by a knock. Yiro smiled as she opened the door. Sister Fong, you're visiting this early? Is Yongding doing okay? My brother filled me in. He's recovering on leave now, Yiro replied politely. Fong Jing's voice turned icy. Tell him to prepare himself for questioning. The student council will be issuing an investigation, especially as several instructors have died. Yiro sighed. Who's their focus? The disciplinary director. Her brother, Xiang Bin, was among the dead. Calmly, I stepped into view, my gaze steady. Sister Fong, if you have time, maybe you could give me some tips on raising kids. Yiro's keen on bringing our baby back tonight. Fong Jing looked stunned. Wait, you? Taking parenting lessons? Why not? My wife's carrying my child. I need help. Fong Jingxian said. You've struck gold, but let me tell you, raising kids will exhaust you. Yiro smiled warmly. Starting tonight, we'll take turns having the baby stay at my place. Let's learn childcare together. Won't I be intruding? It's fine. Family isn't like strangers. Suddenly, there was an urgent knock on the door. Yiro frowned, clearly unhappy. Who is it? A student council representative announced. The disciplinary officer wants your husband to report for questioning. Yiro was furious. My husband is the victim here. Why investigate him? The representative stammered. It should just be a routine inquiry. You can come along if you'd like. Of course I'm coming. I won't let them use my husband as a scapegoat. She shut the door and began changing. I held her back. It's a small matter. I can handle it myself. Don't always feel like you need to come along. It'll just make people mock me for being weak. The disciplinary officer is tricky. I'm worried you'll be set up. I chuckled. Don't worry, that old witch is no match for me. Fong Jing interjected playfully. Don't be scared. If she fires a gun, my husband is clever enough to dodge it. Yiro pouted. My husband is so honest though. Fong Jing rapped her on the head. Silly girl. After I finished getting ready, I left with the student council representative for headquarters. Inside the interrogation room, 10 pairs of eyes bore into me. The disciplinary officer was extremely aggressive. You're the only one who made it back alive. Today, we're only interrogating you. Don't think you're getting off easy. If you don't cooperate, you'd better believe you'll meet a terrible fate. Standing by the door, I casually placed my hands in my pockets and walked to the table. Correction, I didn't escape on my own. Governor Zhou approved and arranged for her drone to bring me back. The disciplinary officer sneered. What would Governor Zhou care about a lowly student from a pigsty like you? I pointed to the terminal on the desk. The captain of the enforcement team can contact the governor directly. Go ahead and check for yourself. Zhao Zikai, the student council president, said coldly. He might not have the credentials, but his wife does. We will temporarily accept this as fact. The disciplinary officer shifted gears. Even if you were on Governor Zhou's drone, it doesn't mean you have nothing to do with Instructor Xiangbin's death. I replied calmly. Actually, you're right. His death is connected to me. The disciplinary officer smirked. Ah, so you admit it without coercion? I shot back. Wouldn't it make sense to first ask what actually happened? For 10 minutes, I recounted the events, my voice shaking with emotion, my words barely holding back tears. You weren't there. You didn't see how terrifying it was outside. Those monstrous creatures were chasing us. The instructor and I were covering the rear. He chose to close the fireproof doors to buy us time. I wanted to stay and face death with him, but he ordered me to escape first. He was stronger than me. The crowd remained icy, while the disciplinary officer seemed visibly uncomfortable in her seat. So you're saying he sacrificed himself to protect you? Yes. He was strict on us in day-to-day life, but became a noble hero in a moment of crisis. The disciplinary officer slammed the table in rage. You're lying. Yi Ro barred Xiang Tianyou from getting into the top-tier class. That's why Instructor Xiang hated you enough to kill you. I explained. That's been addressed already. It was Governor Zhou's decision, not my wife's. Instructor Xiang didn't hate me, let alone try to kill me. The disciplinary officer roared. I know better than anyone that he wanted to kill you. Stop lying. You're the one who killed him. Realizing her slip, the disciplinary officer quickly tried to backtrack. President Zhao, what I meant to say was that Yang Ding must be fabricating his story. With a pained expression, I retorted. Our instructor gave his life to protect students, and you're accusing him of murder? If he could hear this from inside a monster's belly, how would he feel? The disciplinary officer was speechless. Zhao Zikai, the student council president, rapped the table sharply and interrupted. This concludes the investigation into Yang Ding. Everyone is dismissed. The disciplinary officer fumed. We can't let him off the hook like this. Was my younger brother's death for nothing? Zhao Zikai responded coolly. If your younger brother killed him, it would have been self-defense, a legal act. There was no bad blood between them. It was just a tragic accident. Besides, Yang Ding doesn't have the strength to take him on. Captain Sun of the enforcement team chimed in. There are thousands of monsters beneath Jiangling City, waiting to be eradicated. We don't have time for your personal drama. The room emptied, leaving just the disciplinary officer and me locked in a tense standoff. She gritted her teeth. How did you kill my brother? Did you ambush him? I smiled faintly, neither admitting it nor denying it, and turned to leave. The disciplinary officer clenched her fists, understanding the truth. Her brother had indeed died by my hand. Both she and her brother had underestimated me. She shouted, You're at Jiangling University. Don't think for a second that our family will let you off. When I returned home, Yi Ro and Fang Jing were busy making the bed. Sweetheart, did they give you a hard time? Yi Ro asked with concern. It was just routine questioning. Nobody caused any trouble, I replied. Fang Jing tilted her head, skeptical. The disciplinary officer seemed to target you. Are you sure it wasn't difficult? She tried to shift the blame, but the student council and the enforcement team had my back. It wasn't that easy for her. Yi Ro reassured me. You're not even that powerful. It's unlikely you could have killed Xiangbin anyway. Lunch is ready. Sister Jing needs to head to work this afternoon. Fang Jing asked while tidying. What's the plan for the afternoon? Yi Ro teased playfully. Nap time. After you finish work, we'll shop for baby supplies in the evening and then bring your daughter back. Fang Jing tapped her on the head. You're expecting a baby and yet still find time to do this. You're really into it. Yi Ro grinned. Relax. My husband is gentle. We're keeping it under control. After lunch, Fang Jing went to work and Yi Ro washed the dishes while I kept her company. Yi Ro expressed concern. Having Sister Jing overnight means we won't have much privacy, and she might feel awkward too. What do you think of Sister Jing? I asked, feigning nonchalance. She's stunning, but clearly not as much as me. Besides, her legs aren't as long as mine, I teased. You can marry whoever you want, but I think you'd be lucky if she agreed. I internally celebrated. Fang Jing's ability to manipulate space could be incredibly useful for the future, whether storing weapons or taking care of children, but I had to play it cool, not come across as too careless. I only ended up with you because we were forcefully paired. Besides, Sister Jing isn't even interested in me. Didn't you help set us up? Yi Ro teased. You might be giving her an opportunity. It's her life to decide. Her decisions come first, not your parents' wishes, she added. I tried brushing it off. Yi Ro sighed. All right, if you don't like the idea, I won't push it. It's just a shame we can't all be one family. I hugged her and replied. If you want us to protect each other, I won't let you down. Yi Ro chuckled. You're secretly thrilled, aren't you? Guys always like petite and adorable women like her. But you're the best, I replied affectionately. Take it slow then. She did grow up with her childhood sweetheart. It'll take her time to warm up to someone else. Whatever you say, sweetheart. After washing the dishes, we went back to the room. Embracing Yi Ro, I had to repeatedly remind myself to hold back, resisting any rash moves. We both obediently took a nap until it was time to pick Fang Jing up for a checkup at the maternity hospital. When Fang Jing got off work, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of spicy hot pot, a nostalgic scent of home. Yang cooked it. Plenty of spice and flavor, Yi Ro offered. Fong Jing laughed. I'm always freeloading on your husband's cooking. Aren't you tired of me? We're all family. What's mine is yours, Yi Ro reassured her. I set the table, but when Fong Jing glanced at me, she blushed. The atmosphere turned subtly awkward. After the meal, Fong Jing leaned back, sweating profusely. That was amazing. I haven't felt this good in forever. Let me do the dishes. Nope, Yi Ro interjected. Let Yang handle that. Let's shower quickly so we can head to the hospital. The two of them took Fong Jing along with them. My daughter was shopping for baby and toddler supplies at the mall when we unexpectedly ran into Xiang Tianyu and his mother buying sacrificial offerings. Tianyu glared at me and shouted furiously, "You killed my father. I will make you pay for that tenfold." I stayed calm and replied, "Xiang, I'm deeply sorry for your loss. Your father was a great mentor, and we all owe him our lives. If I ever have the chance, I'll repay that debt." Tianyu was momentarily taken aback by my response, his anger clouding his judgment. Repay? How can you possibly repay me? Maybe someday, if we end up as teammates, I'll be the one to cover you when things get dangerous. He sneered. With your useless skills? As if you could save anyone. What a joke. At that point, Yi Ro tugged on my arm, urging me to leave. Let's go. Don't waste time on him. I shrugged. Still, we should stay alert. He's terrible at close combat. If we end up in the same group, he might be in the lowest class. Maybe this will help turn hostility into friendship, Yi Ro remarked. My husband sure is magnanimous, she added with a smirk. When we returned home, Fong Jing was bathing the baby. Honey, she said, you should learn from Jing Jie how to take care of the baby. Since I'm pregnant, I'll need your help. Coincidentally, just as Fong Jing asked Yi Ro for the bath towel, I mistakenly walked into the bathroom while grabbing a towel from the balcony. Fong Jing let out a startled gasp and quickly covered her chest. What are you doing? Why did you just walk in? Scratching my head, I replied. My wife told me to learn how to take care of the baby, how to bathe them, change their diapers. I'm clueless about all of it. She shot me a sharp glance. Don't mention what just happened to anyone, not even your wife. Imagine what she'd think. Relax, I'm only here to help with the baby. I won't say a word, I reassured her. Settling the awkward moment, Fong Jing assigned me baby duties. Both of us subtly avoided mentioning the earlier mishap and focused on taking care of the child. Later that evening, I returned to bed and cuddled with Yi Ro. Helping Jing Jie take care of the baby earlier was so awkward, felt way too close for comfort. Yi Ro laughed and comforted me. Everyone feels that way at first. You'll get used to it. You're not jealous? I asked, a little hesitantly. With a calm smile, she replied. In this world, capable men rarely have just one wife. Being jealous of everything would be exhausting. As long as you treat me and our child well, I'll be fine with it. Her words struck a chord, igniting a strong resolve in me. I couldn't just coast through life. I had to actively strive for strength and create a better future for all of us. The next morning, surprisingly early, I woke up to find Fong Jing already up and cooking breakfast. We locked eyes, and the air grew awkward. You should rest a little more. I'll heat up the milk for the baby, I offered. It's fine, she said. After breakfast, we'll head to the academy results. For now, why don't you learn how to prepare the formula? With practiced patience, she taught me how to mix the formula. The water should be about 95 degrees Fahrenheit. After mixing, test it on the back of your hand. I carefully mimicked her, much to her surprise. Wow, she said. I didn't know men could be this attentive. Once the baby was fed, Fong Jing used teleportation to take him to the mother and child clinic. Meanwhile, I headed to Fong Jing's house and was momentarily captivated by the photo of her and her late husband on the wall. Quietly, I dusted the frame and whispered, "Rest easy, my friend. I'll be here for your wife and child." My attention was soon drawn to a weathered book, Heart Technique of Portable Dimensions, sitting on a nearby shelf. I started studying it, but chuckled at how much easier it would be to just replicate techniques from my wife's stash. Yawning, I decided to practice on the rooftop instead. Soul Severing Spear Technique, Level 2. Drills, strikes, and blocks. Progress unlocked, 15%. 9 Sword Styles, Style 1. Sweeping Sword unlocked, 10%. As I was training, Mao Jian spotted me and ran up excitedly. You're alive? When the farm was attacked by ice ghosts, I thought you were done for. I responded coldly. Why are you so surprised? Hoping I was gone. No, it's just something my mom worried about, he stammered. Stop relying on your mom for everything and learn to stand on your own. Look at me. I'm training myself, I said bluntly. 3 days later, it was the highly anticipated results day. I couldn't suppress my nervous excitement. As people joked about who would land in which classes, I nonchalantly replied, it doesn't really matter. Even if it's just Class C, I've got my wife and a strong supporter like Fong Jing to back me up. After breakfast, Fang Jing suggested using her teleportation ability to avoid the crowds. She grabbed my hand. Our fingers interlocked, and I felt a slight buzz of nervousness. It was the first time she'd ever held hands with a man other than her late husband. Her voice was calm but direct. Lift your leg and take a big step forward. In an instant, we appeared next to Hu Feng. The sight startled the nearby animal husbandry students, who scattered in confusion. One of them gawked. Wait, Yang Ding not only has his amazing wife, but also a stunning instructor by his side. Hu Feng, childhood friend and fellow student, looked at me in disbelief. He muttered, "This guy? I had no idea he was so skilled with women." "Hubby, I'll meet you at the result board," Yi Ro chirped, stepping away toward the instructor's area. Finishing our warm-up drills, everyone rushed to the leaderboard. I patted Hu Feng's shoulder as I started to leave. "Take care of yourself. No one will bother you as long as I'm around. Come visit when you can." Hu Feng, red-eyed, nodded. "I will. You too stay safe." "Take care, fatty," I teased, squeezing his cheek for old time's sake. He waited until no one was looking before crouching down and breaking into tears. It was clear that we'd soon part ways for good, and neither of us knew when we'd see each other again. At the results area, a crowd of over 30,000 pressed in, each hopeful to be chosen. Yi Ro had mentioned the acceptance rate this year was only 20%. Though the new freshman class would swell to over 10,000, the tension was palpable. The program felt less elite. Whispers suggested the new curriculum was more about sending students into battle as cannon fodder. With no chance of squeezing through, I planned to wait for Yi Ro and Fang Jing. But that's when Xiang Tianyu barged through the crowd with a group of friends, frustration written all over his face. "I'm an awakened one. There's no way I'm landing in Class C," he protested. "You've got no points in close combat." "Forget Class B," his friend reminded him. "Shut up. Say another word, and we're no longer friends." Soon, our paths crossed again. Tianyu sneered. "You? Weak punches, terrible techniques, zero close combat ability, and you think you're here to look at the leaderboard?" I smirked and joked. "Technically, I belong in Class D." Rolling his eyes, he shot back. "As if they'd even let someone like you in there. Then why are you here? Don't tell me you're trying for Class D too?" He scoffed. "What a ridiculous accusation. I have a punch strength of 2,270 pounds. I'm definitely going to Class B." At that moment, Yi Ro approached, her aura sharp and intimidating. She stared Tianyu down fiercely. "If you keep harassing my husband, don't blame me for stepping in." Tianyu's face went pale as his arrogant demeanor evaporated. Then Fang Jing joined us and cast a piercing glance at his group. "Who's provoking little Ro now?" Yi Ro pointed directly at Tianyu, and Fang Jing's calm expression turned icy. "Looks like someone needs to be taught a lesson." All right, ladies. It's fine, really. Let's just focus on the rankings," I said, feeling a twinge of guilt. With two powerful women backing me, I couldn't help but feel a little overpowered. We reached the Class C list. There were 2,500 spots. Excitedly, Yi Ro grabbed my arm and jumped. "Here's your name. Honey, you made it in. You've officially joined the martial arts community. Congrats," Fang Jing said with a smile. I stayed composed. With my current skills, I knew Class C was just the beginning. But then my eyes caught another name at the top of the list, Xiang Tianyu. Just as I saw it, Tianyu and his friends were frantically searching for his name under the Class B listings. The further they looked, the more desperate they became. "Hey, idiot. Over here," I called out, beckoning toward the Class C board. He ignored me until I shouted several times. Finally, he stopped and stared in disbelief. "This can't be real. I refuse to believe this," he stammered. "Face it," I teased. "Even a genius like you is in Class C, same as me. Welcome to the team." "I'd rather die than be in the same class as you," he fumed. A month ago, he had been a top scorer, a supposed rising star. "It's right here," I yelled, pointing directly at his name. Tianyu pretended not to hear him, stubbornly asking his buddy for help investigating. Finally, someone spotted him. "Tianyu, you're here. Come see. You must have the wrong person." "No way. You were in the top-tier class before. It's clearly you." Grimacing, Tianyu reluctantly walked over. I tapped his name, saying, "See for yourself." His lips twitched, as if this was some sort of nightmare. "I'm going to file a complaint at the school. I can't be lumped with this trash." "A complaint?" Mr. Zhou ordered it. "Even the principal can't do anything. Face it." Mao Jian trudged in, looking defeated. "I'm stuck in the lowest tier class too." I introduced him and Tianyu. "You guys are in the same class." Mao Jian politely extended his hand. "Hi, classmate. Also a loser who hasn't awakened. Watch your mouth. I'm an awakened one. Your whole family are losers. Awakened ones compete alongside folks like us now." To Tianyu, I comforted, "Let's go our own ways. These jokers are your real allies now." "Impossible. I'm blessed by the heavens. I'll make it to a higher tier. Resources in the top tier classes aren't for you anymore. Your dad's gone. No one's around to burn money for you. A harsh reality check dumped cold water on his thoughts. Yiro whispered to me, "Honey, I'll figure out the resources for you. Just focus on training." The school broadcast rang out. "Freshmen of the Martial Arts Academy, report to your assigned seats." Fong Jing nudged me. "I'm off to class. See you after school to celebrate." Yiro and I headed to the academy gates. The face scan let us in without a hitch. I whispered playfully in her ear, "Honey, can I come visit you often? Do you have your own office?" "I do, but you're a student. You can't come in. But we could have a meeting or something." "Enough. I only teach close combat to the top-tier students. You're so bad. Get home tonight." With a shy smile, she pulled away from me and rushed into her class. The other students watched, so jealous they could drool. The bottom-tier students were divided into 25 groups, each with 100 people. Mao Jian and I ended up in group 2. As soon as we walked in, we saw Tianyu sitting in the front row. "Incredible," Mao Jian said, delighted. Tianyu's face screamed despair. His dignity had taken a huge hit. I didn't hesitate, taking the left seat across from him. Mao Jian sat to his right. "There are so many open seats. Why are you squeezing next to me? Your dad owes me. I gotta repay the favor." "Get lost." Annoying him was oddly satisfying, so I stayed put. Soon after, our group advisor walked in. There are no elite instructors for the lowest tiers. They were all rank 3 or below. The advisor knocked on the materials pile on his desk. "Here are copies of the Thunderbolt Blade Technique Manual. Everyone gets one, practice it a lot. Those with money, buy yourself a good blade. Those without, memorize the manual and go claim a standard issue blade from the enforcement office." That's all he said before walking out, leaving over 100 students dumbfounded. Tianyu, who had spent a month in the second-tier class, was outraged. "What the hell? This guy just leaves." Mao Jian patted my shoulder. "Feels like you've been transferred from the farm straight into the enforcement squad. Basically a death sentence." I didn't care. No one expected me to use a blade anyway. I quietly started practicing this soul breaker spear techniques Yiro had taught me, pretending my fingers were the spear. On the training grounds, thousands were practicing individually. Keeping a low profile, I trained unnoticed. At lunchtime, Yiro called out to me, "Honey, time to eat." I told Mao Jian, "Eat on your own. I'm having lunch with my wife." The two of us walked toward the instructor's dining hall, where Fong Jing had already laid out a spread of cultivation-friendly dishes. They looked as impressive as a 5-star meal. Noticing the hefty price tag, Yiro questioned Fong Jing. Fong Jing smiled and explained, "The food in the bottom-tier cafeteria is practically poison for my husband, so I'm splurging a little extra." I chewed on some braised star-pike pork belly, feelings mixed. As soon as I took a bite, a system notification popped up. Affection level, 17%, cultivation, 17.6%. Strange, I hadn't even interacted with my wife. How did the affection level increase? Taking one look at Yiro's expression, it clicked. My wife was jealous. Jealousy boosting affection level. Talk about unconventional. Breaking the awkward tension, Fong Jing tried to smooth things over. "Little Ro, I only see Yang Ding as a little brother. What's there to get jealous about?" Yiro replied diplomatically, "Sister Jing, you're my best friend." After the meal, I packed up the leftovers. Just as I reached the classroom entrance, a pungent, earthy stench hit me. It was the scent of shadow demons. Covering his throat, Mao Jian cursed. "This demon sashimi is revolting. We had to eat it for lunch." "Wait, you guys really ate the demon meat?" I was shocked. "Yeah, there were over 1,000 dead demons at the farm. It's our enrollment bonus." The classroom erupted in groans. The advisor walked in holding his nose. "You don't like the demon sashimi? Well, tough luck. For the next month, this will be your daily meal. Plus, get ready. Every month, you'll spend 3 days in underground caves hunting shadow demons." Students looked horrified. "Why send talentless newbies like us into the caves?" someone asked. The advisor smirked. "Your senior classmates are too valuable to risk. You're expendable. That's an order." In the afternoon, everyone trained relentlessly, their legs turning to jelly. Slumping on the ground, Mao Jian cursed. "I hate my mom for sending me here instead of letting me stay on the farm. Now I'm just here to die." "Practicing spear techniques," I said coldly. "Complaining won't change reality. If the demons can reach the farm, fighting them becomes inevitable." The advisor approached me, curious. "What are you practicing?" "Sword form 9, swinging blade form." "Your wife taught you that?" "She did, Yiro." He chuckled bitterly. "No wonder. It's a chaotic blend of sword and spear moves." "All right, keep at it." After class, I checked my system. A day of practice had raised my cultivation by 0.2% and my soul breaker spear proficiency by 1%. It wasn't much, but my wife's affection level increase had a ceiling. I needed to rely on myself. I headed to the instructor's building to find Yiro, ignoring the jealous stares from male instructors admiring her. Inside, Yiro was buried in paperwork. Her assistant knocked. Instructor Yi, Yang Ding is here. Let him in. She quickly pulled me into her office, locking the door and drawing the blinds. Sit for a bit, honey. I'll finish up quickly, then we can go. While waiting, I practiced sword form 9, mumbling the technique's mantra. Glancing at me, Yiro thought to herself. He's so absorbed in his practice, and I can even see a hint of how I taught him the spear. This guy might be a martial genius. Did I just land a hidden gem? I joked. If I were that brilliant, I'd have awakened long ago. She shook her head. Awakening just means physical enhancement. It doesn't measure intelligence. True martial geniuses understand and master techniques from within, defeating someone stronger than yourself. My eyes lit up as a sudden realization struck me. Relying on understanding is more important than brute strength. So if I train to master my techniques, my cultivation will improve too? Absolutely. Once you know how to use internal energy, a grade 2 can defeat a grade 3, and a grade 3 can dominate a grade 4. Got it. I'll listen to my wife. Yiro beamed with joy, set down her report, and linked her arm with mine as we headed to pick up Fang Jing. At the elevator, Fang Dalong walked out holding the baby. The baby saw me and cheerfully called out, "Daddy." I took the baby, smiling. Wow, my little one gets cuter every single day. Fang Dalong snorted coldly, clearly annoyed. Fang Jing chuckled. My husband's never even seen his child. The moment I got pregnant, he escaped to the northern frontier to cultivate. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. Yiro shot Fang Dalong a glare. Don't keep bringing that up. Your sister's emotions have just now started stabilizing. The four of us went out for dinner at a stir-fry restaurant. After the meal, Fang Dalong suggested staying the night. Fang Jing firmly said, "You should be with your wife and child. Yiro and I will be fine on our own." Fang Dalong pulled me aside for a private word, warning me. The Ghost King and Queen lie hidden beneath Jiangling. Don't let you rookies think too highly of yourselves. You might just end up as their sacrificial offerings. I laughed casually. Appreciate the heads up. And don't worry, I don't mess around. Fang Jing smiled awkwardly. My brother's always harsh on the outside but soft on the inside. Back home, Yiro was too exhausted to move and told me to help Fang Jing bathe the baby. She was clearly orchestrating moments for Fang Jing and me to be alone. Though Fang Jing was conflicted, she didn't object outright. I spoke seriously. The upcoming monthly trial is dangerous. You need to focus on training. As the father, you have a role to play. Yiro can't end up a widow. Women's martial power may be stronger, but emotionally, they're weaker. You have to bear the family's weight. Fang Jing grew anxious. Aren't you afraid of entering the caves? I stayed composed. Afraid of what? The last time I faced an ice ghost head-on, I discovered they've got speed and stealth, but lack defense. I've already broken through to the lower stage of grade 1 cultivation and wield the black gold sword. Killing them is no big deal. Fang Jing, surprised, asked, "You've had a breakthrough?" I nodded. Yiro says I have great understanding when it comes to swordsmanship, which allows me to fight beyond my grade. Fang Jing's eyes lit up with admiration. You're just like my husband. After tending to the baby, Yiro, already pregnant and feeling drowsy, had fallen asleep. Her belly was now the size of a sunflower seed. I made sure to tuck her in safely before heading up to the rooftop to train. Dozens of instructors, children frantically trained under the tense and grim atmosphere that hung over the rooftop. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat, I pulled up my cultivation stats. Affection level, 17%. Cultivation progress, 17.6%. Cultivation tier, grade 2 lower stage, punch force 4,000 pounds. Soul-breaking spear technique, level 2 unlocked, 16.5% experience. Sword 9 forms, first form unlocked, 13% experience. It was nearing midnight, but no one stopped. The looming threat of death forced everyone into relentless effort. Mao Jian, his mother angry and lashing out at him, got blasted with insults. Yet, not a complaint escaped his lips. He simply gritted his teeth and returned to practicing the thunderstorm blade technique. His mother sneered harshly. By the end of this month, if you can't master the first level of the thunderstorm blade technique, the expensive blade I bought you will have been a waste, and you'll likely die in those caves. Finally, Mao Jian snapped and yelled out, "I don't want to do this anymore. I just want to farm. You're the one who forced me into the martial exam." His mother snorted, unimpressed. Hopeless fool. Mao Jian's veins pulsed as he roared. Fine, I'm hopeless. Anyway, my older brother's the capable one. Hearing this, I had nothing to say, merely turning on my heels and heading home in silence. Soaked in sweat and ready to shower, I was surprised to find my wife Yiro already soaking in the tub. Knocking on the bathroom door, she wrapped herself in a towel and opened it slightly. "Honey, don't knock so loud. You'll wake Sister Jing. Why don't we just shower together? Are you insane? I'm pregnant. Our doctor said it's fine." Through some playful tugging, Yi Ro's strength showed. But I barged my way in anyway. Next door, Fang Jing lay awake and overheard the fuss, her own insomnia lingering for over a month. She sighed and murmured to herself, "Husband, are you still alive out there? I want to venture beyond the borders to find you. But the Empire's forcing me to have 2 more children. If I borrowed another man's seed, would you hate me?" Since the announcement about the monthly trial involving the caves, students in the beta and gamma classes were training like mad. Bones creaked from overuse, and they gorged themselves on ice ghost meat to replenish strength. Meanwhile, my own meals were quietly fortified with premium food by Yi Ro, though I refused them, relying only on simple rations for the upcoming trials. The counselor arranged combat practice exams today, 2-person matchups, with strict rules against lethal moves. Just as the word left his lips, Mao Jian called out to me, "Yangding, let's pair up." Sure. Almost everyone found a sparring partner quickly, except Xiang Tianyu and a strikingly pretty girl. The girl grew frantic. "Counselor, Xiang Tianyu's punch strength is 1,000 pounds. Mine is barely 500. I can't win." The counselor deliberated on switching pairs, but no one dared volunteer. Xiang Tianyu smirked smugly. "Counselor, I'd like to face Yangding. He chickened out last time and caused me to fail the exam. If he loses, he's officially a coward." The class exploded in chatter. Words spread quickly about my pampered life, doted on by my wife, turning me into a public enemy. Everyone secretly hoped I would fall. Huang Bingbing, with her sweet but coquettish tone, pleaded with me. "Yangding, please help us out. Only you can face him." I didn't like her fake act, but welcomed a chance to humiliate Xiang Tianyu. Xiang Tianyu laughed mockingly. "Bingbing, don't waste your breath. He's just a spineless wimp living off a woman." Without hesitation, I accepted. "All right, let's do this." A crowd of over 100 gathered on the schoolyard. 10 pairs started their sparring match. The first few bouts were lackluster. The counselor shook his head in disappointment. No awakening. Might as well be a dance performance. At last, it was the final round. Xiang Tianyu and I sparred alongside Huang Bingbing and Mao Jian. People weren't betting on me winning. They were here to see Xiang Tianyu beat me down. Mao Jian and Huang Bingbing went first. I reminded Mao Jian, "Careful, don't just aim for her legs." Mao Jian smirked. 2 years of training. Easy win against her. But Huang Bingbing, with a sudden burst of speed, flanked him with footwork infused with internal energy and landed a blow to the back of his head with her spear. Blood spurted as Mao Jian collapsed unconscious. The counselor bellowed, "This is supposed to be light sparring. Don't go full force." Feigning innocence, Huang Bingbing replied, "I'm just a girl. How would I have the strength to control that? It's not my fault if he can't dodge." I saw right through her. A move that sharp and strategically infused with internal energy wasn't something at beta class level. It was a danger to everyone's survival in the trials. She pretended to help Mao Jian up, offering him a pill of essence replenishment, then demanded $1,500 for it. Still dazed, Mao Jian asked, "Aren't you compensating me for that?" I thought it was free. Fair competition. Whether you want it or not is your choice. Then it was my turn against Xiang Tianyu. He brandished an 80-pound meteoric iron battle axe, his eyes burning with intent. "This axe was your birthday gift to me once. Today, I return the favor. Prepare to meet your end." Before the counselor could even yell, "Begin," Xiang Tianyu lunged, the axe targeting my skull. I dodged effortlessly, sensing my system upgrades making me sharper. His movements, by comparison, seemed sluggish with each strike, while my confidence continued growing. The counselor's growing panic was evident. "This is just practice. Stop it." Xiang Tianyu ignored him, swinging blow after blow. Remaining calm, I let the heavy axe tire him out. By the 10th move, his stamina waned, and his pace slowed considerably. My voice thundered across the field. "Now it's my turn." Using the rhythmic, lively nature of the original text, here's the English transformation, maintaining the energy and flow. I swung my sword in a sweeping arc, aiming straight for the axe in his hands. He tried to back away, but was forced to let go. The axe clattered to the ground. Before he could grab it, I was already faster. I slammed the flat side of my sword right on his head. He dropped to the floor, sprawling, trying to shake me off. With an 800-pound force strike, he had no choice but to learn his lesson. He cried out in pain, rolling back and forth on the ground. Yet still, he tried to get up, attempting to counterattack. I struck again, pinning him back down. With no other choice, he curled up, cradling his head like a frightened turtle while I towered over him. The referee called the match. Yangding wins. I nodded, my eyes dead set on my opponent, unrelenting. I trust no one, and no one gets to play dirty with me. I swear I'll become the most severe player in the Jinglong Empire. Xiang Tianyu, still clutching at his sides, groaned and tried desperately to pull away to create distance. But I didn't let up. I slammed my sword down again. He had no choice but to roll further. One strike, then another. When my sword cracked down for the third time, blood spurted from his nose. The coach called a timeout. "You're still hitting me, you psycho," he barked. "You ambushed me. Who else should I hit if not you?" I retorted. Onlookers were left in stunned silence. The Queen's meal ticket, a guy everyone mocked, toppled an actual awakened easily. I raised my sword before pointing it toward Huang Bingbing. "He's my bro." Huang Bingbing scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Your bro already has a beautiful wife. What about you?" The instructor stepped forward, holding 3 meat ration chips. "Huang Bingbing, do you still want to continue?" I smirked. "She sells breakthrough pills for 1,500 credits each. Do you think she'd give up those meal chips for free?" Huang Bingbing gave me a flirtatious wink. "You trying to stand up for your buddy here?" I nodded. "Yep, but those 3 meal tickets? They all come at you taking 1 hit from us." She leaned closer. "Really? I'm a girl. You wouldn't dare, would you?" "I love fighting girls." The class burst out laughing as Huang Bingbing's face flushed. She angrily lowered her weapon. "Instructor, I forfeit the tickets." The instructor raised his hand. "This week's champion is Yang Ding. Prize: 3 meal tickets." Applause from everyone, please. Xiang Tianyu struggled to his feet, his face swollen so badly it was hard to recognize. "Does test performance still need to be logged?" he muttered through clenched teeth. "Yes," the instructor replied calmly. "Performance assessments determine who becomes the team captain for the descent into the ruins." "Captain role, huh? What good is that?" "Captains get prioritized promotion to Class B." Narrowing his puffy eyes in anger, Tianyu pointed at me. "Next week, I'll beat you. Class B2's captain role will be mine." I chuckled darkly. "You can get the role, but you'll never beat me." Turning to Ma Jian, I tossed him one of my meat tickets. "Consider our debts settled." Huang Bingbing, still miffed, linked her arm with mine. "Brother Ding, you're so badass. How about I become your little sis?" Disgusted, I shrugged her off. Not interested in clingy leeches. Ma Jian looked moved. "You're the real deal, man. I just can't stand seeing someone get chewed out over cash," I replied simply. From that moment on, Ma Jian declared me his sworn brother. "Nobody gets me like you do." Moments later, the instructor entered the teacher's office where Yi Ro was busy. "Congrats to you, Officer Yi." Yi Ro misinterpreted. "No way. I'm pregnant already?" "No," he clarified. "Your husband just bagged first place in today's event." "Who?" "Yang Ding." The instructor smiled. "Yep, he even took down Xiang Tianyu in style. His swordsmanship looked like it came straight from a master's handbook." Yi Ro glowed with pride. Her colleague joked, "Looks like you found yourself a true diamond in the rough." After class, Yi Ro practically skipped over to see me, radiant and glowing like the sun itself. She shouted out loud as she hugged me by the waist. "Dear, you were amazing out there." "No way. My wife is pregnant. I need to go home and take care of her," I said firmly. But Sun Li wasn't giving up, pressing her chest provocatively against me. Yi Ro, filled with anger, shoved Sun Li away. "If you want to learn martial arts, come to me. My husband is not your teacher." Sun Li was shocked. "Would instructor Yi really teach me?" Yi Ro let out a cold laugh. "Come and try. 1 punch is all I need to burst your large balloons." Sun Li backed off in fear, and Yi Ro tugged me away. "I do not approve of you having a second wife. Sun Li has bad intentions." Grinning, I wrapped my arm around her waist. "Are you jealous?" She scowled. "I'm your first wife. Any other wives need my approval. If there's no marriage registration, they don't count anyway." "Sun Li's not even my type," I added. Yi Ro's face lit up with a smile. "Now you're acting like the head of the household. If you do take another wife, make sure you pick wisely." When we returned home, Fang Jing was busy doing laundry while keeping an eye on the kids. Yi Ro began transferring her energy into me. I needed to absorb it and headed to the rooftop to practice. Yi Ro wanted to follow me, but I refused firmly. "You need rest. I'll train until midnight." Fang Jing chimed in. "It's fine, Yi Ro. Let him go alone. He's got this." Yi Ro gave her instructions. "Both of your wives are behind you, so don't slack off." I chuckled. "It's not just you two. I also have our 2 babies cheering me on. I'll fight endlessly because I have too many responsibilities on my shoulders." With 2 stunning women by my side, how could I not give it my all? The thought of leaving them vulnerable, of another man taking advantage of a legacy I haven't yet passed down, it was unbearable. On the rooftop, the mood was somber. Thoughts of fighting for survival at the month's end loomed. Even the talented young must face this deadline. Nearby, I heard a heated exchange between Mao Jian and his mother. She was berating him mercilessly for his poor performance during the weekly test, where Huang Bingbing had beaten him easily. "For 2 years of training, you can't even defeat a little girl? How are you supposed to handle the ghosts at the end of the month? She's an awakened one, isn't she?" Like Xiang Tianyu. Mao Jian tried to explain. Don't spew nonsense. Xiang Tianyu was punished for his talents. If she were awakened, why would she remain in a lower class group? Mao Jian stayed silent. We don't even make 100,000 yuan a month, and supporting so many children has already cost us millions for you. And you've wasted it all. Tearing up, Mao Jian muttered. So what if I didn't work hard? She slapped him hard across the face. You're going into the caves this month, like it or not. Fine. Dying in a ghost's belly is better than being abused by you. At least give me some dignity. I'm a father now. I couldn't ignore it any longer. The suffocating atmosphere could be felt even from 10 meters away. I stepped in. He's already trying his best. His mother, infuriated, turned to me. And who do you think you are? Without awakening, you're only at the top of weekly tests because your wife feeds you her energy. What's there to brag about? I smirked. At least my wife supports and encourages me, even when she's pregnant. What about you? Who are you to compare yourself with her? You insult your own son, not even understanding what Huang Bingbing is capable of. You're just a storm cloud, rust, a bad omen. Everything you touch turns to disaster. Mao Jian's jaw dropped, clearly impressed. His mother, however, went red with rage and lunged at me with a punch. She held back, not daring to seriously injure Yi Rou's husband. The punch was at the strength of a mere beginner, which I dodged effortlessly, tapping her with my sword sheath in return. Stunned, she attacked again with greater power, but my technique outmatched her increasingly frenzied strikes. Frustrated and realizing I wasn't weaker than she expected, her blows began to air. When my stamina started faltering, Mao Jian stepped in front of me. If you need to vent, take it out on me. She stopped suddenly, her attack halting just short of her son's face. That slap, if it had landed, would severely injure him. Slowly, she clenched her fist and pulled back, ashamed. At that moment, Yi Rou arrived. One look at the damaged walls, and she pieced together the situation. As an instructor, you dare raise a hand against my husband? She demanded furiously. He was being insolent. Smack. Yi Rou delivered a slap to her face, leaving a vivid handprint. I don't even hit my husband. What gives you the right? Don't think for a second I'll let you bully me because I'm young. Apologize. Yes, Instructor Yi. I'm sorry. Mao Jian looked at me, silently pleading for me to de-escalate the situation. I finally intervened. Wife, let's give her a pass. For Mao Jian's sake. He's a friend, and we'll need each other's support when we're underground later. Yi Rou grudgingly relented. How could you act like this as a mother? My husband is a good fighter. If he's his friend, that means he's worth something, unlike a shrill banshee like you. You're right, Instructor Yi. Leave. And don't bother my husband again, she warned firmly. Mao Jian's mother stormed off, leaving her son behind to train with me. Are you hurt? Yi Rou asked me softly. No. She held back. Still, Yi Rou seemed surprised by my ability to hold my ground. Was it because love gave me strength? Or maybe combat just brought out my latent potential? She encouraged me with a smile. Practice your footwork. The ghosts are quick. Injuries in close combat can be fatal. Survival comes first. I nodded. If my wife says so, then that's the plan. Killing the ghosts comes second. Staying alive is the priority. Need my guidance? She offered. No. A man needs some space when he trains. She laughed. All right then, don't overdo it. As Yi Rou left, Mao Jian nudged me playfully. Come on, big bro, share a few tips for charming ladies. Patting his shoulder, I replied, some things can't be taught. They're innate, my dude. Laughing, he scratched his head. My system then notified me that my affection rate had increased to 18.5%, up by 0.5%, and my cultivation level progress had risen to 19.4%, climbing 0.8%. I was now nearing the mid-tier of the second grade level with 4,422 pounds of punching power. What's more, my training yielded results. The second layer of the ghost-slaying spear was unlocked, and my sword 9 movements improved drastically. Affection rate rising without me even trying? Progress without effort feels fantastic. But the night's biggest takeaway was real combat. Dangerous situations always unlocked the greatest potential. Why stop here? Aspiring to invent my own techniques, perhaps the 6-vein spirit spear, is the true path to becoming a grandmaster. Without innovation, how could anyone lay claim to greatness? Returning home, I found Yi Rou and Fang Jing catching up while the babies snoozed peacefully. Why aren't you sleeping? I asked as I walked in, drenched in sweat. Yi Rou grinned. I just woke up, and now I'm having some girl talk. Fang Jing teased me. You guys need to keep the frequency in check. No more than twice a week, got it? Yi Rou nodded, snickering. Deal. I began pulling off my damp shirt. T-shirt text. Wife, you're so stunning. How can I resist? Yi Rou was shocked. Then can I at least sleep on the floor? I can still smell your fragrance there. Not even the scent. The next morning, Yi Rou gently kissed my forehead. Husband, you're diligent and disciplined, you'll surely achieve great things. Fang Jing, busy mixing baby formula, chimed in. Hurry up, stop messing with the baby. Although she was my childhood friend and recently widowed for just 3 months, she couldn't help but envy Yi Ro's sweetness. During morning exercises, I ran towards the Martial Arts Academy formation. Huang Bingbing called out for me to save her a spot. Meanwhile, Mao Jian was in a gloomy mood from being scolded by his mom. Curious about Huang Bingbing's skills, I suggested. Come on, let's interact with her a bit. Wary, Huang Bingbing warned. Don't cross me. I have my own strategies. Mao Jian's head was wrapped in bandages, yet he didn't dare show negligence. Huang Bingbing quickly mocked me. A useless weakling pretending to be tough? Mao Jian angrily retorted. My bro may be ordinary, but he's a natural talent. He'd fight you to the end. Huang Bingbing smirked condescendingly. Afraid he'd get shamed by his wife back home? Life's great when you have a wife. Beautiful, wealthy, and capable. They prepared second-tier beast blood soup, sweet and sour star-spine pork ribs, and even packed some for the evening. While doing calisthenics, I was minding my own warm-ups when someone deliberately bumped into me. It was Sun Li, sidling closer, trying to mimic my techniques, bouncing provocatively at absurd heights to annoy me. At my wit's end, I barked. Sun Li, are you insane? Why do you keep bumping into me? Just trying to learn more from you. That's all. Nearby, Xiang Tianyu glared at me. He had lost sleep last night practicing axe techniques, trying to figure out how I had defeated him. Tensions in the class were high, with multiple girls stirring up jealousy. Xiang Tianyu's popularity was dropping, and his position was slipping. When returning to the classroom, everyone moved aside to let me in first. Unprompted, they seemed to acknowledge I might become the captain of Class B2. Eventually, in life-or-death cave missions, I'd decide who lived or died. Behind me, Mao Jian felt proud tagging along, thinking that with a bro like me as his leader, he'd hardly need to fear death. Huang Bingbing sneered at Xiang Tianyu. Acting tough with an 80-pound meteoric iron battle axe? Pathetic. Her words provoked him. How about teaming up to take down Yangding? Unfazed, Huang Bingbing grinned. I don't die, nor do I fight over men. I find it way more entertaining watching you guys duke it out. Still frustrated, Xiang Tianyu sought to curry favor with her, hoping to secure resources. Huang Bingbing kept her airs. Be my obedient lapdog, kneel and serve, and I might grant you top-tier resources. Mocking, she added. Don't think your ties to the discipline office make you anything special. Enraged, Xiang Tianyu argued she always had other loyal followers. But Huang Bingbing acted indifferent. Later, our counselor, Mr. Zhang, was suddenly summoned to the discipline office. They accused him of favoritism during last week's tests, but he was baffled and couldn't argue his way out. Once released for free activities, students swarmed out. I practiced my 9-sword techniques, while Huang Bingbing faked practicing Thunderblade. Xiang Tianyu cozied up, hoping to form alliances. With a devilish smile, she pulled out expensive beast cores. Baffled, he asked, These are crazy pricey. What's your family's background? She chuckled darkly. Don't ask. If you want to be my lackey, just play along. At lunchtime, I brought Mao Jian to the A-class cafeteria, a luxurious spot where only top-class students ate beast-level meals for free. Mao Jian stared at the meat tickets, his heart aching. Lunch here starts at 1,500 credits, a base meal of second-tier beast meat. I laughed. Indulgent, huh? A year's worth of training resources is 500,000 credits. Our conversation caught the ears of a senior in line, who glared menacingly. Who allowed you here, unqualified ones? Get to the back of the line. Unbothered, I showed my food coupon. We've been waiting here for ages. Deal with it. Suddenly, another student displayed his student council badge. I'm with the student council. Scared now. Just then, Fang Jing emerged from the crowd holding her tray. Yangding, what's happening here? Oh, Sister Jing? How are you here? Eyeing the council boy disdainfully, she snapped. A foul mouth like yours? Who let you into the council? What are you trying to do? He still acted tough, until Fang Jing coldly gestured. A crack materialized in the air, creeping toward his head, sinking him into a void. The crowd gasped. Holy crap, a spatial type ability user. An A-rank powerhouse. Even I was shocked. This was the first time Sister Jing had used her spatial powers. With ease, she dismissed. He's probably squatting in the Agricultural Academy's women's bathroom as we speak. Faces turned pale. The Agricultural Academy used pit latrines for composting. Fang Jing pulled me forward, shielding me. You're gutsy, running here alone. I shrugged. It's school-issued coupons. What's there to fear? She shook her head. Marrying someone like Yi Ro, you're bound to draw attention. Everyone in Jiangling City's upper class sees you two as mere tools. Resolute, I responded. She's carrying my child. I can't back down now. Sincerely, she remarked. Now, that's strength of character. Mao Jian interjected awkwardly. Instructor Fang Jing, I'm Yang Ding's friend. With a cold snort, she snapped. Get in the back of the line, and no cutting. Sheepishly, Mao Jian obeyed, sweating bullets. Grabbing premium lunch, we prepared to return. But Mao Jian muttered, Young bro, with our abilities, we might just end up cannon fodder. Patting his shoulder, I reassured. Don't worry. Take it step by step. Chaos is a ladder. Entering class, we found Xiang Tianyu kneeling before Huang Bingbing, clipping her toenails. Mortified, Mao Jian whispered, Abort mission. Stop looking. Huang Bingbing grinned wickedly. Don't be scared. You two jokers, come over. Quietly, I asked. What's her background? Mao Jian muttered. Must come from a loaded family. Enticingly, Huang Bingbing gestured at me. Serve me on 1 foot, and 2 second-grade beast pills are yours. Immediately, Xiang Tianyu shielded the other foot. That one's mine. Mouth-watering, Mao Jian commented. Beast pills used so casually, they must be filthy rich. I simply warned. Be careful. Something's off about her. Tossing a pill to Xiang Tianyu, she cooed. Good job, open wide. Swallowing on command, fiery waves of energy burst from within. Red-faced and sweating, he pointed at me. Your days are numbered. By afternoon, Xiang Tianyu was drenched, training axe techniques under Huang Bingbing's guidance. At home that evening, I cooked sweet and sour pork. Yi Ro, in her cozy loungewear, pretended to spar with me, murmuring, sweet for boys, spicy for girls. Our kid will definitely grow to be a martial arts master protecting his father. I filled her in on the day's drama. Frowning, she asked, never heard of a Huang family dynasty in Jiangling. Who is this Huang Bingbing with access to second-grade beast pills? Fang Jing joined in. She's connected. Nobody would act this boldly in Class B, too, without serious clout. I nodded. To the rich and powerful, we're just tools for their goals. Solemnly, Fang Jing warned. Don't be reckless. The student council president is the governor's cousin. Cross them, you won't want to see the consequences. Taking her words to heart, we finished dinner and went to the maternal hospital to make family calls. As Empire law strictly prohibits private, human communication, family calls rely on the official intranet and satellites. The Women and Children's Hospital has become a crucial hub for important information. Yi Ro tried calling the Northern Military Camp multiple times, but couldn't get through. Fang Jing, on the other hand, dialed her father Fang Hongba to discuss Yi Ro marrying an unawakened, ordinary man. Fang Hongba responded coldly. Keep your distance. This is no friend of yours. Fang Jing protested. Dad, you didn't even hear me out. He sighed. East Sea University has had similar cases. A genius woman with an ordinary man. It doesn't end well or last long. Yi Ro, looking pale as paper, asked how they ended. Fang Hongba replied, obviously resigned. The enforcement team investigates. The company doesn't intervene. Fang Jing urgently pleaded. Dad, Yi Ro is listening. Can you give her some proper advice? Eventually, Fang Hongba relented and allowed her to take the call. He sternly warned. The Empire's marriage system is directly overseen by the Queen. Don't stir up trouble with your husband. Be cautious. Yi Ro, swallowing her nervousness, asked, if my husband ends up in any trouble, would the Empire investigate it? Fang Hongba affirmed. Absolutely. They'd send in a master-level investigator personally. After the call, Yi Ro hugged me, her eyes watering. Honey, are you scared? I replied with a question. When you went into an enemy lair while pregnant to rescue me, were you scared? She shook her head. Not at all. I smiled. Then I'm not scared either. I think I've come up with an idea. Yi Ro asked her sister Yi Ku to connect to the Northern Military Camp. Quickly, a cold woman's voice came through the phone. Ro, is that you? Yes, it's me, sis. I heard you got married. To an ordinary man. Yes, his name is Yang Ding. He's a good man. Are you in trouble? How did you know, sister? Yi Ro cupped the mic and explained the whole situation. So simple. Yang Ding dies, and then you remarry, her sister said bluntly. Yi Ro cast a glance at me. I frowned. What kind of attitude is this from my sister-in-law? Sis, I'm pregnant, Yi Ro admitted. The other line went silent for 10 seconds. Quite the talent you have there, huh? Are you being sarcastic? Yi Ro asked. How far along? Just over a month, Yi Ro replied. Another pause. The breathing in the background. That's your husband, right? Listen carefully. At home, there's a book called The Evolution History. I'll give you some numbers. Page, line, word order, 157, 931, 183. Check it quickly and don't tell anyone. Gotta go. Sis, wait. Click, dial tone. Zhou Ruashi took off her headset, visibly frustrated. What the heck is this evolution history anyway? Her secretary reminded her. Yi Ro's mom was a college professor and collected lots of books. Go find Z, Zhou directed. Half an hour later, Huang Bingbing walked into the office in her pajamas. Ruashi, what's so urgent in the middle of the night? My father wants you to watch Yang Ding in the martial arts academy. He's not even your husband. What's the rush? Huang Bingbing, a secret child of the Zhou family and a member of the covert operative group Venom Sting, was in charge of handling less than savory tasks. She often clashed with Zhou Ruashi. What's your plan? Bingbing challenged. Not telling you, Ruashi shot back. Who do you think you are, huh? We in Venom Sting handle the jobs even the enforcement team can't touch, Bingbing taunted. Zhou Ruashi was furious but couldn't argue. The new grooms in the other 3 city-states have all died. The Queen wants 8 masters to investigate, so don't act recklessly. I'll act however I please. Even with 8 masters, they can't comb through 4 cities entirely, Bingbing countered. If Yang Ding is so cocky, I'll just use the underlings I trained to deal with him. He's just a mortal, no threat at all. And what if you made him one of your underlings instead? Ruashi asked. Why would I? It's not like he's poor, Bingbing retorted. I understand men better than you. Ruashi smirked with disdain. As long as he's alive, nothing else matters. Leave him alone. Bingbing sneered. Once I subdue him, I'll send him to you as your placeholder strategist. Shut up. Suddenly, the water cooler exploded and 7 ice shards shot out. Bingbing bit her lip in frustration but said nothing more. In the instructor's building, we turned the entire collection upside down but couldn't find evolution history. Was the phone tapped? Did someone get to it first? Yiro wondered. No signs of spatial ability used. Fong Jing shook her head. There were shelves upon shelves of books. I asked, doesn't your sister read a lot? You don't read it all. Well, whenever I see too much text, I get dizzy. I could even misread your name. Fong Jing giggled. Ro takes after her dad. Upright and straightforward, she continued. While Ku is more meticulous, just like her mom. Yiro glared at me. Are you calling me illiterate? No, I'm saying you're pure and adorable, I teased. She lazily leaned on me, listening as I pieced fragments of the discovery together. The Queen's trying to cut local power strongholds, I explained. She doesn't want all the Genius Awakening students being co-opted by city governors. Otherwise, the Empire gets sidelined. Yiro analyzed it too. The Queen's a time mastery user. She's perfect to lead the fight against monsters. I wasn't as hopeful. People lust for power the moment things settle down. With more resources and longer lifespans, it's inevitable. Yiro tilted her head against my neck and asked, why do you think I was paired with you, an ordinary man? I shook my head. Maybe it's destiny. Or maybe you have some extraordinary qualities. Or, I hinted cheekily, we might just end up having a martial arts prodigy together. Yiro's eyes lit up as she glanced toward the safe. My mom left a manuscript titled The Awakening Evolution Theory. It advocated breaking the noble monopoly and promoting mixed marriages between awakeners and ordinary people. It's the only way to advance our species to higher dimensions. She hurriedly pulled out the manuscript. The handwriting was elegant, her mom clearly a gentle and wise woman. Not only was my wife from a martial household, but she also hailed from a scholarly family. No wonder she had a truly unique temperament. It was a good thing I had remembered the references from the phone call earlier, or I would have forgotten them by now. Yiro envied her sister's memorization skills, lamenting that it was her weak point. She resolved to fight for our marriage, enlist in the Northern Army, and one day become a grandmaster herself so she could call her family to join her. While she flipped through the manuscript, the system suddenly glitched and displayed notifications. Spousal love level plus 5%. Cultivation progress plus 5%. Bones fortified. Punch strength increased by 1,000 pounds. I was bewildered. Every time I complimented her, the system granted such massive increases. Yiro, nearly drifting off to sleep, pointed to certain phrases in the manuscript and whispered, Honey, what does this mean? I translated for her. It's suggesting pulling Fong Jing into the chaos. If she doesn't want to, she might as well use the system's arranged marriage instead. The city governors might also be nurturing special task units like Venom Sting, I speculated. Yiro had a sudden realization. My sister wanted you to marry Jingjia because it was a calculated move. Killing me is almost no cost to them, she continued thoughtfully. But tangling with Fong Jing's connections would cause a big uproar. It would even get the Queen's support, forcing them to tread carefully. Well, I joked lightly. Now I have an extra beautiful wife. Yiro pouted. No choice but to keep you. Is the system directly controlled by the Queen? She wondered. Absolutely. Then that's not a bad thing. Otherwise, I might not have ended up with someone as good as you. I teased her back. She shamelessly replied. I mean, just look in the mirror if you're feeling down. This level of beauty is unmatched. I kissed her. This wife of mine was endlessly captivating. But my rationality interjected. Focus. The last part mentioning governors nurturing task forces. What's the implication? Not sure. My sister's on the front lines, battling elite offspring of the ruling class. The voices she hears might be assassins. Well, with checks and balances in place, I'll have room to focus on cultivation without worrying about the governors or the provincial chief. Yiro poked me lightly. You and my sister seem to make a good team. What? Are you already planning my third wife? I joked. She scowled. Get your mind out of the gutter. I meant you've got a good strategy brain. Yiro finally drifted off to sleep. I chuckled softly. Just rest. Tonight, we'll keep it calm. Here's the text translated into English with adjustments to fit American expressions and writing style. Hold on, she told herself. We agreed, just twice a week. When Yiro woke up, she didn't mention the matter to Fang Jing. As they washed their faces together, Yiro suddenly asked, Jingjia, is the system matchmaking quota about to be released? Fang Jing was startled. They say there's a 1-month mourning period. Mine's over, so it could happen any time now. What if it matches you with someone you don't like? Yiro inquired, concern in her voice. Fang Jing frowned. That's what I'm anxious about. Yiro reassured her. Maybe the other person will be a great guy, someone who'll take care of you and the baby. Their conversation was cut short as a child's cry echoed. I called from outside. Jingjia, the milk isn't too hot anymore. I can feed the baby. All right, thanks, Fang Jing replied. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. What if I claim her husband's slot just temporarily? No physical relationship, of course. Then once I find someone suitable, we can divorce and break the bond. But one glance at Yiro told her she'd never dare bring up such a thing. To Fang Jing's surprise, Yiro said it herself. Men who are good with kids like my husband are rare. The truly exceptional awakeners have all gone to the northern frontier to join the military. Meanwhile, I was in a great mood as I waltzed into the classroom humming a tune. Last night, Xiang Tianyu stayed up all night practicing with his axe, and his powers had surged. Brimming with excitement, he massaged Huang Bingbing's shoulders. I can't wait for Monday's match. My axe is ready. Mao Jian nudged me. Word is, he's been training like a madman, day and night. That kind of recklessness could lead to chi deviation. Even grandmasters need to sleep. Do you really think you can win against him? He pressed. Of course. I grinned. No one but me is taking the captain title for Class B2. My wife's about to give birth, so I'm not dying anytime soon. During open practice, Huang Bingbing used a short staff to simulate the moves of sword chi technique. She sparred with Xiang Tianyu, but while she knew all the moves, her lack of mastery showed. Her talent for martial arts was average. Her progress relied more on good fortune than skill. I, on the other hand, had a system assisting me. Though I hadn't maxed out my mastery in the first move of the sweeping sword technique, I was already itching to unlock the second move. Xiang Tianyu, however, had improved by leaps and bounds and was nearing a breakthrough to first stage mid-level. His mastery with his steel axe was making his moves quicker and more agile. Mao Jian looked worried. He's gotten so strong. Do you think you can still beat him? I smirked. My wife and I have both been training hard, yet I'm still holding back a little. I've got a few cards up my sleeve. What are you hiding? He asked curiously. It's like poker. You've always got to hold onto your trump card. If people see through you, it's probably because you let them, I replied confidently. How's your strength then? Over 800, he prodded. Leaning closer, I whispered slyly, 999. Don't tell anyone. Whoa, no way. The energy gains from that genius chi system of yours are insane. Shoo, don't let Huang Bingbing hear, I cautioned. Unfortunately, she overheard anyway. Rolling her eyes, she sneered. What a show-off. You're like an uncultured pig. It's no secret that Huang Bingbing, a third-stage upper-level martial artist, had a punching power of 50,000 pounds, 10 times that of mine. A single strike from her could shatter a 4-inch steel plate. As she approached me, she mocked, still practicing the first move every day? None of your business. I shot back. At the Poison Fang Guild, nobody would dare speak to her like that. Doing so would mean certain death, or worse. 6 years ago, she joined at 16 and gained a reputation for castrating 13 men with her bare hands. The others nicknamed her Castrator 13. But for now, with Zhou Ruashi protecting me, she couldn't make a move. Aren't you worried about Xiang Tianyu improving so fast? She taunted me. I'm not scared of some B-class amateur brawl, I said nonchalantly. Visibly triggered, she hissed. Someday, I'll tear you apart. After she stormed off, Sun Li sidled up to me. Huang Bingbing's background is probably massive. Might be a rich family's spoiled darling. What do you think? I don't know. Maybe she's some sugar baby for a rich old guy. I guessed. But part of me thinks she might work for Poison Fang, a hitman bred by the Jiangling city lord himself, Sun Li speculated. By the way, Sun Li, she added flirtatiously. Do you prefer black tea or green tea? Mao Jian interjected impatiently. Stop flirting already. Just name your price. How much? 55550, she replied with a smirk. Mao Jian gawked. Are you serious? That's way too expensive. Eat dirt, you broke loser. Sun Li snapped, storming off. Her anger drove her to think about cozying up to Xiang Tianyu, but he immediately turned her down. You're nowhere near as good as Bing Bing. Get lost, he told her coldly. Humiliated, Sun Li bumped into Bing Bing moments later, who grabbed her by the arm. Bing Bing whispered something to Xiang Tianyu. If you take down Yang Ding in the upcoming trial, I'll let her keep you company. I'll even foot the bill. I don't want her, though. I only want you, he said. You? Bing Bing sneered. You can dream about being my pet, but you'll never be my equal. Hesitating, stealing a glance at me, she shook her head. No, I can't accept this. I stayed calm. The second option is system matching. Pair you up with an ordinary person to accompany you to the East Sea. It's up to you to decide whether you want to divorce or continue to have the child. Shall we try it tomorrow? Fang Jing asked. I didn't hesitate. Since I've decided to come back to life, I'm going to indulge in the best. Enjoying the most beautiful, tender, and sweetest things in this world. After my wedding night with Yi Ro, I truly felt it. Having a stunning wife is the real definition of living the good life. After comforting Fang Jing, Yi Ro went to rest. I took the Wu Jin sword and headed to the rooftop to practice the 9 sword techniques. After the weekend, I need to face Xiang Tianyu in the second weekly assessment. Winning 2 more times, and I'll become the leader of Group B Class 2's team of 100. Taking control of fate, avoiding death to the greatest extent. Mao Jian was already waiting on the rooftop, carrying a wash basin full of soybeans, and smiled as he asked, Brother Ding, is this enough? Enough. Everyone else is getting resources to build up their bodies. Why are you using soybeans? If your technique isn't up to par, then no matter how much raw power you have, it's useless. Until you reach the Grandmaster level, a punch force of 8,000 Jin is already the limit. Mao Jian frantically hurled soybeans. I used the tip of my sword to strike them down one by one. The dense, star-like thrusts of the sword tip, picking them off like stars falling across a barren plain, both defended and searched for openings. This was the essence of the Sword 9 style. The 9 basic moves could branch into countless variations. The 2 of us practiced until 2 in the morning, and the half basin of beans was completely destroyed. Mao Jian's arms were sore. While I was full of energy, my passion surging as I was about to marry my second wife. I took out the snacks Yi Ro had bought, and the 2 of us shared them. Brother Ding, why don't you practice some hidden weapon techniques? Why? Your law enforcement team deals with lower-level beasts and low-rank martial artists. Hidden weapons are practical. The downside is they're easy to be countered by metal-type abilities. Fair enough. Us, ordinary martial artists, rely on hidden weapons to fight enemies. There are subsidies for going down into the mine, so nobody's selling their lives for free. Planning to position the law enforcement team for the future? With my wife? She's a grandmaster of martial arts. The law enforcement team doesn't deserve her. Mao Jian shook his head. Women being too strong is troublesome too. Being strong as a woman is a blessing. The nobles and aristocratic families all marry beauties. I have to work even harder. My goal is the stars and the sea. Mao Jian laughed. You're even crazier than when you were high on toxic mushrooms. The next day, the weekend arrived. Yi Ro and Fang Jing went to the 195th floor to make breakfast, planning to let me sleep a little longer. As Fang Jing passed the wedding photo, she eerily noticed that her husband's face was actually as clean and fresh as new. Hubby, we grew up together. I originally wanted to observe 3 months of mourning, but the Empire's marriage system changed. No matter who it's assigned to, it's just a tactical delay. I'll find you, but I can't call you husband anymore. At that, Fang Jing left speechlessly. After breakfast, Yi Ro and I held hands and took the elevator downstairs. Should we tell Sister Jing the truth? Yi Ro asked. We didn't lie to her anyway. You even mentioned before that she could marry me as a second wife. But she didn't agree, so we can only let the system decide. Yi Ro nodded. What if it assigns the wrong person? Then there's nothing I can do. We didn't lie to her, so don't carry a psychological burden. Fang Jing was already waiting downstairs. The 3 of us said nothing and went straight to the matchmaking building at Jiangling University. The matchmaking building had 5 floors and 1,000 matchmaking machines, handling pairings for 100,000 students, faculty, and staff. Since it wasn't the start of the semester, there weren't many people in line. The 3 of us lined up in front of machine number 996 on the 5th floor and were instantly recognized by everyone. Holy crap, marrying Teacher Yi isn't enough? Is that the petite one, Teacher Fang from the Space Department? Is she really marrying this guy when she's this beautiful? Standing together, we became the center of attention. Fang Jing wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Don't mind this bunch. Yi Ro comforted her. The people in front made way. Teacher Fang, you go first. I'm not here to check on anything. I'm not here to get matched, Fang Jing said unhappily. The system scanned her face. Fang Jing, female, 20 years old, former husband deceased, has 1 daughter. Marriage qualification released. 1 matchmaking opportunity available. It really has been released. Sister Jing, that means you can be matched at any time. Fang Jing stared at next step, hesitating. The surrounding students were so nervous they froze, staring blankly. Match me. Match me. I don't mind even if she's a widow. Wouldn't it still be Yang Ding? Absolutely impossible. With his ability, he can't support two such beauties. Fang Jing hesitated. Should we think about it a bit first? Fine, this is too hasty, Yi Rou agreed. Just as they were about to back out, the Dean of Discipline hurried over angrily. Fang Jing, what are you doing? General Zhao told you to be careful, and you came here to get matched. Fang Jing said impatiently. Since when is my marriage your business? I'm doing this for your own good. Don't get matched to this trash. Match it. I'm matching right now. The overwhelmed Fang Jing instantly exploded. She threw down her bag, turned around, and rushed to the matchmaking machine. Yi Rou grabbed her. Don't let that old witch affect you. If I marry, then I marry. Isn't it just having a child? Fang Jing shook off Yi Rou and returned to the system. Without hesitation, she tapped next step. She entered a two-choice page. Marriage registration, random match. Fang Jing chose random match. System random matching begins. Estimated time, 30 seconds. Selecting the most suitable husband. Matching in progress. Yi Rou stared at me, holding my hand tightly, cold sweat pouring out. The matchmaking hall was silent, the air congealed. Fang Jing was drenched in cold sweat as she stared at the screen. Congratulations, matching successful. Please check spouse information. Fang Jing's hand trembled, and she couldn't even press the button. Rou, help me press it. See if the screen is broken or if my hands are just too sweaty. Yi Rou pressed once, but it didn't work. Just as she was about to press again, the screen popped up with my photo, scaring her back several meters. It wasn't me, my hand slipped. The screen displayed. Yang Ding, male, 18 years old, no relatives, no talent. Already has a wife. Yi Rou, instructor of Class A and Class B at the Martial Dao Academy. Matchmaking information has been sent to his door access system. Awaiting the first wife, Yi Rou, to approve the registration. The students of Class A roared in anger. Bullshit system, another bug and it still gets stuck here. Matching teacher Fang to Yang Ding. The whole room erupted in uproar. Why the hell does trash like Yang Ding get to Mar? Wow. The students erupted in an uproar. Yi Rou also shouted, I support him, go ahead and verify it. I logged into the system, and Yi Rou decisively clicked verify, facing the camera and declaring, I'm the first wife, Yi Rou. I agree to Yang Ding marrying Fang Jing. Verification complete. Ding. Marriage registration successful. Congratulations on your wedding. The new wedding gift will be delivered at 6 p.m. to room 198 to 91. Please check and receive it. The whole matching marriage scene was full of drama. Fang Jing had never expected this either. Why is it you? Fang Jing asked in spiritual interrogation. I shook my head. I don't know, Sister Jing. Maybe it's a bug. Fang Jing finally saw through it. Once might be a bug. Twice definitely isn't an accident. This is a big deal. Seeing that everyone was staring at us, Yi Rou said, Sister Jing, let's go home first and talk. Fang Jing turned around and blocked the Dean of Discipline, roaring, move aside. Yi Rou put her hands on her hips and stepped in front to shield me and Fang Jing. Dean, want to fight? I'm not afraid of you metal element ability users. The Dean of Discipline glared at me, her expression changing instantly as her temper vanished. She obediently stepped aside. I wasn't trying to stop you. The system arranged marriage is an imperial order. The three of us froze. That attitude changed way too fast. She suddenly understood why the principal had not reported the bug to the Empire back then. And don't make trouble. I'm the first wife, you're the second wife. There's no need to pretend. Although Yi Rou was 2 years younger, she entered the family first, so she was the senior wife. Calling her Jingjia wasn't wrong. Usually eloquent and quick-tempered, Fang Jing was dumbfounded by Yi Rou. I'm not talking about you. My luck is just too bad. This is the start of a beautiful life. Yi Rou did the math. With our raise of 160,000, it'll be enough to live on. And my sister, a captain in the Northern Frontier Army, makes 150,000 a month. 30,000 is enough to raise 10 kids. With no worries about material needs, Fang Jing was still worried that my identity would become a hidden danger. Yang Ding is a sword hanging over the heads of the nobles in Jiangling at the queen's command. I'm the second wife, and that would stir up conflict and hurt him. Yi Rou asked me, honey, is that true? I nodded. Sister Jing is right, but look at it from another angle. I'm a sword that still hasn't been drawn. As long as I'm not pulled out, there won't be any trouble. If I'm killed and the sword falls to the ground, then unless the city lord openly rebels, Fang Jing was shocked. You were born in pig farming, and yet you have this kind of insight. No one dares to kill me openly. They can only assassinate me. In such a harsh environment, it won't be easy for anyone to kill me. Yi Rou nodded like a fangirl. Honey, you're right. Danger can't be avoided. So we have to face. Forced system pairing is not my choice. Let's practice swordsmanship. Today's mortality rate has skyrocketed. Okay. For Dingu to enjoy two beauties. Brothers, let's go all out. Just bought 100 gene of soybeans. Dingu has a weekly test the day after tomorrow, half a month later, in the ghost cave. Today I won't tire others out. I'll tire you out instead. Shut up. I drew my sword and kept practicing the swinging sword style, checking the system. Killing yellow beans for 4 hours increased experience by 4%. The method was highly efficient. 5 hours later, the yellow beans were used up, my arms were about to cramp, and my sword's speed had become so fast it was impossible to see clearly. A system interface popped up. Intimacy 24%, cultivation progress 25%, breakthrough to second rank middle stage, fist power 5622 gene, sword 9 style, swinging sword style experience 32%. I stared at the screen with satisfaction. Breaking through by the end of the month was within reach. At that moment, an unfamiliar dialog box appeared from the system. Ding! You have obtained a space wife. The multiple wives blessing system has generated information. Second wife, Fong Jing, age 20, height 160, talent. A rank space type ability user, intimacy 0%, cultivation progress 0%. Please become intimate as soon as possible to awaken space abilities. A second wife system interface popped up. I recalled that last time I'd spent the wedding night with Yi Ro, though it hadn't been completely successful, my martial awakening was already almost certain. Fong Jing's side was more troublesome. After all, she was still wearing morning clothes. Mao Jian was eating the snacks I'd handed him and asked, Brother Ding, are you two going to enter the bridal chamber tonight? I sneered. Enter your sister. Mao Jian looked embarrassed. I do have a sister, and she looks like my mom. I closed the interface and slapped the table. Keep practicing for 2 more hours, then go home at 6 to eat the pre-made wedding feast. Mao Jian stood up listlessly. When my income is higher, I'm also going to marry a second wife. What if I can get paired with a beautiful instructor? Definitely possible. Maybe even prettier than my wife. Room 198 to 91. The two women had cleaned the room spotless. After all, it was their wedding day. After only a few exchanges, awkwardness filled the air. Former best friends had now become family. Fong Jing mopped the floor, looking dazed. Yi Ro broke the silence first. Sister Jing, how about taking wedding photos? The 3 of us together, or a family photo with the kid? Fong Jing waved her hands quickly. Your husband and I are bound to divorce sooner or later, so don't make trouble. Yi Ro grinned wickedly. Not necessarily. You'll understand your husband's strength soon enough. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Logistics called out, Mr. Yang Ding and Ms. Fong Jing, your wedding meal has arrived. Ro, go get it. You go? I'm not the bride. Fong Jing opened the door. Inside was a basket of lavish pre-made dishes, a red candle, and a red rose. On a red greeting card were written the words, wishing Mr. Yang Ding and Ms. Fong Jing a happy marriage and many children. Just as she closed the door, Fong Dalong pushed it open. Sis, what are you doing? What kind of marriage is this? Come in, and we'll talk slowly. I'm not listening. Tell me, did you register on your own initiative, or was it arranged by the system? Arranged by the system. You're kidding. That probability is way too low. Yi Ro came out of the kitchen and angrily shouted, Fong Dalong, are you out of your mind? It's your sister's wedding day, and you come here to eat and make a scene? My sister married Trash Yang Ding. Who are you calling trash? What are you? He hasn't awakened. So what if he hasn't awakened? That doesn't mean he isn't my husband. He's already broken through to the second rank middle stage. Fong Jing patiently coaxed him. Yang Ding's fist power is indeed over 1,300 gene. Fong Dalong had struggled for years and was only a little over 1,600 gene, never able to break through the bottleneck. I don't believe it. Where is he? He's on the rooftop practicing swordsmanship. Go take a look. Fong Dalong turned and went up the stairs. The sound of a blade being drawn rang out, and the atmosphere instantly tightened. The two of them rushed to the rooftop, and even the instructors came running over to watch the excitement. Fong Dalong said fiercely, Only if you beat me can you have the qualification to drink this bottle of wine. He was giving his sister a bottle of red wine worth 3,000 yuan, half a month's salary. I smiled. Your second wife's younger brother is also my younger brother. Brother-in-law, don't bully your brother-in-law-in-law. Whose younger brother? Whose second wife? The words deeply provoked. The knife dropped, but was caught by his left hand, looking pathetic and losing face, and he still didn't understand why such a simple sword style was so terrifying. Just now I was careless. Come again. Stop along. I warned. Fong Dalong didn't listen and fell back in defeat. His knife repeatedly knocked aside. His left hand bones were struck. The knife fell from his grasp. I taunted him. We're family, brother-in-law. I'm even letting you off. The instructors all sighed inwardly that my Sword 9 style was truly solid. Happy newlyweds. Fong Dalong left awkwardly. Although actual combat was real blades and spears, the experience increased little. The gap in cultivation was too large, so the challenge was insufficient. Jingjia, is your younger brother all right? That's just his personality, and he even brought wine. Yi Ro shook the bottle. Take the high-end red wine home and heat up some food. The three of us went home. I took a shower, while the two women busied themselves in the kitchen. Ro, can your husband beat Xiang Tianyu? Of course he can. Xiang Tianyu is only at the upper middle grade. Our husband's Dangjian style isn't something ordinary people can compare to. After I finished showering, I called out, "Big wife, come out. The fumes are too heavy." Yi Ro deliberately put on a supporting stance, hinting that I should find a chance to get close to Fong Jing. I'll go to the living room and enjoy myself as the first wife while you two work. Fong Jing was washing vegetables. Ever since I'd made stir-fried garlic greens a few times, pre-made dishes had lost their appeal. I only wanted fresh food. I walked up to Fong Jing and caught her unique fragrance. From now on, with me and Yi Ro cooking, you should go rest. Come help you. There's a caterpillar in the dish. No need, I'll finish it right away. Fong Jing was afraid of insects. Where is it? In your collar. Ah. Fong Jing panicked and suddenly looked up at me. I swallowed hard, my breathing getting rapid. I was almost about to kiss her. Fong Jing hurriedly stuffed the greens into my hands. If you want to wash them, wash them. I'm afraid of bugs. At dinner I sat at the head seat. Yi Ro on the left, Fong Jing on the right. A family of 3 in the new home. Yi Ro poured the wine. Jingjia, I've drunk bridal crossing wine with my husband before. That's part of the process. Want to try it? No need. Let's just have a drink together. It's just a temporary measure. Don't take it seriously. Otherwise we can't even remain friends. Since Yi Ro was pregnant, she couldn't drink and could only have tea. I drank with Fong Jing. That day Fong Jing was as reserved as a newlywed bride. Hubby, don't train too late. You need to rest. If I can't sleep, not training will make me even more tired. I laughed. Yi Ro knew what was on my mind. With 2 beautiful wives right beside me, drinking made things even more tormenting. It's fine, I'll keep you company. My eyes lit up. Really, that's what the first wife should do. Fong Jing felt guilty. A man is a man. How could he possibly not want her? Sorry, Yongding, I'll make it up to you. We're family, no need to be polite. On the second wife's wedding night, it was actually the first wife who entered the bridal chamber. Not only did I not feel suffocated, I was even excited. Yi Ro was impossible to let go of. If it weren't for the pregnancy, we would have had passionate nights every night. The next day Fong Jing got up early to make breakfast. After a night of poor sleep, her guilt was overwhelming. After marriage, a wife's body and care should be devoted to her husband. That was the law of the empire, yet she couldn't quite do it. I knew this was a mistake. I stretched. Jingjia, what mistake? She saw me wearing only loose boxer shorts and quickly turned away in shock. Why aren't you sleeping longer? I was energized early, and for the sake of my wife and fetus, I had to get up. Fong Jing blushed. Tomorrow is the key weekly test against Xiang Tianyu. Everyone will go all out. Hurry up and wash up, then eat. This was the first time she had been shy instead of awkward. The power of marriage is truly great. By the time Yi Ro got up, I was already upstairs practicing swordplay. Did you pass True Chi to him last night? I did, but not much. He was afraid it would tire me. Fong Jing brought over the food. Eat first, don't let it get cold. I'm hungry. I used a lot of energy last night. Yi Ro ate. The fetus was 3 months along, and the mother's body needed a lot of nutrition. Fong Jing felt relieved. She couldn't satisfy her husband, but helping take care of his wife was still her contribution. Ro, are you going to watch the match tomorrow? Of course, we'll all go support our husband. Could there be an accident? Yang Ding easily defeated Fong Dalong yesterday, and Xian Tianyu has little chance of winning. Although Fong Dalong was an old veteran of the law enforcement team and had rich combat experience, he was beaten so badly that he couldn't fight back. The training director wants to invite the student council president to watch. Accuse Counselor Zhang of shielding Yang Ding. What a joke. My husband's Dangjian style crushes those weaklings in class A and B. With us watching, no one dares to toy with my husband. Okay, Fong Jing nodded. Keep a close eye on Huang Bingbing and don't let her pull any dirty tricks. That bitch can be crushed to death in no time. Don't be impulsive. Analyze it first. Fong Jing tapped her fingers. You have a weakness. The empire forcing people to have 3 children isn't just for geniuses. Yi Ro was only then realizing the multiple pressures of her new identity. I hope my husband breaks through soon and protects our family in Jiangling. Yang Ding is calm and strategically clear. Listen to him more. After practicing for 10 hours, 150,000 soybeans were scattered all over the rooftop, and I was exhausted. Time to go home and keep my wife company. Practicing is to live longer. Living longer is to spend every night with my beautiful wife. I can't put the cart before the horse. Husband, how do you feel after practicing for so long? Yi Ro took my sword, helped massage me, and also sent her true energy into me. I closed my eyes and enjoyed it. Affection plus 1%, now 25%. Cultivation plus 1.3%, now 26.3%. Fist strength breaks through to mid-stage rank 2. 6,422 Jin plus 800 Jin. Jian Jiushi. Dangjian style experience 42% plus 10%. I found the pattern. In the early stage, affection increased quickly and fist strength rose slowly. As cultivation got higher, it reversed. Fist strength surged, while affection increased more slowly. I was less than 1% away from breaking through to the upper stage of rank 2, with fist strength reaching 7,200 Jin. Wife, let's discuss something. Say it. If I easily beat Xiang Tianyu tomorrow, don't keep sending me true energy anymore, especially during pregnancy. I'm afraid it'll affect the child. True energy isn't tiring. I'm fine. I am tired. I don't want to become your burden. Cultivation has no fixed formula. All roads lead to grandmasters. Yi Ro touched my head and smiled. That sounds very familiar. Fang Jing came out holding the child. Those were your father's exact words when he came to Jiangling 3 years ago. How does my husband know that? I figured it out myself. The great principles of the world are pretty much the same. Yi Ro looked at me, her eyes a little red. Okay, I'll listen to you. Your cultivation is improving faster than the true energy I'm sending you. Affection plus 1%, now 26%. Cultivation plus 1%, now 27.3%. Ding, breakthrough to upper stage rank 2. Fist strength 7,322 Jin, plus 900 Jin. Bone and sinew tempering complete. This speed was a little scary. Monday morning exercises. Xiang Tianyu had taken 2 beast pills and jumped the highest in the class. The students were talking all at once. He broke through to mid-stage rank 1. Bought and boosted by Huang Bingbing. Getting carried is fast. Yang Ding is also a freeloader, but he hasn't awakened, so breaking through is harder. I deliberately pretended to be out of breath and jumped 5 or 6 meters, hiding my true ability. After morning exercises, the atmosphere turned tense. Today was the team leader contest, a 3-way duel. Me, Xiang Tianyu, and Huang Bingbing. Whoever became team leader would be able to assign tasks, and everyone wanted to get close to that person. Sun Li was touching up her makeup. My judgment was right. Brother Xiang is stronger. Huang Bingbing sneered. Mao Jian, still not surrendering? Mao Jian said stubbornly. My brother Ding is unbeatable. Quit acting tough. The training director, the student council president, Yi Ro, and Fang Jing all came to watch. Zhao Zikai said disdainfully. The Class C students are all trash. Cheating or not doesn't matter. The match began. I drew my sword, and Xiang Tianyu raised his axe. He swung his axe like the wind, while my sword was like a wall. Every time the axe collided with it, it bounced away. Zhao Zikai looked at Yi Ro. How much true energy did you send him? Yi Ro smiled. I didn't give him much. He wants to refine his qi through sword practice. Xiang Tianyu hacked harder and harder, panting more and more, and panicked. What kind of technique is this? Dangjian style. Use another move. It's blinding. One move is enough. You've broken through to the lower stage of rank 1? I don't know. If you're scared, just admit defeat. I admit defeat. Zhao Zikai mocked him. You admitted defeat before the fight even really started. What was the point of cheating? At that moment, Yi Ro and Fang Jing shouted in unison. Husband, be careful. Xiang Tianyu pretended to surrender, then suddenly raised his axe and hacked toward my back. I leapt 10 meters into the air, reversed my sword tip, locked onto him. 3 strikes. The first strike parried the axe. The second strike severed his left pinky finger. The third strike sliced the severed finger in half. Sparks flew everywhere, like shooting stars. Xiang Tianyu screamed in agony, threw his axe down, and scrambled on the ground searching for his finger. No one paid him any mind. They were all stunned by my swordsmanship. Zhao Zikai murmured. The Skyfall sword deflection technique? Fang Jing exclaimed with excitement. Hubby, so cool. Yi Ro stood proudly. Told you I taught him well. Xiang Tianyu wailed. It can still be reattached. Huang Bingbing shot him a cold glare. Trash. The dean picked up the severed finger and threw it in his face. Trash. Xiang Tianyu was furious. We agreed it was just sparring. You injured me on purpose. I wiped the blood off my sword. You ambushed me. I defended myself. 10 meters high, falling with breakneck speed. How would I have had time to aim on purpose? You're still laughing. An accident. Zhao Zikai stared him down coldly. You ambushed someone and still have the nerve to complain? Losing a finger's just karma. He left without another word. Huang Bingbing pulled out a pair of short pistols. Alright, stop dawdling, coach. Reaper pistol style versus dual pistols. Let's see who's better. Leave your two wives out of this cheerleading nonsense, or get lost. You first. Shut it, Shui Shui. My name is Bing Bing, you jerk. I pointed my sword at her. Doesn't matter. Let's fight. She suddenly lowered her pistols. No fight. I concede. As I thought, shoddy goods. Just like the little punk you trained, Xiang Tianyu. She swallowed her frustration and hissed. You'll know soon enough. Zhang Peng stepped forward to announce. Yang Ding wins 2 matches in a row. Class B2 captain, Yang Ding. Yiro rushed over and hugged me. Hubby, you're amazing. Mao Jian also rushed up. Top dog Yang, you're a beast. I booted him away and wrapped my arms around Yiro. It's all thanks to my wife's teaching. Almost kissed her on the spot. Zhang Peng panicked. Hundreds of pairs of eyes are on you. Show some restraint. I finally let her go. Mao Jian slapped his thigh and exclaimed, if I had a wife like that, restraint would be the last thing on my mind. Affection, 26.5% plus 0.5%. Cultivation, 27.8% plus 0.5%. Strength, 8,122 pounds plus 800 pounds. Skyfall sword deflection experience, 52% plus 10%. Not even half a point of affection and my strength shot up 800 pounds. Awakening students in masterclass spend half a year just breaking into initial first grade levels. It took Mao Jian 2 years to reach just over 600 pounds. At this rate, I'm straight up defying nature. At lunch, I took Mao Jian to the masterclass cafeteria. 3,000 students stared daggers at us, hatred in their eyes. Is the Empire's marriage system joking, or what? Fang's mentor just lost her husband, and now this punk swoops in. Mao Jian got nervous. Big bro Yang, maybe we should come back later? For what? I'm having a good time. You think they'd dare oppose the Empire's will? Back in class, the students stood up. Salute, Captain Yang. The atmosphere was totally different now. After going to the caverns, the captain would have command authority. Anyone I didn't like might as well order their coffin in advance. Sun Li sidled up to me. Captain Yang, the masterclass cafeteria is so far away. Want a massage later? I turned her down immediately. Not into the smell of gynecological issues. Her face turned beet red, cursed me out under her breath, and stormed off. Mao Jian cracked up. Your verbal jabs, man, ruthless. Stay away from her. Hang out with a green tea chick like that. You'll die a horrible death. Now that my status had changed, people made way for me in the restroom. My desk was clean spotless. Mao Jian reminded me. Big bro Yang, don't forget who tossed that soybean for you. Tonight, again. After class, Yiro held Fang Jing's hand as they came to pick me up. First, we went to pick up the kids. The front desk said Fang Jing had a phone reservation. It was her parents calling. She hesitated and declined to answer. Let's wait till New Year. Phones can leak too much. Half a month later, Zhou Ruoxi called Huang Bingbing in to remind her to behave during tomorrow's cave exercise. Fang Jing's setting up Yang Ding, and the queen's intention is obvious. You can't assassinate him. You have to protect him. If we can't deal with Yang Ding, our family might lose its hold over the Genius Juvenile program. This is something Dad and the uncles will evaluate. It's not up to you. Fine. Got it. I hear you've got other plans? Aren't you Daddy's little treasure? Why don't you ask yourself? Zhou Ruoxi sighed. The Venom Fang Society was designed to keep her in check. Stop treating students like playthings. They all have families. Huang Bingbing was unfazed. Who doesn't have family? Does having family mean they're untouchable? Fang Jing got off work early and bought me some dry rations to take into the cave. There's no way to boil water in there, so I'd have to survive 3 days on dry food. I had the afternoon off and didn't want to train, so I helped Fang Jing take care of the baby. I changed the little one's diaper and put him in the bathtub to play with water. Fang Jing rolled up her sleeves to help. My eyelids have been twitching these past few days. I don't know if there'll be any danger going into the cave. I said casually. We're all just sacrificial bait for medicine. There's no way it won't be dangerous. Fang Jing sighed. You're the captain. Let someone else do the dying. If you're soft-hearted now, you're not being responsible to your wife and child. I frowned. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid. Afraid of what? Nothing. The two of us bathed the child and played in the water. In my excitement, I splashed Fang Jing in the face. I quickly reached out to wipe it off for her. Sorry, I used too much force. It was the first time we'd had such close physical contact. Fang Jing froze and tried to dodge. I cupped her face and pulled her closer. You're scared to death and you still won't kiss me? Don't. Yiro is coming back soon. You're my second wife. It's only natural for me to kiss you. She won't say anything. Don't make things hard for me. We already agreed before. Agreed on what? I pulled her into my arms and kissed her wildly. She tried to push me away, but never mind that. Fang Jing was preparing breakfast while Yiro organized the water and provisions. Fang Jing pulled out a headlamp and said, My ex-husband bought this. Fully charged, it lasts 3 days and nights. Give it to Yongding. Yiro handed it back to her. Why can't you give it to him yourself? Fang Jing lowered her voice. I don't want him to think less of me. It's my ex's, after all. Yawning, I came out. Think less of what? Just toss it in my bag. Fang Jing smiled, clearly in a better mood. After breakfast, my 2 wives accompanied me to the elevator. Today, family and loved ones were allowed to say their goodbyes. 6,000 people were heading into the tunnels, their survival uncertain. For some, this might be a final farewell. The elevator stopped on the 120th floor, and Mao Jian got on with his mom. The air was heavy with silence, but Mao Jian wouldn't shut up. Bro Ding, check this out. My mom made me a 3-tier beast hide vest. I stepped aside, showing off my new coat. Holy, this had to cost a fortune. Mao Jian muttered. Yiro calmly replied. Only 50,000. Mao Jian sighed. My wife just made me boiled eggs, 5. We'll eat them together down there. Down on the training grounds, classmates trickled in one by one, most accompanied by their parents or wives. Only Xiang Tianyu stood alone, estranged from his family. With his wife at her parents', he'd become a lone wolf. Leading Yi Rou and Fang Jing to the front of the line, I called out, Morning, team. Someone yelled back, Good morning, Captain. Morning, Captain's wives. Yi Rou held back a laugh. You look so commanding, my love. Way better than the governor. Fang Jing chuckled. It's my first time being called a wife, though. From the podium, Student Council President Zhao Zikai shouted, Team captains, assemble. Once you leave the school, you're probationary members. The governor will give a briefing shortly. Turning back, I hollered with authority. Stand straight. Sunli, quit preening. I'll kick you if you keep it up. Huang Bingbing, lose the slouch, or you're first to bite it tomorrow. Xiang Tianyu, quit with the dead man stare unless you want me to snap that injured finger of yours. Yi Rou and Fang Jing stared at me, shocked. Just moments ago, I was sweet to them. Now I was all fire and brimstone to the team. Yi Rou laughed. My husband's the best. He'd never get played by some cunning fox. Suddenly, 20 massive aircraft roared into view, hovering above. The central craft opened its cabin, and Zhou Ruashi descended, practically walking on air, exuding elegance as the most powerful woman in Jiangling City. Governor's here, Neil. Zhao Zikai called. Yi Rou nudged me. Hurry, Neil. She's your big ticket up. Muttering to myself, one day, she'll kneel to me. I bent to kneel, but Zhou Ruashi's sweeping gaze stopped me cold. No need for empty gestures. Her voice, as smooth as water, reached the ears of every single person. If you're not qualified to be law enforcement soldiers, you're not worthy to kneel before me. I straightened up immediately. Zhou Ruashi began her address. Though you haven't awakened, you've bankrupted your families to be here, pledging yourselves to serve the Enforcement Bureau. I've decided to expand recruitment and give you a shot. The ghouls beneath us multiply rapidly, threatening the city's safety. This mission is a 3-day hunt. Prove yourselves. Your team captain's evaluations will impact future assignments, and those who distinguish themselves will be richly rewarded. Someone handed me a tablet. Team roster is loaded. Call HQ in emergencies, the assistant said. After her speech, Zhou Ruashi re-entered the craft. Hovering rain droplets suddenly fell. Her words were stirring, but no one took them to heart. To leadership, the lives of 6,000 Bait soldiers were just numbers. Zhao Zikai urged, move out. We hit the tunnels by day. At night, the ghouls get nastier. 60 squads began marching as families silently bade farewell. Most trudging forward would simply become cannon fodder. Surviving this mission meant rewriting one's destiny, a chance taken by 1 in 100,000. In the parking lot, I embraced the pregnant Yi Rou, holding her close and kissing her forehead. I'll come back, no matter what. Fang Jing reminded me. You're about to be a dad. Nothing's more important than your life. I nodded, pulling Fang Jing close for a kiss too. A hushed murmur spread among the crowd, her face flushing as there was nowhere to hide. Marriage had this way of flipping promises inside out, and I was a shameless man. Fang Jing said, if you see my brother at the entrance, look out for him. Of course, I replied. He's family, my brother-in-law. Off to the side stood a chubby figure watching me intently. Who phone? Catching up? I called. You here to see me off? He sheepishly handed me a pack of roasted suckling pig. It's your favorite. Take it with you. I grinned, accepting it. No one's giving you trouble, right? No. My back's feeling better now. Thanks for everything. He knew full well that I was the one who helped him take down Xiangbin. I stuffed a Peiyuan pill into his hand. I'm off. Come by when you've got time. There's a ghost in that cave. Take care. I'm not going to die. I boarded the super bus, and 600 vehicles pulled out of the campus. I looked back at the university, thinking about the happiness of sleeping with my wife in my arms. System pop-up. Big wife. Yi Rou. Affection, 29%. Strength, 11,122 gene. Swinging sword form proficiency, 82%. Second wife, Fong Jing. Affection, 2%. Spiritual power, 10 points. Portable domain mental art, 3%. I secretly rejoiced. A forceful kiss really was effective. The system could monitor the wives' attitudes, so there was no need to worry about just putting on a show. In an era of multiple wives, this was practically a divine tool for managing polygamy. After 2 hours on the road, the buses left the city. The northern city wall towered high, and fishing boats drifted occasionally on the river. The screen was broadcasting a speech by Zhao Peng, the commander of the North Guard. He wanted to marry Fong Jing as his 7th wife. Everyone, you are about to arrive at the Huangji Sluice Gate. The foreign ghosts need water, and a ghost cave has been discovered by the riverbank, posing a threat to the safety of the facility. The mission is to find the ghost's base and root them out completely. 30 minutes later, the bus stopped in an open square by the river. Four patrol cars from the law enforcement team were already waiting. I immediately locked onto Fong Dalong. Out of so many people, he had come too. It was obvious he was abusing his position to take revenge on Fong Jing. I asked, I heard each squad only sends 10 law enforcement officers. If they want to send more, we won't be allowed to disembark. Fong Dalong's qualifications were poor, so the ones sent down were all the lowest-ranked people. They were basically bait. He stared at me blankly. What a coincidence. Didn't you know which class you were assigned to? No. They just told me to wait here. Who told you to come? Commander Zhao of the North Guard. I cursed, son of a bitch. Fong Dalong lowered his voice. Brother-in-law, I'll protect you. I teased him. I like that confidence. I'm older than you. Don't call me brother-in-law. He was utterly discouraged. Not only was he a Class C nobody, he'd also gained a brother-in-law. It was humiliating. Big Sis said you too, RT, following Tianyu in the lead. With Huang Bingbing and Sun Li trailing behind, I heard Huang Bingbing scoff angrily. Do you really think you're the boss now? Disobedience will get you sent straight to the Enforcement Bureau for judgment. I warned, pulling out my tablet, ready to mark them a failing score, which meant expulsion or even imprisonment. Huang Bingbing lost her temper and kicked Tianyu. Slippery. I can't stand up. Help me, she cried, igniting her lamp as she dove into a cave, with Sun Li following closely, knowing she'd been abandoned by me. The cave inclined almost vertically, sheer without any viable footing. You're crushing me, Huang Bingbing shouted. Sorry, I fell, said Sun Li. Get off. Huang Bingbing snapped, but I rushed in and accidentally plopped down on Sun Li. Are you trying to kill yourself every day? Huang Bingbing raged. I kicked her on the backside and commanded, keep moving. Stop being so arrogant. She dared not retaliate. My 2 wives and I had her totally figured out. The more she refrains, the more I provoke her. Fine, you're ruthless, she said with a sarcastic thumbs up, secretly vowing to make my wives leave me one day. Once everyone entered the cave, Mao Jian voiced his worries. How are we going to get out? The lieutenant activated his night vision goggles. Someone will extract us once we finish surveying. As we delved deeper, the cave widened. A rancid, chilly wind accompanied its eerie, airy expanse. Scratches riddled the uneven ground, so the team activated their lights and drew knives cautiously. Reaching for my dark metal sword, I tightened my trench coat. Fong Dalong, murmuring, stuck close. If danger strikes, follow me. I have distress gear, he assured. The 10 of you. Are they all from the Northern Guardian Division? I inquired. Yes. Stay sharp. General Zhao could be using us as pawns. This path is treacherous. Fong Dalong sighed reluctantly. I shouldn't have married Yi Ro, let alone my sister. Both are from powerful families. Beauty invites catastrophe. The system matched us. I love her too. I replied defensively. You live with them daily and never cross the line? Just harmless thoughts, maybe. Further inside, the cavern expanded enough for 6 people to walk abreast. Huang Bingbing halted. Do we keep going? Obviously. We're searching for ghosts, not sightseeing, I retorted. Turning abruptly, she aimed her fiery glare at Tianyu and Sun Li. Should I kick you down, or will you go willingly? We've already gone, Sun Li stated firmly. But even before she finished, Huang Bingbing shoved Tianyu down, then pushed Sun Li mid-sentence. Their screams echoed, drawing the lieutenant's ire. This woman is insane, he growled. Huang Bingbing descended next as the others hesitated. Left with no choice, I followed, nearly twisting my ankle on landing. Looking around, I saw skulls, tangled in matted hair, strewn about the ground. Feigning composure, I called out. It's about 7 meters deep here. Watch your step. The ground's littered with round objects. Fong Jing's headlamp reached far enough to illuminate a spacious, spherical chamber. Piles of bones covered the floor, and 4 doorways, symmetrical like a diagram, adorned the walls. Shocked, I muttered. Where did all this come from? If this is some kind of ritual breeding ground, even more could die. Careful, that's a human skull. The hair's so long. It must be a vengeful female ghost. Chief, Where are you? Mao Jian's panic pierced through. Quit screaming. You sound like a little girl. I barked. Quietly, Fong Dalong explained. Counting farms like these out, Jiangling has still seen at least 3,000 disappearances. That many. Only something supernatural could proliferate like this. The Enforcement Bureau must be hiding it from the upper ranks, he whispered. Stop whispering over there. Yang Ding, get us organized, the lieutenant commanded. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Bingbing suggested hesitantly. We'll take turns leading from now on. Sun Li broke down crying, wailing. I'll take the 0 score. Report me if you want. I'll charge you with abuse of power. Expecting this, I plan to make Huang Bingbing suffer. Rest up and hydrate. We'll use dice to decide teams. Winners go first. But the ground's covered in bones. How do we even sit? This isn't a picnic. It's a mission, I snapped as the group cleared space to rest. Pulling out a roast pig, though cold, its aroma filled the air. Chief, did your wife make this? Someone asked. A friend from the livestock division sent it over, I explained nonchalantly. Mao Jian chomped down happily. This is why we admire our chief. Loyal, courageous, your wife's lucky to have you. Fong Dalong scoffed. Flattery won't help you grow stronger. Strength can only take you so far, Mao Jian countered. But flattery? That'll keep you alive. Choosing the right ally beats blind toil any day. Giving Mao Jian the dice, I instructed. Announce the results exactly as I say. You got it, he said eagerly. Mao Jian raised the dice and shouted. Fair and free team formation. 5 groups of 20 people. Guess the number of dots, and the one who guesses right goes first. He handed the dice to the second lieutenant to shake. Is Yang Ding participating? Of course. If we die together, we don't use special status. Huang Bingbing chose her loyal followers, while everyone else surged toward me. Team up with team leader Yang. I smiled. No problem grouping with me, but if you rush to the front, don't blame me. That scared quite a few people into backing off. I had planned this game with a clear purpose, secretly cheating through a spatial rift. Pretending to rest against the wall, I was actually cultivating my mental strength. My fingers brushed through the darkness and found a 10-centimeter crack. I reached in and locked onto the dice in the cup. The second lieutenant felt the lid get blocked for a moment, looked up, and saw nothing unusual. Each group sent a representative to guess the dice. Huang Bingbing raised her hand first. I guess 6 pips. The lowest probability. Mao Jian turned back to look at me. I used the crack to nudge the dice so that 6 faced up. When the cup lid was lifted, 6 pips gleamed brightly. Huang Bingbing's expression changed instantly. Mao Jian jumped up. Brother Ding, the green tea group hit again. Huang Bingbing's fans were disappointed. A boy, trying to prove his courage, charged first toward the cave entrance and shouted, It's fine, come on. Before he even finished speaking, a white ghost closhing out from the cave ceiling, grabbed his neck, and hauled him away. I drew my sword and chased after it. There was a 1-meter-wide round hole in the ceiling. Everyone was so scared their legs went weak, and Sun Li burst into tears. Are we here to exterminate ghosts or feed them? Huang Bingbing frowned, afraid the claw would scratch her face and ruin her looks. Change doors. Whoever takes the lead gets 1 second-grade beast pill. Everyone looked at Xiang Tianyu. I just ate 3. Save the rest for yourselves. No one dared to step forward. Huang Bingbing raised the stakes. The one who leads the charge is this lady's #1 in Go, and can marry me as his wife. 7 or 8 boys rushed toward the cave entrance. The second door was relatively safe, and Xiang Tianyu passed first. Entering the pit, they stepped on soft, dry grass. The strange smell was overwhelming. Someone picked up a white eggshell and asked, Ghost eggs? He reminded me. I only care about my sister. As long as she likes you, I've got no objections. But keep an eye on my parents. They were hell-bent on marrying her off to the grandson of the East Sea City's lord, a hotshot space talent. All right, just for that, I'll temporarily accept the brother-in-law title, I replied, taking the water Mao Jian handed me. I pointed towards the junior officer in the corner, deep in discussion. Stick with us and watch out for them. Mao Jian leaned closer, whispering, They'd throw you to the wraiths for a snack. Good luck even finding your bones after. Xiang Tianyu got a chunk of flesh ripped off his face by the Ghost King. Scared the hell out of everyone. He reminded me, I only care about my sister. As long as she likes you, I've got no objections. But keep an eye on my parents. They were hell-bent on marrying her off to the grandson of the East Sea City's lord, a hotshot space talent. All right, just for that, I'll temporarily accept the brother-in-law title, I replied, taking the water Mao Jian handed me. I pointed towards the junior officer in the corner, deep in discussion. Stick with us and watch out for them. Mao Jian leaned closer, whispering, They'd throw you to the wraiths for a snack. Good luck even finding your bones after. Xiang Tianyu got a chunk of flesh ripped off his face by the Ghost King. Scared the hell out of everyone. I looked over and saw Huang Bingbing feeding medicine to Xiang Tianyu. Xiang Tianyu whimpered. Bingbing, I've lost my face. Huang Bingbing got annoyed and shoved the butt of her gun straight into his forehead. What do you need face for? Xiang Tianyu passed out on the spot. Huang Bingbing picked up an axe and walked toward the Ghost King's corpse, chopping off 2 sharp claws and bagging them. I jumped up and shouted, I killed the Ghost King. What are you doing? Didn't I fight too? Why should I give them to you? Then who are you saying they go to? Everybody gets a share. 10 second-grade beast cores in exchange. 10? Are you crazy? She gritted her teeth. Give 5 first. Pay the other 5 after we get out of the cave. I took them and nodded. That's more like it. Mao Jian leaned over. Boss, why is she spending so much to get the ghost claws? The ghost claws are hard and sharp. They're used for practicing evil martial arts. Fang Dalong watched the classmates dividing up the Ghost King's meat, drooling. You guys aren't eating? I waved him off. Just eat my roasted suckling pig. Mao Jian pulled out some wasabi. Brother Long, let's cut off a couple pieces for sashimi. Keep away from me. Rinse your mouth after you eat. After I was full, I checked the system. From the ambush on the Ghost King just now, the gains were pretty good. First wife Yi Ro, affection increased by 0.3%. Cultivation increased by 0.5%. Broken through to 2nd grade upper realm. Fist force 12,322 gene. Soul severing spear technique 2nd layer unlocked. Sword 9 forms experience 92%. Data really shot up fast in actual combat. I opened the interface for my second wife, Fang Jing, and it had increased too. Affection 3%, spiritual power 16 points. Could Jingjia have feelings for me too? Thinking back to the struggle when I forcefully kissed her, I actually felt a bit of thrill. With 2 beautiful wives, my survival instinct instantly surged. I started thinking about a new tactic. Tear open spatial rifts at any time, and the tip of a sword could emerge from behind someone's head. Even experts would feel a chill down their spines if they faced me. But controlling 2 lines at once was extremely difficult. One slip, and I'd get counterkilled. I circulated my inner art, expanding the rift from 10 centimeters to 16 centimeters. My spiritual power wasn't enough, and the rift kept closing up. Suddenly, I felt a huge energy fluctuation and a head poked out from T. A massive pit, 300 meters underground. The Demon Queen, 3 meters tall, lies on a bed of grass, her belly swollen like a small mountain, ready to lay her 4th clutch of eggs. She produces around 6,000 demon spawn annually, and in her lifetime, she's likely to give birth to at least 50,000. A panicked soldier demon rushes in to report. Mother, Father number 5's head was cut off by humans. The Demon Queen's blood-red eyes snap open, and with a single slap, she kills her son at her side. You fools, how could you let Father number 5 get killed? There were too many humans. They're coming here now. The Demon Queen barks orders. Send Father number 4 and 500 children to attack the Imperial Maternity Hospital. The other 3 fathers will stay here with 3,000 kids to guard this nest. I'm about to lay eggs. Soon, hundreds of soldier demons poured in from all directions, fortifying the entrance of the pit. Jiangling University's faculty housing. Fang Jing took on cooking and laundry duties, staying close to Yi Ro. Ro, I'll sleep by your side tonight. Sure, let's make it the 3 of us tonight, Yi Ro said with a smile, cradling her child. Fang Jing hesitated. Your child will be born soon. I think I'll tell my daughter to stop calling Yang Ding her dad. Why not? Yi Ro asked. Yang Ding said we're family, and we must stay united to face any danger together. She hugged Fang Jing, listing them all. That means you, your parents, children, even your brother Fang Dalong, and my sister Yi Ku too. Tears welled in Fang Jing's eyes. Did he really say that? Of course. He sees things clearly, Yi Ro reassured her. Their conversation was interrupted by the security system's urgent alert. The Imperial Maternity Hospital is under attack by the demon spawn. All instructors, report for emergency support. Yi Ro grabbed her Reaper rifle, ignoring that she was still in sleep pants. Jingjia, stay home with the baby. I'm coming with you, Fang Jing responded, opening a spatial portal and warning Yi Ro. You're pregnant. Don't you dare start flying around recklessly. The pair stepped through, instantly arriving above the hospital. Tall buildings surrounded them, cries and screams echoing everywhere in the chaos. Building 320 has the highest concentration of demon spawn. Over 100 children have already been killed. Let's go. Yi Ro pulled Fang Jing along, leaping into the fray. Her rifle extended to 2 meters in length, surging with spiritual energy. In a single blast of pure chi, she disintegrated 18 demons into ash. As a 5th-tier martial artist, she bulldozed the lowly demons as if they were mere blades of grass. Meanwhile, Fang Jing took cover against a nearby wall, opening portals and striking the enemy with pinpoint accuracy. One particularly audacious demon lunged directly for the child in Fong Jing's arms, making her daughter cry in terror. Without flinching, Fong Jing slashed a portal open and redirected her Reaper rifle to fire directly into the demon's chest, obliterating it. The two worked seamlessly together, clearing out all of the 108 demons from the building in just under 2 minutes. In the governor's office of the Enforcement Bureau, Zhou Ruoxi watched the live footage, her fury burning uncontrollably. How could this happen? What the hell is the Enforcement Bureau even doing, letting demons get this far? She issued an uncompromising order. The 60 appointed squads are not to retreat until the Demon Queen's lair is located. Any team that finds it will receive a 3 million credit reward. Zhou Zhengyao shot her a disapproving look. Little Seven, don't make reckless decisions. I'm the governor, Zhou Ruoxi snapped. My orders are final. If we don't take control by subjugating the demons, those illegitimate children of ours will have no future. After a moment of silence, Zhou Zhengyao sighed. Fine, you lead the charge. I'll back you up. Back at the hospital, Yi Rou and Fong Jing had fought off over 300 demons. The Demon King, retreating with his surviving forces, burrowed his way into an underground lair. Yi Rou, holding her injured child, finally allowed herself to cry for the first time since becoming a mother. Meanwhile, Fong Jing glared at the surveillance cameras, shouting furiously, "What the hell is the Enforcement Bureau good for? How do you let this happen, letting demons attack children?" Outside the head nurse's room, the hospital director had locked himself inside, speaking quietly into his communicator. Zhou Ruoxi has ordered the complete eradication of the Demon Queen and forbids any squad from withdrawing. Angrily, he threw his glasses to the floor, ignoring even her father's command. She's totally lost it. Moments later, he sent a message to Huang Bingbing. If you locate the Demon Queen, notify me immediately. If necessary, kill Yangding outright. Huang Bingbing replied. Zhou Ruoxi said, I'm not allowed to touch him. She's just covering her own tail. Ignore her orders. Understood, third brother. Huang Bingbing confirmed, stashing the communicator away. Since she had defended herself against the Demon King, using Tang Tianyu as a shield, loyal followers had begun flocking to her side. Sun Li even flounced up to her, pleading, Captain Yang, let me massage your legs. I promise it'll feel amazing. Annoyed, he kicked her squarely in the face. Do you think this is the time? Quit bothering me. They had just received the governor's orders. No one leaves until the Demon Queen is brought down. With 5,000 demons entrenched in their lair, survival seemed a long shot. In the crushing darkness of the cave, even a single wrong step could mean getting clawed to death in an instant. The promise of 3 million credits did nothing to lift spirits. Most of the squads were overwhelmed with despair, their faces dark with dread. Even so, Sun Li scrambled back to her feet, still intent on massaging him. She knew clearly, if she could get Yang Ding on her side, she'd have someone to shield her in case they faced danger. I kicked Sun Li flying out coldly. Fong Dalong was stunned. This woman was way too thick-skinned. Enforcement Team 2nd Lieutenant Sun waved at Sun Li. Are you blind? I'm the strongest man here. Come here and massage me. The enforcement team members burst into laughter. 2nd Lieutenant Sun touched the back of her hand. We're both surnamed Sunday. Come into my arms and warm up. Sun Li immediately crawled into his arms. Too lazy to deal with those two losers, I kept cultivating the Void Rift art. Boss, when are we leaving? Fong Dalong asked. Rest for 6 hours first. There'll be a big battle tomorrow. I could sense Yi Rou and Fong Jing's worry, and our affection level rose again. I tried using the Rift art to connect back home so I could see my two wives, but my power wasn't enough. I tried several times, and the connection kept cutting out. I'd heard that at S+ rank, you could communicate with home anytime, even have kids. I have to grind this skill hard. I trained until my mental power was about to give out, then drifted into a groggy sleep. In my dream, I heard screams. Captain, save me. A ghost creature drilled out from the wall, dragging a girl back inside. The classmates were terrified and scattered in all directions. Don't hide, grab her. I shouted. I lunged over, my sword stabbing straight into the wall. The ghost creature cried out in pain and let go before fleeing. The girl's leg was covered in blood, but her bones and tendons were fine. I glared fiercely at the 8 classmates who had run away. All of you get up. Ever since Xiang Tianyu had been carried away, no one dared question my authority. Who ran first? A girl asked timidly, raising her hand. I smashed the sword scabbard hard against her thigh. Ah, if you get dragged away, are you just going to pin your hopes on your teammates saving you? On them, but I was scared. If you're afraid of dying, then die first. The 8 of you will stand in the front later. Captain Yang, I don't dare, the girl cried. Shut up. I swept my gaze over everyone, including 2nd Lieutenant Sunday. I was the boss here. From now on, anyone who fears the enemy and refuses to fight, or doesn't save their teammates, We'll all go to the front lines and charge. Trash is just a burden. Huang Bingbing never expected the skinny boy from back then to have become so fierce, and she even felt a little moved. Mao Jian and Fang Dalong gave a thumbs up. Boss is awesome. Do you like the ex-brother-in-law or the current brother-in-law? The ex-brother-in-law has extraordinary talent, but Yang Ding's character is more reliable. Ability can be trained. Character is harder to train. I pulled out the tablet and deducted 1 point from each of those 8 people. The system pushed out the new rankings. Class B2 had 123 points, first place, and 18 battle casualties, also leading the other teams. Teams ranked below 40th had not killed a single ghost, yet more than a dozen of their people had died. How many casualties do we have in total? Over 1,300. The 2 of them were shocked. We've killed almost 600 ghost creatures, not counting the Ghost King. Ghost creatures weren't hard to kill. Ordinary weapons could chop them down, but the students were all terrified. Mao Jian said, "It's only the first day. If we don't toughen up, hardly any of us will survive." I looked at the battle report. Class B2's ghost kill count was surging, while casualties were dropping sharply. I took out photos of my 2 wives. Yi Ro was pure and sweet. Fang Jing was charming and alluring. Clenching my teeth, I thought, I haven't even had enough yet. I absolutely can't die in this damn place. We needed a powerful leader to take charge, fight a satisfying battle, and ignite everyone's fighting spirit. I put away the tablet and stood up. This cave has been noticed by the ghost creatures. Pack up and move out. We can only wait for reinforcements after we find the ghosts. Captain Yang, why not let the other teams go? We're first place. The others are hoping we'll break the ice. Now it's time to strike back. Mao Jian agreed. The bonus has gone up to 3 million. That's 25,000 each. It's worth taking a shot. I won't take the captain's extra 500,000. I'll live and die with everyone. As soon as those words fell, the team was fired up with passion. An unremarkable boy stood up. Even if I die, I'll give it my all. I'll listen to the captain. I stared at Second Lieutenant Sunday. Lend me the radio. I need to talk to the overall commander. No way. Your rank isn't high enough. I looked at the camera coldly. I have to speak. The 80 students shouted in unison. Let the captain speak. Second Lieutenant Sun couldn't push back anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruashi at the command center said, "Let him speak." I stared at the camera. We're taking the initiative to slaughter the abyssal ghosts. Please let all teams share the kill count. Fine, guaranteed. I turned to the 8 people who had been made to stand at attention and said, I'm taking you to the front line. I held out my hand toward Huang Bingbing. Lend me your short gun. You know how to use a gun? Gun or sword, it doesn't matter. As long as it kills ghosts. Huang Bingbing threw the gun to me, hoping to find the ghosts as soon as possible herself. Short gun in my left hand, black gold sword in my right. I stepped into the black hole. Everyone, listen up. For per group. 1 carries a weapon, 2 guard the flanks, 1 watches the rear. If a ghost shows itself, stab it immediately. Yes, Captain Yang. Fang Dalong wanted to stay close to me, but Second Lieutenant Sun pulled him back. With your half-baked skills, you're headed for a dead end. Just stay behind as a sparring partner. My sister can't be without a husband. I'm not leaving. On the surface, Second Lieutenant Sun played along, but in her heart, she was already looking for a chance to deal with Fang Dalong. I didn't stop Fang Dalong from following. You watch the ground. Pay attention to collapses. Understood. Mao Jian asked quietly. Brother Ting, that pig trotter wants to brush us off. Are you really bringing her to the front too? Don't rush. Let Second Lieutenant Sun take the bait first. And drag more law enforcement teams down with H. My wife's affection for me grows, even while she's asleep. Looks like I need to shower her with some serious love when I get back. I declared, taking out 5 second-tier beast pills. We wiped out 160 ghosts this time. 2 pills each, as promised. You all earned it. The whole team was fired up. Who killed at least 5 ghosts? Raise your hand. 6 hands shot up. But not you, Huang Bingbing, I quipped. You'd be full after just 1. So is it 1 pill each? Someone asked. Guess what? Captain's privilege. I barked triumphantly. Sun Xiaowei couldn't help but tease. You, a newbie captain, acting all high and mighty? Give me a break. His sister Sun Li added fuel to the fire. You think a low-class captain can compare to a second lieutenant? I pointed at her immediately. Front and center. I didn't do anything wrong, she protested. You ditched the fight. You're punished to stand in the front of the line. I won't. If you won't go, I'll toss you to the whites. Someone chuckled at my threat. Sun Xiaowei intervened. Give me some face. Let Sun Li fight alongside me. I smirked. Fine. She can fight right next to me. Sun Li, sensing her brother's support, agreed begrudgingly. Okay, for my brother's sake. The guys started joking. Captain Yang's got swagger. Even Huang Bingbing chimed in. I want to come too. Getting cold feet, huh? No. I'm just saying, you're kinda cool. handling ghosts and shutting Sunli up? Respect. Fong Dalong nudged me and whispered, careful with these girls. Mess around, and I'll tell my sister. After regrouping, Sun Xiaowei got an update. We're near the Ghost Queen's lair. I blocked him. Any ghosts you killed don't count for our team rank. Stay out of this competition. He tried pushing past me, but I didn't budge. You tired of living? Sunli pulled him back. You promised to protect me, remember? Left with no choice, he shared the intel. I riled up the team. Everyone, cheer for Second Lieutenant Sun, the real tough guy here. Sunli, delighted, gave her brother a peck on the cheek. 2 hours passed without an attack, and our kill count remained the same. We're almost at the lair. Why aren't they stopping us? Mao Jian asked. They're probably waiting for the right moment to ambush, I guessed. Sun Xiaowei asked Fong Dalong to take point. Your move, he ordered smugly. Fong Dalong nodded and moved cautiously. I warned in a low voice, watch your step. Half an hour later, we emerged from the ghost cave into a vast, bottomless cavern. A narrow dirt path snaked its way down the wall. Turn up your headlamps. The ceiling could be hiding ghosts. Should we keep going? Asked Mao Jian. Unless there's another way, I replied. Suddenly, Sun Xiaowei pretended to glance at the cavern floor, ready to shove Fong Dalong into the abyss. Watch it step, bro. I grabbed Fong Dalong just in time, glaring at Sun Xiaowei. He paled. I was just checking. Teamwork is strength. Watch yourselves, I said firmly. Fong Dalong, suppressing his anger, now trusted me even more. We continued descending. I discreetly cut a fissure into the wall to create some grip for the team. Right when Sun Xiaowei tried his shady move again, I didn't hold back this time. With a force of 13,000 pounds, I thrust my spear straight into his lower back. Before he could react, he was flung into the abyss. Sun Xiaowei, Sunli screamed. What happened to him? I yelled back. Guess he slipped, I said dryly. Sun Xiaowei, can you hear me? I shouted into the dark. His desperate cries echoed back. Help! They're biting me. We need to move. Huang Bingbing urged. Look at the ceiling. Mao Jian shouted. Thousands of glowing green eyes swarmed down from the walls. Damn it, stick together. Back to back with blades ready. The whites poured down in torrents. Within moments, several classmates fell into the abyss. The Ghost King and Queen are down there. Time for reinforcements, I said, only to realize the radio's on Sun Xiaowei. Damn him. Change of plans. Focus on killing that Ghost King and Queen. Without hesitation, I leaped into the abyss. The blue-eyed Ghost King lunged at me with tremendous force. Blade rain pierces the wild. I unleashed a wave of sword strikes, forcing the Ghost King into a defensive frenzy. Go, Captain Yang. Charge. Mao Jian roared. Landing amidst a swarm of whites, I hacked down 5 in one swing and severed the Ghost King's right hand. My headlamp caught a ghastly sight at the center of the nest, a 3-meter, bloated white. The Ghost Queen. With its blood-red eyes fixed on me, it extended a meter-long claw, commanding its minions forward. Still remember me, huh? I taunted. The one-handed Ghost King charged in desperate fury. Parrying with my sword, I drove my spear into its head, sending a pulse of energy that shattered its skull. Whites swarmed, but I stood firm, executing precise attacks with the ghost-reaving spear. Huang Bingbing rushed in with dual pistols blazing, creating an opening for me. Finally, I crippled the other Ghost King, pinning it down underfoot. The whites paused, their leader incapacitated. The Ghost Queen, frenetic, unleashed a volley of ghost eggs to salvage the fight. Everyone to me. The walls bristled with more whites incoming. Just as despair crept in, distant lights emerged. Back up. As I prepared for a final strike on the Ghost King, a stone shot deflected my blade. The Ghost King scampered back to the Queen. A barrage of stones followed, killing several of my classmates. Impressive swordplay, a low voice remarked from the shadows. I swung my light toward the source, a man in a suit and black mask, standing on a floating stone. Who are you? Why save the Ghost King? Little ant, prepare to die. A surge of energy interrupted his attack. A golden-masked man appeared, radiating power. Dragon Guard. The masked enemy stammered in disbelief. Keeping an eye on rogues like you. The golden-masked figure snapped. While they faced off, the golden-masked man told me, go take down the Ghost Queen. I've got him. Seizing the chance, I darted toward the Queen. Stone spikes flew toward me, but the golden-masked man's sword aura sliced them apart. Dodging a barrage of ghost eggs, I leaped and severed the Queen's grotesque head. The Ghost King, seeing its mate fall, lunged hopelessly. One clean stroke ended it. I'll remember this, Yang. The masked man sneered before vanishing. The golden-masked figure disappeared as quickly as he had come. Look up, Fong Dalong shouted. The enforcement squad tore open a dimensional gate, descending to eliminate remaining hostiles. Zhou Zhengyao, riding his flying sword, approached. Who took down the Ghost Queen? Fong Dalong quickly reported. Captain Yang from Class 2B. Both the Queen and the King were his kills. Zhou asked me, faced any setbacks? From the ghosts themselves? No. From humans? Plenty. I replied coolly, explaining my encounter. He brushed it off and awarded us 1,000 points. 3 hours later, casualty reports came in, 2,400 dead. By morning, Yi Rou and Fang Jing still hadn't rested. They visited the enforcement headquarters, hoping for news amid a crowd of thousands. Rumor has it over 3,000 were killed, someone whispered. By noon, they finally got answers. Students were being bussed back home. The crowd rushed to the parking lot. After an agonizing hour, buses pulled in. Yi Rou leaped up, scanning the crowd for me, but the chaos swept her away. Mao Jian's mom jumped onto the roof of the bus to look for her son. Yang Ding is still alive. He might be on one of the buses. Yi Rou breathed a sigh of relief and asked around everywhere. After more than a dozen buses had passed, she still hadn't seen me. Could my husband really be dead? Yi Rou grew anxious. Fang Jing said firmly, no, he's smart. The last bus came to a stop. A drone broadcast rang out. Please welcome the heroes of Class Bing 2 with applause. Team leader Yang Ding personally slew the Ghost Queen and 3 Ghost Kings, igniting the battle soul of the human race. The bus door opened, and I was the first to step out. 6 teammates had died at human hands. I was keeping that dead in mind. Hubby, hubby. Yi Rou pulled Fang Jing and leaped 100 meters, rushing toward me. I opened my arms and caught them steadily, holding them both tightly. It had only been 2 days since we last saw each other, but only then did I realize how precious my wives were. I kissed them alternately on the left and right. Yi Rou closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe, and kissed back, not caring that thousands were watching. Hubby, it's enough that you're okay. Fang Jing asked, where's my brother? He's fine. He went back with the law enforcement team. She let out a sigh of relief and let me take a little advantage of her. Mao Jian was found by his mother, and mother and son cried their hearts out in each other's arms. Brother Ding, I'm heading off first. See you in class. Yi Rou took my arm. Hubby, I'm taking the afternoon off to keep you company. Fang Jing said. You two have just reunited after being apart, so I'll go to class. Sis Jing, take the day off too. Let's have a 3-person world. Nonsense. I need to go to class. Then buy more groceries tonight. Uncle's coming over. Fang Jing froze for a moment, remembering the relationship between me and her younger brother. I'll buy the groceries after school. I held Yi Rou's hand and went home, telling her along the way how I had slain the ghosts in the cave. She looked at me the whole time with a fangirl's eyes. Hubby, you're so handsome. This time I feel like I can move up to Class E. Really? Then I'll be your student. During the day, the instructor trains me. At night, I train the instructor. She understood what I meant. Her face reddened as she punched me. You bad guy. I touched Yi Rou's belly. I'll go with you to your prenatal checkup this weekend. Okay. Then the Earth Element expert must be one of the poison spike people. Who exactly is the Dragon Guard Imperial Army? No idea. He's very strong, and says he's at the upper 6th rank. The Dragon Guard Imperial Army starts at least at the lower 5th rank. He wouldn't be bragging. I felt that man was the Queen secretly protecting me. As a pawn of the faction splitting forces, only with wings would one dare to be so arrogant. When I got home, I couldn't wait to take a shower. Wife, wait for me on the bed first. Yi Rou brought me clean clothes and lay down herself too. A quarter of an hour later, I was holding her and kissing her nonstop. Only when I'm holding you do I feel those life and death fights were worth it. Honey, I shouldn't have let you enter the martial arts academy. Being a male nurse would have been pretty good too. Wrong. A man should fight for his woman and children. The two of us slept until 4 in the afternoon. Remembering that Fang Dalong was bringing his family out for dinner that evening, we decided to go buy groceries. Yi Rou held my hand tightly, our feelings even stronger than before. The 3 of us first went to the maternal and child hospital to pick up the child, then to the Ability Academy to pick up Fang Jing after work. When Fang Jing saw us waiting at the entrance, her nose stung with emotion. She had never felt this kind of warmth from childhood to adulthood. Jingjia, hurry up and come out. Tonight it's hot pot with blood curd and spicy skewers. So spicy but we'll be smoking. Yi Rou shouted foolishly. Fang Jing hurried over to pull her away. Little Duzhong stopped shouting. Back at the dorm, Fang Dalong was already waiting with his wife and child. Brother-in-law, sister. Fang Jing stared at her younger brother. Are you okay? I'm fine. I almost got pushed into the ghost pit by Lieutenant Sunday. Luckily, brother-in-law saved me. Why did he try to hurt you? He should have been acting on Brigade Commander Zhao's orders. I pointed at the intercom by the door. Don't say any more. We might be monitored. In the kitchen, I was cutting vegetables while Fang Jing washed them. Wash the cilantro too. Yi Rou and I both like it. Fang Jing suddenly asked, do you really like me? Or do you just want my body? I looked at her fair neck and swallowed. I'd never just be after your body. Then why were you still hugging me and nibbling on me at noon? I couldn't help myself. She rolled her eyes. Then forget it. I genuinely like you, and I also covet your body. The two don't conflict. When did it start? The first time we met. She hesitated for a long time. After my 3-month mourning period is over, I'll give you 2 children. Another month? 27 days. If you want to touch me, you can only kiss above the neck. Perfect. At dinner, Fong Dalong raised his glass. Brother-in-law, sister, happy newlywed bliss. The doorbell rang, and Mao Jian came. Mao's mother took out a meteor iron shield. Thank you for taking care of Mao Jian. I accepted it, then handed it to Mao Jian. It's just right for practicing the Thunderbolt blade technique. Mao Jian's eyes lit up. I've wanted one for a long time. My mom just couldn't bear to buy it. After dinner, Fong Jing and I went to bathe the child. Let's sleep together tonight. Put the child in the middle. I'll ask your first wife. Yi Ro answered. Zhang Peng sneered. Yang Ding sliced through thousands of undead with one strike, took down 3 ghost kings and the ghost queen. You guys have no right to mock him. Zhang Peng started explaining the 9 swords technique. Using the sweep sword form correctly, you can unleash 30 centimeters of sword energy with 30,000 pounds of force. The whole class was stunned. Isn't that only achievable with 5th tier or above cultivation? It's about concentrated true chi pulses. You guys can't do it because you're using the wrong methods, Zhang Peng replied. Excited, I burst out. I know how to use true chi pulses. Class leader Ma Shanfeng wasn't happy. Instructor, are you for real? You can't even pull it off because, well, you're just an idiot, I retorted. The class erupted in laughter. Ma Shanfeng challenged me to a spar. Mao Jian gave a reminder. You just got here. Maybe keep a low profile. I placed a hand on Huang Bingbing's shoulder. If he wants to challenge me, let him beat my female disciple first. Huang Bingbing was furious. I am not your disciple. Starting from now, I'm the boss, I declared smugly. As we headed to the training area, Yi Ro came running up. Honey, who are we fighting? You're a coach. Don't call me honey in class. I'll call you whatever I want, she pouted. I quickly covered her mouth. Keep it down, my sweet wife. Everyone stared in shock. The normally fierce and fiery coach, Yi was acting as docile as a kitten today. This is a third-person text. I have converted it into the first person as required and simplified it. Am I really that impressive? Even the female classmates who didn't get paired up successfully want to be my third wife. The match now is Bingbing's. Yi Ro pushed me aside and stared at her seriously. Zhang Spear King wanted to figure out her abilities. Honey, Bingbing has to win, I whispered. Bingbing, no holding back. Bingbing didn't even turn her head, just flipped me the middle finger. Win your ass. She only used her first-rank middle stage strength and didn't dare reveal her ace moves. She charged wildly, thrusting her spear at Ma Shanfeng's vital points, but still couldn't gain the upper hand. This is just sparring. Don't make me a eunuch, Ma Shanfeng roared. All men should be eunuchs. Giggle. Yi Ro frowned and lightly kicked me. Honey, stay away from that psycho. You've got 2 beautiful wives at home serving you. Don't worry. If she turns into a man, I still won't become a eunuch. Bingbing pulled another dirty trick. Ma Shanfeng could no longer hold back and used his finishing move, the dart crossing the soundly fortified passage style. Holding the Miao Dao in both hands with the blades reversed behind his back, he swiftly slashed upward from below. Bingbing's wrist was nearly severed, courting death. She flew into a rage and immediately erupted with second-rank middle stage cultivation. With 5 times the strength crushing down, she completely overpowered him. Her left spear knocked the Miao Dao flying, and her right spear lifted into the groin. Ma Shanfeng was smashed to the ground, screaming miserably. A look of excitement appeared on Bingbing's face. Whoever ambushed me is a eunuch. Everyone stared in shock. Yi Ro rushed up and slapped her. Bingbing gave her a cold glare, and Yi Ro slapped her again. Not Fuchit. We're just classmates sparring. Did you really need to hurt someone? Sparring means you bear the losses yourself. Yi Ro was so angry she glared at me. Why did you bring her to Class B? I got mad too and slapped Bingbing twice. From today on, I don't want you as my dog apprentice. Bingbing rubbed her swollen face. She was definitely cursing me in her heart. I knew that if she hadn't been investigating the Dragon Guard Imperial Army, she would already have made a move. I pulled Yi Ro aside. That crazy dog has her uses. Her identity is special. If I don't bring her up a class, then I can't advance either. Yi Ro sneered. What about Sun Li? Aren't I and Jingjie enough? They're a duo. What duo? The crazy and bitcha duo. Ha! Yi Ro almost burst out laughing. Fine. Remember this. Helping you marry a second wife is no problem, but I absolutely won't allow you to fool around outside. Squad leader Ma was taken to the infirmary. Yi Ro put her hands on her hips and swept her gaze across the classroom, and the whole class fell silent. I have a bad temper, but I mean what I say. No hurting people during sparring. Anyone who dares hurt my husband, I'll pay it back tenfold and beat you to death. The students had thought she was standing up for squad leader Ma. They never expected she was protecting her husband out of concern. Bingbing leaned in. Your wife is the real deal. You'd better behave. Humph. Once she can't do anything, will she still like you? You can try. Once she's of no use, I plan to kill her. Yi Ro's close combat class didn't teach cultivation. It emphasized true Qi operating strategies. Defeat the opponent with minimal consumption. She wore a tracksuit, her belly slightly rounded. I sat on the ground with my classmates listening to the lesson, my heartbeat accelerating. My wife's charm was off the charts. I practically wanted to hug her on the spot. A 5th-tier upper realm and a 6th-tier lower realm differ in punch power by 6 times. The higher the rank, the bigger the gap. There's basically no hope of defeating someone by fighting above your level. Close combat is the only chance. Mao Jian raised his hand. Instructor, in close combat the opponent's power is too strong. If I take one punch, I'm dead for sure. Yi Ro sneered. If you don't fight close, won't you die? Did you even understand the words only chance? Mao Jian stuck out his tongue. Boss Yang, your wife is super fierce. You're the only one who can handle her. I thought to myself, my wife was famous for close combat. When I go to the northern frontier, I better not die too miserably. Yang Ding, tell us what you're thinking, Yi Ro called out. The whole class turned to look. Teacher Yi, let's talk about it at home later. The students all went, tisk. Showing off our affection in public was so embarrassing. Yi Ro put her hands on her hips. TSK what? He's my husband. Is it not okay for me to give him extra lessons at night? I hurriedly stopped her. All right, focus on the class. Got it, husband. Yi Ro replied obediently. The whole class screamed. There was no way this class was continuing. With instructor Ye's wife backing me and Bingbing serving as my enforcer, I hadn't even lifted a finger and I was already the real boss of Class B22. After class, I sat in the monitor's seat. Mao Jian went up to the podium and announced, starting today, the monitor of Class B22 is Brother Ding. With the imperial robe laid over him, this kind of thing has to be done by someone else. When everyone remained silent, Mao Jian slapped the desk and roared, who agrees? Who opposes? Just then, Ma Shanfeng limped in. Why are you sitting in my seat? Is this your seat? I pretended to get up and offer it to him. Mao Jian immediately smacked him unconscious with one slap. Are you blind? From now on, this is Brother Ding's seat. Do the classmates agree? Ma Shanfeng said, unconvinced. Bingbing coldly tapped the 2 guns. Terrified, he quickly grabbed his bag and left. I pulled him back. You're the monitor. I'm giving it back to you. Ma Shanfeng shook me off. You're the monitor. I'm leaving the trouble to you. Then I won't be polite. I bobbed my head and sat down. Mao Jian was excited. Being the boss is awesome. This world is ruled by the strong. Bingbing leaned closer. You like being the boss? I can introduce you to a high-paying job. What job? Promise me, and I'll tell you later. I already knew her background. An expert in earth techniques from Guekong Cave, probably S rank. Yi Ro was no match for her at all. Tell me later. First, let's go to the Class B cafeteria and grab a good seat. The treatment in the Class B cafeteria was the same as Class A, far better than Classes C and D. In the first year, there was plenty of second-tier beast meat served every day at noon. The moment I stepped into the cafeteria, all eyes turned to me. Yi Ro and Feng Jing were both instructors. This was basically the ultimate life setup. Even the sons of the 5 great families of Jiangling City could hardly enjoy this kind of year. Knowing that the Dragon Guard Imperial Army was secretly protecting me, I became arrogant. I pushed through hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes. On my left guard was Bingbing, carrying a gun. On my right guard was Mao Jian, holding a shield, and behind me was Sun Li. Mao Jian stared at the braised exotic beast meat, drooling with envy. My God, being with the right person is a talent. The students of Class B22 had already saved me a seat. Meals, seating, and chasing girls all came first. Who wouldn't want to be the class monitor like this? I took out my meal card, and more than a dozen hands reached out to help get food. The nearby class laughed at us. Class 22 is full of losers, and they actually accepted a Class C ordinary person as their monitor. At the next monthly exam, they're definitely dead last. I handed the meal card to Mao Jian. Go get the food. Everyone else sit properly. I've got something to say. Sun Li chimed in. Captain Yang single-handedly wiped out the Ghost King and the Ghost Empress, and he gave all the million-yuan bonus to his classmates. Including 10 second-grade beast cores, I also got a share of 30,000. The students of Class B22 were stunned. I'm not a freeloader. The bonus I earned was split equally among everyone. Converted into cultivation resources, that was enough to raise my rank. Mao Jian brought over a boxed lunch, much more generous than the Class C meals. Bingbing kept eating as she probed. That Dragon Guard Imperial Guard, could he be some instructor? Heard any news? I asked. No. Do you guys know? Why ask us if you don't know anything? This guy was way too blunt, leaving no room for the little maniac to show off at all. I finished lunch in a hurry and went looking for Yi-Ro. By chance, I took the elevator with the Dean of Student Affairs. Why do students keep running to the instructor's office area? My wife is pregnant. I'm just checking in on her. Do you know what happened after Xiang Tianyu came out of the cave? No, I'm curious too. The Dean of Student Affairs wore a worried look and didn't say much. All signs pointed to Xiang Tianyu possibly joining Poison Thorn. Yi-Ro wasn't in her office. I turned around and went to find Fang Jing. Fang Jing had just had a big fight with her father, and her eyes were red. I decisively locked the door and lifted her chin. What's wrong? Who bullied my second wife? I got scolded by my parents. For saying you shouldn't have married me? They have no right to lecture you. They can't control you. I pulled her into my arms. Once our baby is born and the deed is done, we'll just have him call you Grandpa. Whether he likes it or not, he'll have to accept it. Fang Jing shot me a glance. I really underestimated you. I always thought you were honest, but I didn't expect you to be so full. I asked, are there any instructors in the martial arts department transferred from Jinglong King City? Yi-Ro hadn't paid much attention. Why do you ask? Bing Bing just inquired about the identity of the Longwei Imperial Guard. Jinxi probably knows he's at Jiangling University. Fang Jing said, the Longwei Imperial Guard has 60,000 men. The lowest ranks start at 5th grade. They never publicly send instructors. Half of the instructors in Jiangling City are transferred from the 3 major city-states. Their identities can be faked. No way to check. Fang Jing nodded. Besides, he may not even be an instructor. He could be a janitor, a cook, or even from the pig-raising department. Then we can only see whether, next time I'm in danger, he'll make a move. Yi-Ro smiled. Honey, does that mean you won't have to worry about it anymore? I touched her slightly bulging belly. Exactly. You're pregnant and still saved me. And you even leap over 1,000 meters at the drop of a hat. I can't rest easy. Fang Jing suddenly understood. So I've been dragged into this by you too? Yi-Ro's hand trembled and poked me. I yelped. As for scheming against her best friend, she intended to keep that buried forever. I thumped my chest. Sis Jing, we're family. And we've got a queen-level expert backing us. Nothing to be afraid of. I can live and die with you, but DeLong and the baby can't. By the end of the year, I have to send them to Donghai City. Honey, who do you think your sister will marry in the future? Yi-Ro reached over and twisted my ear. What are you thinking? Ow, 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 I'm just chatting. Fang Jing fanned the flames. You were thinking about it. You like eating the grass right by your own fence, taking the whole pot at once. Liking one's wife's best friend, or even one's wife's sister, wasn't impossible either. People were drawn to someone like Yi Ku, cool and distant. I hurriedly interrupted. Nonsense. First wife, what do you think about Huang Bingbing's move earlier? Yi-Ro said, every strike is ruthless, wielding dual pistols. It's like the pelvic strike technique. What kind of crazy technique is that? It's a martial art invented by women who hate men. Every fake move targets one spot, to turn men into eunuchs. Whoa, that must be intense. Back in the day, it harmed many men until my dad got rid of her. I exclaimed in admiration. Your dad dared to take out that deadly fairy? What an incredible role model. My dad's a grandmaster, with a single punch packing a strength of 20 billion tons. 20 billion tons. Mao Jian's jaw nearly hit the floor. One punch could wipe out Jiangling City, a true pinnacle of human combat strength. The class bell was about to ring, and I reluctantly left my second wife's office. I decided that from now on, I'd spend every lunch break here. You can never get enough time with a beautiful wife. Back in class, Mao Jian leaned in and asked, Bro, where'd you run off to? The instructor's office. Yi-Ro cleaned my ears while Fang Jing massaged my legs. For real? Even Instructor Fang's fallen for you. I smacked the back of his head. Mind your own business. Lowering his voice, Mao Jian said, that move from Bing Bing almost crippled squad leader Ma's family jewels. She's like a mad dog. You can't let her off the leash. I can barely stand the sight of her without my legs trembling. Always scared of a sneak attack. Don't go turning into another Xiang Tianyu. During class, I focused intensely on training my Void Rift technique. My second wife said that once I reached D-class cultivation and mastered the second layer, I'd be able to teleport through space. During my free time, I practiced the sweeping sword move like crazy, repeating it thousands, even tens of thousands of times. The monotony was unbearable, and those with poor comprehension would easily give up. Advisor Zhang Peng emphasized that I needed to cultivate high-frequency, true-energy pulses. Single-shot pulses are like sniper rounds, precise and lethal but easy to dodge. Sword energy, on the other hand, is wide and destructive like machine gun fire. Even mastering a small range of just a few dozen centimeters could let you slice off an opponent's head. My punching strength already reached 19,000 pounds, and I'd soon break into the lower third rank. The 30,000-pound threshold wasn't far off, and hope for generating lower-tier sword energy skyrocketed. Huang Bingbing sauntered over provocatively. Yang Ding, you're seriously practicing energy pulses? Mind your own, and let me mind mine. At mid-first rank with just over 1,000 pounds of strength? What kind of true energy are you even trying to pulse? You talk too much. I swung my sword at her head, and she dodged easily. But my energy pulse had already nicked her neck. Leaning in close, she whispered, do you think the advisor could secretly be one of those Dragon Guard elites? Stop joking. Advisor Zhang's been chilling at Jiangling University for over a decade now. He's at mid-third rank. How could he possibly be a Royal Dragon Guard? Fair point. Why are you so nosy about this? I think that guy's amazing and want to cozy up to him. I knew that if Poison Thorn tracked down that master, she'd be dead for sure. Even at upper 6th rank, she wasn't strong enough to stand against Jiangling City's noble families and clans. I was just a pawn in the middle of this chess game, with the strategy already set. Besides accelerating my cultivation, I needed to play both sides tactfully, balancing opposing forces to protect my wives and kids. Someday, I'd rise to the top, overthrow the city lord, defeat the queen, and establish my own path. Let me know if you find anything. I want in on this cozying up business too. After school, Yiro was already waiting by the gate for me. Together, we went to pick up Fong Jing for a checkup at the maternity hospital. Yiro's pregnancy was equivalent to a normal 5-month term. She could feel the baby's movements while sleeping. The three of us walked arm in arm across campus, with me following quietly behind, accepting the envious stares from everyone around us. No matter how many people envied me, they could do nothing about it. You can find out the gender now. Do you guys want a boy or a girl? Fong Jing asked. Whatever he wants is fine. Yiro giggled. What do you like, hubby? I don't mind, but with more women than men out there, having a boy might make finding a wife easier in the future. My son's going to be a genius. How could he ever have trouble finding a wife? Yiro said confidently. Well, you never know. Have you thought of a name for a boy? Fong Jing asked. I have. Yiro's eyes lit up. Tell me, why didn't you share it earlier? Yang Jian. Does it have a special meaning? Jian sounds like between. To honor your father, whom you never got to meet. You're so thoughtful. I'm going to cry from how sweet you are. Should we ask your sister about it? After all, it concerns your dad. No need. We'll choose our own child's name. That's fine. Yiro nodded. The name was settled. Affection level plus 0.5%, 31.1% cultivation progress plus 0.5%, 33.3% cultivation breakthrough. Martial Dao 3rd rank upper realm. Fist force 21,000 gene. You decided that so quickly? What if it's a girl? Fong Jing muttered. If it's a girl, we'll pick again. Yang Yueying, Yang Chunling, Yang Mi, a whole bunch. Uft, that's such a casual name for a girl. You're favoring sons over daughters. Of course, she'll definitely grow up to be a stunning beauty. Fong Jing suddenly remembered. Later, I need to change my daughter's adoption records. For a child without a father, guardianship goes to the Maternal and Child Welfare Institute, per imperial law. In the Jinglong Empire, men worked outside and women stayed home. Women always had to remarry. If the new father refused to accept the child would be sent to the Maternal and Child Welfare Institute. I reminded her. The surname should be changed too. It's been changed. No choice. Otherwise she'd be an orphan, and even visits would be a hassle. The three of us first picked up the child, then went with Yiro for her prenatal checkup. Seeing that I had added a second wife, Fong Jing, the female doctor adjusted her glasses and looked closely. Strange. Very strange. Doctor, what's strange? Yiro asked nervously. Nothing, nothing. Instructor Yi, let's do the ultrasound. We can tell the baby's sex today. Can my husband come too? Of course. For the first time as parents, the three of us were tense. Yiro gripped my hand tightly and held Fong Jing's with her other hand. The doctor gave her conclusion. Congratulations. It's a boy. Really? Yiro was overjoyed, almost jumping up to look. Don't move. I'm checking the fetal heart monitor again. After a moment, the heartbeat thumped. Thump, 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 strong and forceful. Instructor Yi, that's your son's heartbeat. He's very healthy. He might even be a genius. Yiro couldn't hold back her tears, which burst forth. Husband, look, it's our son. Does he look like you or me? As a first-time father, I excitedly held my wife's hand and leaned in to look. He's too small. I can't really tell. I want to see too. I'll give you both the photo later. Yiro held the photo, looking at the baby whose features were still unclear, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, her gaze tender. Husband, come look. He seems a little like you. Knowing my wife was overflowing with maternal love, I quickly nodded. Yeah, he does look a bit like me. Husband, I love you. Yiro whispered in my ear, giving me a gentle kiss. This was the first time in her life that she truly felt what family meant. I was not only the husband matched by the system, but also her closest and most beloved family member. This kind of kinship was completely different from sisterhood. Affection level, 33.1%, plus 2%. Cultivation progress, 35.3%, plus 2%. Ding. Congratulations on breaking through to Martial Dow 3rd rank lower realm. Fist force 31,000 gene, an increase of 10,000 gene. I was shocked. As expected, getting a woman pregnant was the deepest expression of affection. My fist force skyrocketed all at once, leaving me just one step away from 3rd rank mid-realm. I'd only been in class for 2 months. Others couldn't even break through to 1st rank lower realm, while I was already close to catching up to the martial arts instructors. Thinking that Mao Jian's mother was also about to catch up to Counselor Zhang Peng, I silently reminded myself I had to speed up Fang Jing's pregnancy. Fang Jing took the baby photo from Yi Ro and said with a smile, "This is our little Yang Jian. Second mom will definitely cherish him." Yi Ro also said, "My son is your son, your daughter is my daughter." She didn't trust other women. Only Fang Jing would truly care for her child. The 3 of us went to the hall's matchmaking machine to update the records. The matchmaking system opened a separate household registration interface for me. Head of household, Yang Ding main wife. Yi Ro, pregnant, second wife. Fang Jing, has 1 stepdaughter, transfer required. I clicked next and changed the little girl's name to Yang Lele, officially transferring her into my household registration. In my heart, I understood that survival was the top priority. If life was gone, wife, children, and property would all belong to someone else. Fang Jing handed the child to me. "Lele, call him Dad." "Dad," the girl said shyly. I caressed her, filled with contentment. We were getting ready to celebrate at a restaurant. This time I had confidence. With this bonus of 30,000 in the bank, I no longer have to live off my wife. Fang Jing smirked, refusing to back down. "My sister and I fought on the northern frontier, handing you our paychecks. Mr. Yang, you just sit pretty, earning $1 million a month doing nothing." My 2 wives didn't demand much from me. Instead, their expectations motivated me to push myself to grow. Should another disaster strike in the future, I had to be the one to protect my family. As the 3 of us walked out of the hospital, we happened to run into Hu Feng and his wife on the way in. I greeted them warmly. "Hu Feng, your wife's pregnant too?" "Yang Ding, you made it back safely?" Hu Feng asked, hurrying to respond. "You're looking impressive as always. Meanwhile, I'm over here raising pigs and supporting my wife, not living as freely as you." Looking at me, a warmth seemed to fill him. I introduced them. "This is my first wife, Yi Ro, and my second wife, Fang Jing." Hu Feng bowed politely. "Greetings, instructors." Meanwhile, Luo Hohat, staring at Yi Ro and Fang Jing's stunning looks, wore a sour expression. She tugged Hu Feng, ready to leave, sneering, "He's not in the same league as you. Stop sucking up to that roasted suckling pig." Her comment disgusted me, and I shot back. "Luo Hohat, take a look at my wife's figures and then glance at your barrel waist. Don't bother my husband. Friendship means nothing," she hissed. Yi Ro couldn't hold back. "If it weren't for respecting your husband, I would have already taught you a lesson." Luo Hohat bristled, challenging, "Go ahead. Kill me if you can." Hu Feng, exasperated, quickly ushered his wife away. "She's pregnant and moody. Don't take it personally." I sighed. "She's like a queen's pawn. It's a good thing I've got the marriage matchmaking system that blessed me with 2 perfect women. Truly a lifesaver. If I'd been matched with someone like Luo Hohat, I'd rather be a eunuch and walk barefoot down the road." Yi Ro and Fang Jing caught on to my humor and couldn't help but chuckle. The 3 of us headed to the restaurant. In Jiangling City, most residents eat pre-packaged meals, so restaurant variety is limited. The specialty here was river fish, which had to be caught through risky ventures, driving up the price. A 3-pound steamed Yangtze knife fish cost $800, well beyond what an average person could afford. Yi Ro loved fish and ordered 3 different fish dishes, racking up a bill of over $2,000. "If only we could buy fish to cook at home. It's simple to steam," I commented. Fang Jing, carefully picking fish bones for Lele, explained, "The fishermen cook their own catches to make more money. They don't sell them piecemeal." Lele curiously asked, "Do you eat seafood often, Dad?" "Mom, since you guard Donghai City." "Yes," I responded. "Even sea beasts sometimes. If you don't want to go to the northern frontier, you might consider joining the East Sea Army." The northern frontier was dangerous, but full of opportunities. Fang Jing hesitated, reflecting. Once you have a child, it's hard to leave them behind for somewhere like that. As we were wrapping up our meal, we realized the sweet and sour carp hadn't been served yet. Yi Ro nudged me to check. "If it hasn't been made, forget it. If it's done, have it packed to go." I headed to the counter, but couldn't find anyone, so I had to step into the kitchen myself. When I saw there shocked me. The chef was biting into the boss's neck, blood and flesh everywhere. I shouted, "You two sure picked an interesting time to get cozy, not worried about us dining and dashing. Where's my sweet and sour carp?" I added. The chef turned around with a mouthful of blood, his face looking monstrous. He grabbed the boss's wife and hurled her toward me. I kicked the boss's wife aside, grabbed the kitchen knife, and, with 30,000 pounds of force, struck it out of the chef's hand. Unwilling to back down, the chef conjured a fireball and hurled it at me. Snatching a fish cleaver from the counter, I met his fireball with a sword dance counter, deflecting it. The chef quickly escaped through a window. Hearing the commotion, Yiro rushed in, worriedly asking, "Honey, what happened?" Fong Jing stared at the burned corpse on the stove, her face pale. "Did you kill him?" "Absolutely not." I explained what had transpired. Yi Ro and Fong Jing inspected the corpse and spoke in unison. Could this be a parasite beast? Yi Ro hurriedly called the police, while Fong Jing clung to Lele, visibly shaken. These monsters appearing back to back. Is it a breach in the northern frontier's wall, or is someone deliberately smuggling them in? I questioned grimly. Fong Jing surmised. Humans can be foolish enough to collaborate with other species for personal victory. Before long, Central Defense General Zhou Zhengyao arrived on the scene. As he glanced at me, there was a complicated undertone in his voice. "You again." General Zhou took my statement, his brow furrowed. "Wraiths are scary, but parasites, those are even worse. They control human brains, hide among us, and are nearly impossible to detect," he remarked before dispatching Night Patrol Team 8 to investigate a male corpse found at the University of Agriculture and Industry. Everyone stood on full alert, guarding the city and keeping the peace. On the way, Fong Jing gave me a crash course on parasitic beasts. Parasitic beasts survive by parasitizing the brain, and they're vulnerable when they leave their host. They feed on mental power and memories, and can even steal their host's abilities. People who are parasitized like to eat raw meat. Their eyes are cold and indifferent, and when danger comes, their eyes turn bloodshot. I asked, what happens if a parasitic beast parasitizes a high-level expert? Fong Jing said, for martial artists, their cultivation is exploited. For ability users, their spiritual power increases dramatically. High-level parasitic beasts can convert abilities. Those lifeless experts outside the northern border are probably all parasitized. My scalp prickled. Parasitic beasts have such strong spiritual power. Fong Jing nodded. They have beast cores in their bodies, and their spiritual power ranges from 100 to over 10,000. If we can get hold of a few beast cores, I'll feed them to my wives first. They can boost their abilities and even copy them. But Fong Jing warned, the stronger the spiritual power, the fiercer the attack. You're not allowed to take risks. She vaguely said that parasitic beasts mostly got into men's bodies through the mouth. I imagined it myself. The three of us returned to the dormitory, and the access control system kept broadcasting parasitic beast warnings. Director Zhou Ruashi of the Law Enforcement Bureau issued an urgent reminder for residents to be cautious. The security guards wore masks, afraid of infection, but parasitic beasts generally wouldn't parasitize ordinary people. At that moment, the building manager informed us, you have 2 children in your family, so you can exchange for a 3-bedroom apartment. Yi Ro and Fong Jing both looked at me. It's up to you. I said, not for now. Moving is a hassle, and I still need to practice. Actually, I wanted to use this chance to spend more time with Fong Jing and slowly work on getting her pregnant. Yi Ro smiled and said, we're used to living here. We can think about it when the children are older. After we got home, I went to the rooftop to practice. Yi Ro took a shower and prepared to go to bed early, while Fong Jing took care of Lele and tidied up the household chores. She felt guilty and took the initiative to handle the housework. She was nothing like those modern women who were picky and finicky, refusing to do housework and then blaming everything on others. Seeing that my 2 wives were practical and sensible, I developed a stronger sense of responsibility. I didn't feel tired, and I was even more motivated to train desperately. I had to become stronger as soon as possible and protect our happy little home.